Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The young boy gazed at the unfamiliar classroom before him, utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, he had been engaged in a lively discussion with a client, and with a mere blink, he found himself here. Moreover, he had transformed into a child. He lowered his gaze, lifted his hands, and observed his drastically smaller physique. Could it be? Having immersed himself in web literature, a certain conjecture surfaced in his mind. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through his thoughts. Do not be disheartened, although you did not pass this time. You'll have the opportunity to retake the exam next month. If you dedicate yourself to training during this month, I believe you will succeed next time. Hearing the voice, he looked up. What he saw left him utterly astounded. Draped in a white Hokage robe with a red ninja outfit underneath, a conical hat adorned with a prominent flame symbol sat atop his head, strikingly conspicuous. Beneath the hat was the face of a man. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, sporting a small goatee and a warm smile, gazing at him kindly. The third Hokage. As a seasoned fan of the Hokage, he was all too familiar with that face, albeit appearing a decade younger. While he was still reeling from the shock, unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, and he instantly comprehended everything. Indeed, I have traversed worlds, he sighed inwardly, absorbing the memories of his predecessor. His predecessor was named Natsum Yujin, a 9-year-old ninja trainee. Born into a humble family, he was an orphan, having lost his parents to illness at the age of 5. Currently, he was participating in the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. No, it should be said he was attending the second exam. He had failed the first, and the second had also ended in failure. What dismal talent he possessed! Natsum Yujin's eyelid twitched. Yet, upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable after all. He hailed from a common background, and neither of his parents were ninjas. Lacking lineage, heritage, and talent, he was a quintessential nobody. Obito Uchiha, born into a prestigious clan, had been at the bottom of his class before awakening his Sharingan, let alone someone from a common background like him. What to do? Would he truly have to retake the exam in a month? If all went as planned, his predecessor would indeed need to retake it. However, now there was an unexpected twist that he was now both Natsum Yujin and a time traveler. And as a time traveler, how could he possibly lack an extraordinary advantage? Show yourself. System, let me witness your capabilities. Natsum Yujin thought silently. Immediately, a translucent interface appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Technique Level. Novice 0-100 Description. Utilizes chakra to create an identical clone to confuse enemies. Note: Novice level can only be successfully executed in a focused state, easily discernible and dissipates quickly. As if struck by inspiration, insights about the Shadow Clone Technique flooded his mind. He grasped it instantly. Natsum Yujin felt a sense of assurance. Wasn't this a solid plan? Natsum Yujin, do you have any further matters? Seeing Natsum Yujin standing there, dazed and unmoving, the Chunin examiner seated beside the third Hokage inquired. Hokage-sama, I wish to request another opportunity to retake the exam. Not next month, but now that I was overly nervous earlier and did not perform well, I would like to try again. Natsum Yujin bowed respectfully to the third Hokage. The third Hokage pondered for a moment and responded gently. Very well, but can you still harness your chakra at this moment? His predecessor had already attempted the Shadow Clone Technique once. Although it had failed miserably, the chakra had been completely depleted. The third Hokage's keen gaze detected this, hence his inquiry. Yes, Natsum Yujin nodded. His predecessor could not, but he could. Once his soul fused with that of his predecessor, his mental acuity had doubled. As long as he pushed his body a little further, he could still extract chakra sufficient to perform the Shadow Clone Technique. After all, it was merely an rank ninjutsu, requiring little chakra. The third Hokage appeared somewhat surprised. Since that is the case, go ahead and give it another try. Natsum Yujin dismissed all distractions, focusing intently. He meticulously formed the 3 hand seals: rat, snake, and tiger. Upon completing the final seal, a cloud of smoke erupted beside him. His body swayed, nearly causing him to stumble. Breathless, he felt utterly drained. Indeed, he was entirely spent. Not a drop of chakra remained within him. As the smoke cleared, a figure identical to him emerged, equally panting. Though appearing somewhat disheveled, it stood firm and stable. Success. A smile crept onto Natsum Yujin's lips. The feeling of having an advantage was exhilarating. Meanwhile, the digits denoting his proficiency level on the system panel began to change. Level: Novice 10100. The third Hokage was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Natsum Yujin would truly succeed. He picked up a forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of Konoha and handed it to Natsum Yujin. Congratulations, from this day forth, you shall be a capable genin. Struggling to maintain his composure, Natsum Yujin accepted the forehead protector from the third Hokage. From now on, he was a true ninja. Natsum Yujin bowed deeply, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you for granting me another chance to retake the exam. This was a courtesy he had to extend. Had the third Hokage not agreed, he would have had to wait until the following month. This was a ruthless world. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. A month felt too long. He was determined to seize every moment. The third Hokage regarded him with kindness. There is no need to thank me. This is the result of your diligent training. You must continue to work hard and not become complacent. Becoming a genin is merely the beginning. You are the future of the village, and the will of fire shall thrive through you. Natsum Yujin felt impatience rising within. Who cares for your will of fire, you old coot? He merely wished to sit down and rest for a while. The sensation of being utterly drained was unbearable. Yet, his expression remained one of utmost respect, feigning humility. The third Hokage's gaze grew even more benevolent. What a fine child! Though lacking in talent, his character was commendable, a promising seed for the continuation of the will of fire. All right, you have just exhausted yourself. You must feel quite unwell. Go and rest now. The third Hokage concluded. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsum Yujin bowed respectfully once more and turned to leave the examination hall. Outside the hall, Natsum Yujin raised his gaze to the cerulean sky and took a deep breath. The fresh air revitalized him. Even his exhausted body felt somewhat relieved. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in the architecture that mirrored the anime perfectly. His heart still grappled with disbelief, suspecting this might just be a dream. Yet he knew this was not a dream. He had truly traversed into the world of Naruto. According to the memories of my predecessor, Obito Uchiha graduated the same year, which means in a year or two, the third great ninja war will escalate into full-blown conflict. If I do not wish to become cannon fodder, I must grow stronger within this time frame. At the very least, I need to become an elite jonin. As Natsum Yujin walked towards the direction of his predecessor's home, he contemplated, I possess a system that not only enhances my skill proficiency, but also allows me to disregard all limitations of level and lineage, enabling me to learn instantaneously and achieve mastery. Even bloodline limits can be acquired instantly, provided there is a method without incurring any negative effect from incompatibility with my own bloodline. It is truly extraordinary. Not only that S1's proficiency level increases, the potency of ninjutsu will grow ever stronger. Indeed, it may even shatter the former limits of such techniques. Thus, the path to strength is deceptively simple. One need only to toil diligently. However, a question arises. As an ordinary individual, how might I acquire ninjutsu? Chapter 2. Lin Naira. After much contemplation, Yuma Natsum could only conceive of two methods. The first approach was to seek a mentor. In the world of ninjas, the master-apprentice relationship is highly esteemed. A seasoned instructor can impart suitable ninjutsu based on the student and oppo's innate talent. Numerous ninjas of humble origins have risen to prominence under the guidance of their mentors, even surpassing the scions of noble clans. Thus, he must devise a way to secure a teacher for himself. However, given his current circumstances, finding a reputable mentor seemed like a mere fantasy. He needed to first showcase his strengths, constructing a facade of genius through external means. The choice of mentor was also pivotal and required careful planning. Having recently become a genin, the village would assign him a guiding jonin, yet he pondered who that might be. Considering his lack of notable attributes, it was unlikely to be one of the renowned elite jonin. It seemed wisest to temper his expectations in that regard. The second method was to leverage relationships, an art form that would test Yuma Natsum's social skills. His previous persona was reclusive, having made few friends in his class. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. He could forge new connections. In his former life, he had been a sales elite, adept at cultivating rapport. He had no doubt about his abilities. Among his contemporaries, many were potential candidates for him to draw from. Children of the Hokage, scions of prestigious families, and second-generation ninjas could all serve as his benefactors. as long as he nurtured good relationships and established bonds. Borrowing a few non-family secret ninjutsu scrolls would be a trivial endeavor. He was confident in his prospects. Upon identifying several targets, Yuma Natsume began to devise a strategic plan. The first individual he aimed to befriend was none other than the proud blue beast of Konoha, his classmate, Might Guy. The 8 Gates technique was something he yearned to acquire. Apart from his admiration for the technique, there was another compelling reason for choosing Might Guy. This body required rigorous training. In stark contrast to his formidable spiritual prowess, his physical constitution was woefully inadequate. This deficiency directly resulted in a meager chakra reserve, such that even performing a simple shadow clone technique drained him completely. How could he possibly learn other ninjutsu or harness the potential of his external means? Thus, physical training was of utmost priority. Seizing the opportunity to engage with Might Guy, he resolved to win him over. Returning home, Yuma Natsume gazed upon the wooden dwelling before him, and memories of his predecessor flooded his mind. Images of a happy family living within these walls, ultimately marred by sorrow. Shaking his head, he cast aside the negative emotions that arose from these memories. He, too, had been an orphan before his transmigration and could empathize with his predecessor's feelings. However, he refused to be swayed by grief or to remain ensnared by the past. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the disarray of the living room, prompting him to initially attempt to close the door but ultimately swinging it wide open. The stench within was overwhelming. Standing at the threshold, he surveyed the heaps of refuse that cluttered the space, hesitating to step inside. What kind of respectable household would go years without cleaning? Alas, this was indeed his own home. Since the passing of his predecessor's parents, the place had never seen a broom. He had wished to preserve everything from their time, only for it to devolve into a veritable landfill. Sighing heavily, Yuma Natsume rolled up his sleeves, masking his nose and mouth as he stepped into the house. Initially, he had intended to rest, but it appeared that leisure would have to wait. He would not allow himself to dwell amidst filth. 3 to 4 hours later, Yuma Natsume slumped onto the couch, indifferent to its state of cleanliness. As he too was far from pristine, dust-covered and disheveled. He had cleared away the refuse, but still had scrubbing to do. Yet, at that moment, he lacked the energy even to lift a finger, relegating that task to the morrow. Just then, an alert on the system panel piqued his interest. He studied the information that materialized before him, lost in thought. Skill, cleaning, level, proficient, 51,000, description. You have become quite skilled at cleaning. Improving efficiency by 10% and reducing physical exertion by 10%. Cleaning had transformed into a skill? Yuma Natsume was genuinely astonished. If this were the case, he began to ponder the implications. Did it mean that by repeatedly performing a task, he could generate a corresponding skill, thereby enhancing its efficiency? His eyes brightened with realization. It seemed he ought to establish a training regimen. Just as he resolved to sit up, drowsiness washed over him, prompting a yawn as he reclined back onto the couch. Tomorrow, then. Outside, darkness enveloped the world, and Yuma Natsume succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Yuma Natsume awoke on the couch, stretching vigorously and feeling invigorated, as if fatigue had vanished overnight. The recuperative speed of youth was indeed remarkable. He marveled at his renewed energy before indulging in a hot shower and donning a clean set of clothes, feeling rejuvenated. Gazing into the mirror, he was met with the visage of a handsome youth, prompting him to exclaim his good fortune. Just then, a grumbling noise emanated from his stomach, hunger pangs. He realized he had not eaten since the previous afternoon. Rubbing his belly, he approached the refrigerator to investigate its contents, only to find it empty. Of course, his predecessor had never cooked, subsisting solely on instant noodles. With a sigh of resignation, he closed the fridge and rummaged through the storage for instant noodles. Nothing. A sudden recollection struck him, and his lips twitched in dismay. Those noodles had long expired. He had discarded them as refused the day prior. Yuma Natsume was left speechless, clutching his wallet, which revealed only a few coins, seemingly mocking his navet. Counting them, he realized he lacked even enough for a simple bowl of ramen. Frustrated, he tossed the wallet onto the floor, acutely aware of his predecessor's impoverished state, yet shocked by the extent of the destitution. Brother, this is truly dismal. Feeling bereft of tears, he contemplated drinking some water to stave off hunger when a savory aroma wafted through the air, beckoning him. Curiously, he opened the door to find a girl standing outside, holding a food container. The girl had chestnut brown hair, deep brown eyes, and 2 purple markings adorning her face. Lin Naira? What was she doing here? It seemed she had come bearing food. Could it be that his predecessor and she were not merely classmates but friends? As Yuma Natsume delved into his predecessor's memories, he discovered that she was indeed a neighbor, a gentle and kind-hearted girl. It became clear to him that as both neighbor and classmate, Lin Naira often offered assistance to his predecessor, bringing food on numerous occasions. If only his predecessor had not been so reclusive, they might have forged a genuine friendship by now. Just as he was lost in thought, a radiant smile graced the face of Lin Naira, gentle and sweet. She extended a lunchbox towards Yuma Natsume. Yuma, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I made some rice balls for you. Her words trailed off as Yuma abruptly snatched the lunchbox from her hands, as if it were a contest. Unlike his predecessor, he had no intention of rejecting such a delightful girl. Lin, thank you. You have truly saved me. I was on the verge of starvation. Yuma expressed his gratitude while eagerly opening the lunchbox in front of Lin Noera, revealing 6 rice balls wrapped in seaweed. His eyes widened instantly at the sight of the food, filled solely with hunger, completely oblivious to Lin's astonished gaze. Yuma seems different somehow, Lin murmured to herself. Chapter 3. Fundamental Physical Techniques. Yuma Natsum devoured 6 rice balls, savoring each one until they were all gone. With a satisfied burp, he returned the empty container to Rin Noera, beaming with delight. Rin, your culinary skills are exceptional. These rice balls are simply delicious. Rin accepted the container, a hint of bashfulness creeping onto her face. Oh, it's nothing special. They are just ordinary rice balls. She paused, regarding Yuma with a puzzled expression. Yuma, is something bothering you? Has something happened? To Rin, the Yuma before her seemed a stranger, a stark contrast to the Yuma she remembered. The previous Yuma was rarely open to her assistance, treating her more like a stranger than a neighbor, and never smiling at her, let alone with such brilliance. This was the first time Rin had noticed how captivating Yuma's smile could be, reminiscent of cherry blossoms in full bloom, radiant and stunning. Yet, how could Yuma have changed so dramatically? She was curious. Do I seem like I've become a different person? Yuma, of course, understood Rin's thoughts. Although they had not forged a friendship, they were neighbors, familiar with each other's personalities. The stark contrast between his current self and his predecessor's demeanor naturally led her to question. He cleared his throat and steadied his voice. After passing the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy yesterday, the Hokage told me that I am the village's hope, the bearer of the will of fire. For the future of the village, I can no longer live as I once did. Taking a deep breath, he continued, thus, I am no longer the same Yuma. From now on, I must not only live well, but also live happily. He lowered his gaze to Rin, his tone earnest. Rin, I have few friends. Would you be willing to be my friend and witness my growth and transformation? Of course, I would. Rin's smile radiated warmth, surpassing the first light of dawn. Yuma, you must live happily. I will be watching over you. Yes, Yuma replied, mirroring her smile. It was indeed quite naive of her to believe him so readily. Oh, but time is precious. Yuma, congratulations on becoming a genin. I must report to Teacher Minato now. Rin departed, leaving Yuma to ponder alone. After becoming a genin, the village would assign a jonin to guide him. The jonin responsible for Rin, Obito, and Kakashi was Minato Namikaze. I wonder who my guiding jonin will be, he mused, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Although the jonin might not teach him any ninjutsu, they would impart valuable combat techniques. Most importantly, the jonin would lead them on missions. With missions comes rewards, alleviating his current financial struggles. Before the village assigned him a guiding jonin, Yuma resolved to enhance his strength. He felt woefully inadequate. He opened the system interface. Aside from his proficient cleaning skills and novice-level clone technique, he also possessed novice-level transformation technique, substitution technique, basic combat, and shuriken throwing skills. These were all skills acquired during his time at the Ninja Academy. The clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique were collectively referred to as the 3 body techniques, all rated at E level. Since he currently lacked other ninjutsu, he decided to improve his proficiency in the 3 body techniques. Though these techniques were of little use in actual combat, they would suffice against ordinary genin. He resolved to elevate their proficiency to a competent level. In contrast, basic physical techniques and basic shuriken throwing were significantly more useful, capable of swiftly augmenting his combat prowess. Therefore, he deemed it essential to enhance these 2 skills as well. After contemplating for a moment, Yuma set his plan into motion. However, instead of practicing the 3 body techniques, he dashed towards the forest outside the village. Eager to validate his hypothesis from the previous day, before he could exit the village, a sudden intuition compelled him to halt. Opening his system, he confirmed his suspicion. Skill, body refinement. Level, Novice 0-100. Description, you have mastered the body refinement technique. Any form of exercise will yield remarkable results, simultaneously enhancing your physical recovery speed by 10%. Suppressing the urge to cheer, Yuma felt a singular thought surge within him, the exhilaration of having a cheat. Containing his excitement, he inhaled deeply and resumed his run. With the body refinement skill, he was even more determined to train diligently, aiming to enhance his physical capabilities and increase his chakra reserves. Only with a greater chakra capacity could he better utilize his newfound abilities and improve his proficiency. Once he exited the village, Yuma plunged into the forest, hoping to fortuitously encounter Might Guy. However, he saw not even a trace of the formidable ninja. Undeterred, he located a clear area and began practicing his basic physical techniques. The fundamentals of physical technique were straightforward, involving direct movements such as punches and kicks, without intricate variations, thus consuming minimal energy. Before long, he elevated his proficiency in basic physical techniques from novice to proficient. Physical technique, basic physical technique. Level, proficient 0-1000. Description, you have mastered basic physical techniques, enabling you to better unleash their power in combat. Insights and experiences regarding basic physical techniques flooded his mind. He could distinctly feel the tangible enhancement in his combat strength. I can easily overpower the previous versions of myself. After resting briefly, Yuma resumed his training, oblivious to the two green figures, one large and one small, darting past him in the background. The smaller figure glanced back, a hint of confusion in their gaze. I didn't expect Yuma to be here training, he muttered softly, just as he was about to approach Yuma to greet him. He recalled Yuma's reclusive nature and reluctance to socialize. Approaching him unannounced might prompt Yuma to evade him, a scenario that had occurred before. Hence, he dismissed the thought of greeting him and continued running alongside his father. It's best not to disturb him. Several hours later, Yuma sat on the ground, panting heavily as though he had just emerged from water, drenched in sweat, droplets cascading down his face and pooling on the earth beneath him, despite his disheveled appearance. A smile adorned his face, for his efforts were yielding rewards. Physical technique. Basic physical technique. Level. Proficient 888-1000. Description. You have mastered basic physical techniques, allowing you to better unleash their power in combat. Chapter 4. Might Guy. Aside from a remarkable enhancement in his fundamental physical techniques, his body refinement skills have also ascended to a level of proficiency. Skill. Body refinement. Level. Proficient 910-1000. Description. You have mastered the art of body refinement. Any form of exercise will yield exceptional results, simultaneously increasing your physical recovery speed by 20%. While a 20% increase in recovery speed may seem modest, the effects are profoundly significant over prolonged training sessions. He managed to elevate his fundamental physical techniques to such a degree in less than a day's time, solely due to the 20% boost in recovery speed from body refinement. Unexpectedly, he discovered that practicing fundamental physical techniques could also enhance his body refinement proficiency. Could it be that training in physical techniques is also a form of exercise? Natsum Yuzen mused. However, he did not dwell on it too long. It was ultimately a positive development. After resting for a while, the fatigue that had once weighed heavily on him gradually dissipated. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and resumed his practice of fundamental physical techniques, aiming to elevate it another level. An hour later, Natsum Yuzen's vision darkened, and his body collapsed heavily, falling into unconsciousness. He had reached his limits. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Upon awakening, Natsum Yuzen opened his eyes to find that night had fallen. He chuckled to himself, realizing he had exhausted himself to the point of fainting. Sitting up, he expected to feel intense soreness, yet was pleasantly surprised to find the discomfort was not as severe as he had imagined. Could it be that my physical constitution has improved? A sudden realization struck him, and he promptly summoned the system. Skill. Body refinement. Level. Mastery 0-10,000. Description. Your body refinement skills have reached mastery. Any form of exercise will yield exceptional results, while also increasing your physical recovery speed by 30%. As expected, his body refinement skills had indeed advanced. He cast his gaze downward, a joyful expression spreading across his face. Skill. Physical techniques. Fundamental physical techniques. Level. Mastery cannot be further elevated. Description. You have mastered fundamental physical techniques, enabling you to perfectly unleash their power in combat. Splendid. Natsum Yuzen exclaimed with excitement. Numerous insights flooded his mind, and his understanding of fundamental physical techniques approached perfection. It seemed that even the instructors at the Ninja Academy would not comprehend it more deeply than he did. Although fundamental physical techniques could only be elevated to mastery, Natsum Yuzen felt immense satisfaction. After all, this was merely the foundation. Even if he could continue to advance, he did not intend to. Being able to unleash their full potential in combat was sufficient. After a moment of introspection, he muttered to himself, at this moment, I could effortlessly defeat 10 versions of myself who have only mastered fundamental physical techniques. With this conclusion, Natsum Yuzen was filled with exhilaration, feeling optimistic about the future. The initial apprehension he felt upon arriving in this world had entirely vanished. He reclined on the ground, hands resting behind his head. The bright moon hung above, casting its cool silver light through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the forest. A feeling known as ambition stirred within Natsum Yuzen's heart. I shall ultimately conquer this world. Perhaps sensing that this goal was somewhat distant, he set a smaller objective for himself, to first become Hokage. With the capabilities of the system, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he was promoted and became a Nin, eventually ascending to the position of the 4th Hokage, unifying the ninja world, and reaching the pinnacle of his life. The thought alone sent a thrill through him. Just as Natsum Yuzen indulged in his daydreams, his stomach protested, pulling him back to reality. He was hungry again. That day, he had only eaten 6 rice balls that Noera Rin had given him in the morning. After an entire day of intense training, the rice balls had long been digested. From his previous life's memories, he recalled a river nearby, teeming with fish. He decided to catch a few for dinner. Rising to his feet, Natsum Yuzen made his way to the river from his memories. Before long, he arrived at the riverbank, illuminated by the moonlight, only to find that someone had beaten him to it. 2 figures, one large and one small, clad in green, sat by a campfire, enjoying grilled fish. Startled by the sight of the 2 green figures, Natsum Yuzen initially thought he had encountered wild goblins. Just as he considered fleeing, he suddenly realized that he was a man, not a woman, and had no need to run. Besides, they were merely goblins. What was there to fear? With his current strength, he might even turn the tables on them. Perhaps today would be the day he unleashed a massacre to protect the innocent. Natsum Yuzin turned around, a cold smile on his face as he approached the campfire. Before he could get close, he recognized the true identities of the two figures, clad in green spandex, with a kappa head and thick eyebrows. They were not goblins at all, but rather Might Guy and his father. What a surprise it was to find this father-son duo roasting fish in the middle of the night. He silently cursed them in his heart, growing irate. He scolded himself too. However, it was indeed serendipitous. After failing to locate them in the morning, he had unexpectedly run into them in the evening. With a smile, Natsum Yuzin greeted them. What a coincidence. I never expected to meet you here at this hour. Good evening, Uncle Dai and Kai. Might Guy had already noticed him, alerted by his father Might Dai. When Natsum Yuzin was startled and prepared to flee, Might Dai had caught sight of him and cheerfully remarked to Might Guy, "Your classmate from this morning has arrived." Might Guy had long forgotten about the encounter. He looked at Natsum Yuzin with confusion until he approached and greeted him. Only then did it come back to him. However, upon seeing the radiant smile on Natsum Yuzin's face and hearing his warm greeting, Might Guy hesitated, thinking, who is this person? How does he resemble Natsum Yuzin? At that moment, the contrast between the current Natsum Yuzin and the one in his memory was so stark that he momentarily forgot to respond. Kai, why aren't Oppos to you responding? As a man, you must show some manners. Might Guy nudged Might Guy. It was only then that Might Guy snapped back to reality, quickly replying to Natsum Yuzin, who had taken a seat beside him. Oh, it's Yuzin. Why haven't you returned home at this late hour? Aren't you and your grandfather also out late? Natsum Yuzin chose not to respond to him, instead gazing at the grilled fish stuck in the ground, swallowing hard as he asked Might Dai, Uncle Dai, may I have a grilled fish? Of course. Help yourself. No need to be polite. Might Dai generously offered, without waiting for Natsum Yuzin to get it himself. He handed him a perfectly grilled fish. Natsum Yuzin expressed his gratitude and, without waiting for it to cool, took big bites. The fish was grilled to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. As he ate, he gave a thumbs up to Might Dai, praising his grilling skills profusely, making Might Dai feel a bit bashful, his smile broadening. Meanwhile, Might Guy looked on in astonishment, watching Natsum Yuzin engage in cheerful conversation with his father. He thought to himself, this guy is definitely not the real Natsum Yuzin. Could he be an imposter? Chapter 5. Could you be an imposter? After devouring 4 grilled fish, Natsum Yuma finally felt satiated. Rubbing his protruding belly, he expressed his gratitude to Might Dai, saying, thank you for your hospitality, Uncle Dai. There's no need for such formality. It's merely a few grilled fish, Might Dai replied with a wave of his hand, smiling. At that moment, Might Guy sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Natsum Yuma. Who are you, and why have you assumed the identity of Natsum Yuma? Might Dai was taken aback, and his smile vanished in an instant. Natsum Yuma placed a hand on his forehead, exclaiming in resignation, I knew this day would come. Although exposed by Might Guy, he remained unfazed. His transformation was not a mere change of appearance. Rather, his soul had fused with that of Natsum Yuma, completely supplanting him. Natsum Yuma's body and mind had been entirely claimed. In essence, he was now Natsum Yuma, and Natsum Yuma was he. Both his DNA and chakra could withstand scrutiny. His only shortcoming lay in his memories of a past life, yet he felt no fear regarding them. When he activated the system, he sensed that those memories had been obscured. No one could access that recollection except for him, not even the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan. Seizing this opportunity, he contemplated resolving the issue while simultaneously instilling guilt in the father and son, compelling them to teach him the 8 gates. The thought flickered in his mind, and he found it feasible. Rising to his feet, he pointed at Might Guy, indignantly declaring, how absurd. I merely consumed 4 of your grilled fish. And you question my identity? I shall take my leave now. He turned and hurried away, appearing eager to escape. Stop, Might Guy shouted as he pursued him. Calling to Might Dai, Dad, help me subdue him. I suspect he's an enemy ninja in disguise. An enemy ninja in disguise? Upon hearing this, Might Dai became alarmed and joined the chase. It was a simple task for 2 masters of physical combat to catch up with Natsum Yuma. Soon, they cornered him, one in front and the other behind. Natsum Yuma, without needing to feign anything, spoke in his own manner, saying, Guy, you've truly misunderstood. I am Natsum Yuma. More authentic than 999 pieces of gold. As Guy approached, he coldly retorted, Natsum Yuma would never speak like you do. Surrender at once. Natsum Yuma considered putting up a fight and demonstrating his advanced basic taijutsu against the father and son. But then he realized who they were, experts in taijutsu. Using basic techniques in front of them would be akin to showing off a sword in front of Guan Yu, a display of foolishness. Thus, he resigned himself to capture. It would be unwise to injure himself for the sake of a performance, especially given the intellect of the father and son. This level of ruse would suffice. He did not resist, allowing Might Guy to bind him, though his mouth did not cease its chatter. Guy, I truly am Natsum Yuma. My personality has changed dramatically because I am no longer who I once was. Previously, I was taciturn and indifferent, resulting in my complete lack of friends. Now, I have turned over a new leaf, bidding farewell to my past, and I intend to start anew. If you cannot accept the present me, you cannot deem me an enemy ninja. Frustrated by his incessant prattle, Guy delivered a swift chop to the back of Natsum Yuma's neck. Hey, are you serious? With the darkness enveloping his vision, Natsum Yuma succumbed to unconsciousness. Might Dai gave his son a thumbs up, proclaiming, "Well done, my son. Your keen insight has immediately unraveled his disguise." Yet Might Guy's expression grew grave. Poor Yuma, he has no idea what this fellow intends to do with him. Do not worry. Once we return him to the village and allow the Yamashiro clan to examine his memories, we will surely find your classmate, Might Dai reassured. Nodding, Might Guy hoisted Natsum Yuma and raced toward the village. Before they could approach, they were intercepted by the guarding ninjas. The two quickly announced their identities. After verification, they informed the guards of their discovery of Natsum Yuma in the forest, suspecting him to be an enemy ninja in disguise. The guarding ninjas were puzzled. Why would an enemy ninja masquerade as a 9-year-old civilian genin? Nonetheless, they took the matter seriously and swiftly allowed the duo entry into the village. However, as soon as they stepped inside, both were struck dumb. They stared upward at the village sky. The night was tranquil, the moonlight exquisite, an aura of serenity enveloped the surroundings. Why is it so quiet? Might Guy asked, bewildered. Indeed, why hasn't the alarm sounded? The entirety of Konohagakure was shrouded in a barrier. Any unauthorized entry would trigger an alarm. Logically, carrying an imposter Natsum Yuma should have set off the alert upon their arrival. Yet, there was no sound. They both cast their gazes toward Natsum Yuma. Could it be? He truly is Natsum Yuma? Natsum Yuma lay unconscious, appearing lifeless. The guarding ninjas approached with curiosity, examining Natsum Yuma, then glancing at Might Guy and his father. They wanted to inquire if the two had made a mistake but hesitated, fearing repercussions. Thus, they remained silent, observing quietly. Might Guy felt a cold sweat break on his forehead as he exchanged frantic glances with his son. His thick, dark brows danced up and down, difficult to ignore. Might Guy contemplated deeply for a moment. His personality has changed so drastically. He seems like a different person from my memories. I find it hard not to suspect him, so I must turn him over to the Hokage for verification. Very well, if that is your decision. Then your father shall support you, Might Guy declared without hesitation. Moved by his father's unwavering trust, Might Guy was overcome with emotion, embracing him and weeping. The guarding ninjas gawked in astonishment, wondering if this father and son duo was unwell. Stepping back subtly, they sought to distance themselves from the emotional display. I shall report this to the Hokage at once. After leaving this statement, the guarding ninja activated the body flicker technique, vanishing in an instant. Before long, he reappeared before Might Guy and his father. The Hokage is awaiting you in the analysis room. The father and son carried Natsum Yuma into the analysis room, where personnel were already prepared. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also present. He observed the Natsum Yuma that Might Guy had brought in, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. As the only student requiring a retest, he certainly remembered Natsum Yuma. He inquired of Might Guy, "How did you discern that something was amiss?" Might Guy replied, "I was his classmate. He was reclusive in the ninja academy, rarely engaging with others. Even 3 days ago, he was the same. Yet today, I noticed a dramatic change. He is not only cheerful, but also converses freely with my father, asking for food. Thus, I suspect he is an imposter." The third Hokage fell into contemplation, recalling the scene from the retest. He noted the stark contrast in Natsum Yuma's demeanor, initially tense and reserved, unable to utter a word, only to become calm and composed after failing the retest, even daring to request another attempt. Could it be that he truly harbored some hidden agenda? Chapter 6. The second personality Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Yamashiro Kaichi. "Kaichi, let us commence." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Yamashiro Kaichi directed his attention towards the unconscious Natsum Yuma and invoked the mind transfer technique. In an instant, his spiritual energy was transferred to Natsum Yuma's body. Moments later, Yamashiro Kaichi opened his eyes. Under the scrutiny of all present, he declared, "Hokage-sama, I have delved into his memories. He is indeed the genuine Natsum Yuma, not an imposter." Might Guy and his son were momentarily struck dumb. The third Hokage inquired, "What accounts for his drastic change in personality?" Yamashiro Kaichi replied in a hushed tone. During his retake examination, he failed due to anxiety. This setback shattered his spirit, unleashing the pent-up negativity he had long suppressed. He began to doubt himself, even to self-destruct. At that moment, another personality was born within him, one that starkly contrasts with his primary self, bright, cheerful, and generous. Following the self-destruction of his primary persona, this second personality took over his body, becoming the individual he is now. Though Might Guy and Might Dai could not fully grasp the details, they were profoundly shaken. Their gazes turned to Natsum Yuma, filled with sympathy and guilt. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and stated gravely, "Since he poses no issue, let us transport him to the hospital. He requires treatment for both his mind and body. Dai, this situation arose due to you and your son. Therefore, you shall be responsible for his care. He is an orphan without family, so he shall be entrusted to you." "Understood," Dai replied with his head bowed. Konoha Hospital. As Natsum Yuma awoke in his hospital bed, he immediately spotted Might Guy and his son. Upon seeing him regain consciousness, they hurried forth, their faces etched with remorse. Might Guy urgently asked, Yuma, how are you feeling? Are you all right? His expression was one of profound regret. I'm sorry, Yuma, I misunderstood you. Might Guy's face was even more stricken with guilt. Child, I do not expect your forgiveness. But please tell me how I can atone for the mistakes my son and I have committed. A wave of joy surged within Natsum Yuma. It worked. He feigned weakness and spoke. Uncle Guy, please do not say that. It is not your fault. It was my sudden change that caused your suspicion. You were only acting for the safety of the village. I can understand that. So please do not blame yourselves any further. Upon hearing Natsum Yuma's words, Might Guy and Might Dai felt even more remorseful. Child, it was my foolishness, Dai lamented, covering his face with his hands as he wept. Might Guy's eyes glistened with tears. Yuma, I never anticipated your heart to be so vast. You were truly remarkable. Of course, I'm remarkable, Natsum Yuma thought to himself. Rolling his eyes inwardly, he continued to maintain his act, exhaling deeply, seemingly burdened by an infinite sorrow. Child, what troubles you? Is there something weighing on your heart? Dai grasped Natsum Yuma's hand, expressing concern. Nothing, just. Natsum Yuma hesitated. Yuma, if something is troubling you, please share it. It will ease your burden. Keeping it bottled up will only intensify your pain, Guy encouraged. Very well, Natsum Yuma nodded, sorrowfully stating, I just feel so weak, with a bleak future ahead of me. I fear that one day, I may perish during a mission. His expression was one of bewilderment, embodying a sense of uncertainty regarding his path forward. Might Dai and Might Guy exchanged glances, both recognizing the light of resolve in each other's eyes. They finally had the opportunity to make amends for their past errors. Child, I have mastered a formidable martial art. It is powerful, albeit perilous, so much so that it is classified as a forbidden technique. Would you like to learn it? Dai's demeanor turned serious. Natsum Yuma feigned ignorance. How powerful is it? Dai scratched his head, struggling to articulate his response. He certainly could not demonstrate its might by unleashing the 8 gates and challenging the Hokage right there. Such an act would lead to mutual destruction. Hence, he could only assert, it is very powerful. Natsum Yuma decided not to tease him further and nodded. I want to learn. Dai's face broke into a smile. Excellent. Once you have fully recovered, you can train alongside Guy. You cannot practice this martial art with your current physique. Natsum Yuma's gaze was resolute. Yes, Uncle Dai. I will strive diligently in my training. The title master Dai startled Dai, prompting him to wave his hands in protest. You should still call me Uncle Dai. To be honest, I am merely a genin and not qualified to take on a disciple. He glanced around, anxious that someone might overhear Natsum Yuma referring to him as master. Natsum Yuma did not wish to make him uncomfortable. All right, I will call you Uncle Dai. But this bond between master and disciple will remain etched in my heart. His words were sincere, devoid of any deceit, though it was a ruse. As long as Dai was willing to teach him, he would never betray this bond. Dai was moved to tears. Child, your heartfelt sentiment is more than enough. I shall ensure I teach you well. Guy nodded vigorously beside him. Yuma, once you recover, I will impart all that I know to you. Observing the heartfelt exchange between the father and son, Natsum Yuma smiled genuinely. He turned to Might Guy, teasing. Guy, you said it yourself, once I surpass you, you better not regret it. Guy's competitive spirit ignited. Yuma, you underestimate me. As a man, I keep my word, and I will not be surpassed by you. Then let us wait and see, Natsum Yuma challenged. They locked eyes, each as determined as a bull. Might Dai burst into laughter. The vigor of youth has ignited. Outside the door, a nurse passed by and, hearing the commotion, peered through the glass. She muttered in confusion. Didn't they say there was only one patient in this room? Why do they all seem so unhinged? After 2 days in the hospital, Natsum Yuma was completely recovered. During this time, Might Dai and his son tended to him with utmost diligence. Although they were both men, they displayed an unexpected level of attentiveness. Truth be told, Natsum Yuma hardly needed care. Aside from the bruise left by Might Guy's chop on his neck, he bore no other injuries. His mental state was also perfectly sound. He understood his situation well. The notion of a second personality was likely a fabrication by the system. Moreover, with the system and Appo's protection, the mind transfer technique posed no threat to his psyche. Thus, after 2 days, he grew restless. After much deliberation, the doctor finally permitted his discharge. During this time, he had not been idle. In addition to elevating his shadow clone technique to proficiency, he had also intensified his physical training. Each day, he performed 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and 100 sit-ups. His proficiency in body-strengthening techniques surged, and it would not be long before he leveled up again. Upon leaving the hospital, Natsum Yuma bid farewell to Might Guy and Might Dai. He returned home first to change into fresh attire. Just as he finished changing, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening the door, a stout figure stood at the threshold. With a head of spiky red hair cascading behind him, the newcomer spoke in a deep voice. Natsum Yuma, starting today, I shall serve as your leading jonin. Prepare yourself. I will take you to meet your other 2 companions. Chapter 7. Akudo Class A. I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Akudo Dingswa. Akudo Dingswa? The father of Akudo Dingsi? Natsum Yuma was somewhat taken aback. He had surmised that the visitor belonged to the Akudo clan. Yet he had not anticipated that it would be the father of Akudo Dingsi. A twinge of regret stirred within him. It was not that he held Akudo Dingswa in low regard. Rather, the fact that he hailed from the esteemed Akudo lineage and specialized in the family's secret technique of multiplication, a skill that was shrouded in secrecy, meant that Natsum Yuma would be unable to learn ninjutsu from him. However, it mattered little, for he was on the verge of mastering the 8 Gates technique, which would occupy his energy for the foreseeable future, leaving no room for other ninjutsu. Moreover, a technique that necessitated the consumption of drugs for its execution, while possessing some merit in localized multiplication, was ultimately of mediocre power. Thus, he did not regard it highly. Come with me. Akudo Dingswa beckoned to Natsum Yuma as they made their way out of the village. Soon, they arrived at a clearing just outside the village, where 2 figures awaited them. Seemingly bored. Upon seeing them, Natsum Yuma's eyes lit up. Well, what a coincidence. Hoshigaki, Kurenai, hello? I never imagined we would still be in the same class after graduation. Natsum Yuma? The 2 exclaimed, astonished upon recognizing him. Kurenai approached swiftly, circling around him, her curiosity evident as she scrutinized him from head to toe. I heard your personality has undergone a significant change. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I see it's true. You actually initiated a greeting. Indeed, people do change. Natsum Yuma replied with a smile as Hoshigaki ambled over leisurely. All right, Akudo Dingswa clapped his hands, drawing the trio's attention. Today, I have gathered you not only to inform you that I will be your supervising jonin, but also to assess your abilities through a game. As he spoke, he produced 3 portions of grilled meat from behind him. The aroma wafted through the air, enveloped in a secret sauce that made it appear delectable. Natsum Yuma's eyes widened in astonishment. He craned his neck to peek behind Akudo Dingswa. Wait, how can one retrieve 3 large portions of grilled meat from behind them? Where had he concealed them? It was a wondrous display of a true food lover's prowess. Noticing Natsum Yuma's incessant glances towards his rear, Akudo Dingswa instinctively shifted to block his view. He continued, the game is simple. I will distribute 1 portion of grilled meat to each of you, and your task is to safely deliver the food to the other end of the forest. During this time, I will attempt to seize the food from you. If even 1 portion reaches the destination, you win. How does that sound? Quite simple, isn't it? Now, come forward to receive your portion. The 3 stepped forward, each claiming a portion of grilled meat. As Natsum Yuma approached, he darted behind Akudo Dingswa for another glance. But to no avail. How astonishing. Where had the grilled meat come from? With a puzzled expression, he scratched his head and murmured as he cautiously sniffed the meat. Wary of any odd scents. Akudo Dingswa, observing that the trio had received their portions, declared without delay, begin. Before his words had fully dissipated, his rotund figure vanished in an instant. So fast, Natsum Yuma marveled. Was this the speed of a jonin? Seeing Akudo Dingswa disappear, Hoshigaki and Kurenai hurriedly dashed into the forest with their grilled meat. Stop right there. Natsum Yuma called out from behind. Hoshigaki and Kurenai halted, confusion etched upon their faces. Let us discuss later, Yuma. The teacher must have hidden himself by now. If we don't hurry, he will snatch away all the grilled meat, Kurenai urged. Her anxiety palpable. Hoshigaki nodded in agreement. Yes, if we run faster, perhaps one of us can deliver the meat to the destination. How naive, Natsum Yuma replied, unhurriedly approaching them. With the speed the teacher has just demonstrated, even if we each grew 2 additional legs, we would still not outrun him. Therefore, this game is not a contest of speed. What is it then? Hoshigaki inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his gaze, reminiscent of university students in another life. Of course, it is a matter of intellect. Natsum Yuma pointed to his head. Being a ninja requires cunning. Hoshigaki and Kurenai exchanged incredulous looks, feeling somewhat insulted. Was he implying they lacked intelligence? How dare he, given his position at the bottom of their class? Feigning ignorance of their skeptical expressions, Natsum Yuma continued confidently. First, as ninjas, we must learn to analyze information before undertaking a mission. In this game, the information we possess is what the teacher has revealed to us. He requires that at least 1 portion of food reaches the destination, but he has not specified the route, nor has he mandated who must deliver the grilled meat. Therefore, the only winning strategy is. At this point, Natsum Yuma draped an arm around each of their shoulders. Hoshigaki looked perplexed, while Kurenai's cheeks flushed. Just as she contemplated shaking off his arm, Natsum Yuma's voice reached her ears, illuminating her expression. Do you understand now? He asked, releasing them. We understand. But can you really do it? Kurenai questioned hesitantly. I not only can, but I excel at it. With that, Natsum Yuma began to form hand seals. With a puff of smoke, a clone identical to him materialized. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Level, Proficient, 2001000. Description, you have mastered the Shadow Clone Technique, and your clones are not easily discerned. Hoshigaki and Kurenai gazed in astonishment at the clone Natsum Yuma had conjured. They had not anticipated his capabilities. Not only did he possess intellect, but he had also mastered the clone technique with such finesse that the imitation bore no flaws. achieving a degree of realism that was indistinguishable from the original. Does the second personality possess such high talent? Then, an even more astonishing event unfolded. After creating the clone with chakra, Natsum did not stop there. He continued to form hand seals with both hands. In the next moment, his original form transformed into Hashigaki. Ninjutsu, transformation technique, level, proficient 260-1000. Description: you have mastered the transformation technique, enabling you to easily change into any object. Well, Yuma, you are incredibly impressive. Kurenai exclaimed, her mouth agape in awe. Hashigaki circled around Natsum, likewise expressing admiration. You truly are remarkable. Natsum wore a proud grin. I excel in other areas as well. I'll let you experience it sometime. Now, let us commence our operation. My chakra cannot maintain two techniques for long. With that, Natsum directed his clone to dash into the woods. Had it not been for his recent exploits and relentless training, enhancing his physique and increasing his chakra reserves, he would not have been able to achieve this. He yearns to simultaneously unleash and sustain two ninjutsu techniques, which seems nothing short of a dream. As the saying goes, the sensation of having an extraordinary advantage is truly exhilarating. Chapter 8. The final trial. As the crimson sun began to set, Yuhi Kurenai dashed into the forest, heading in another direction. Yet, Moonlight Gale did not follow. His form gradually faded, vanishing into thin air. In the dense woods, perched upon a branch, Akimichi Choza wore a satisfied smile. He was pleased with the performance of Natsum and his two companions, especially Natsum. Not only could he decipher the concealed information within Choza's words, but he also managed to coordinate the strengths of the other two, demonstrating his potential to assume the role of team leader. What surprised Choza even more was Natsum ability to simultaneously perform the shadow clone technique and transformation technique. Although both were merely E-rank basic ninjutsu, the fact that he could execute and maintain them at his age was indeed remarkable. His chakra levels and the finesse with which he manipulated it surpassed most of his peers, aside from a few prodigies. Reflecting on the information he had received from the Hokage regarding Natsum, he mused to himself that the talent of his second personality was beginning to reveal itself. At that moment, Choza sensed something unusual. Lowering his gaze, he saw Yuhi Kurenai standing beneath the tree, her face tilted upward, rapidly forming hand seals. For a brief moment, Choza's vision blurred. Simultaneously, Kurenai's figure vanished. Suddenly, Choza felt a tightening around his body as several branches coiled around him like serpents. Then, Kurenai's form emerged from the treetops above him. Illusion technique, binding tree, she exclaimed with a beaming smile. Teacher, you stay right there. Choza chuckled in response. That won't do. The game isn't over yet. No sooner had he spoken than his body began to swell, causing the entwining branches to snap one after another. These branches were mere illusions. Kurenai gasped as her form dissipated. Choza's body returned to its original state. He leaped down from the tree, watching Kurenai run off in the distance, admiring her talent. Impressive. To wield such illusions at this age. She truly is a child of the Yuhi clan. With a swish, his figure disappeared. Meanwhile, Natsum darted through the woods like a cheetah, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. He had dispelled both the transformation technique and shadow clone technique. His chakra nearly depleted. Were it not for his physical training accelerating his recovery, he would likely have collapsed to the ground by now. Natsum was uncertain whether he had deceived Akimichi Choji. He estimated he had not. After all, Choji was a jonin. Although his techniques were proficient, they were unlikely to fool someone of Choji's caliber, given that they were merely E-rank ninjutsu. However, he had achieved his objective. This trial did not test speed. Delivering the barbecue was merely a smokescreen. The true measures were analytical skills, tactical planning, and teamwork. Understanding this, he had put on a show before Moonlight Gale and Kurenai, devising a plan riddled with flaws. Indeed, it was flawed, yet effective, maximizing each individual's contribution. Next came the execution of the plan and collaboration. He transformed into two figures to divert attention, while Kurenai utilized her perceptive abilities to locate Choza. Facing three genin, Choza, as a jonin, would not exert his full strength. The likelihood of Kurenai finding him was substantial. Then, they would use illusions to distract him, while the real Moonlight Gale stealthily transported the barbecue via a different route. If Choza did not immediately pursue Gale, their chances of victory would be quite high. Or so he thought. It was likely that all their movements were under Choza and Appo's watchful eye. That cunning strategist might have been grading their performance from his concealed vantage point all along. Thus, Natsum did not concern himself with whether he had fooled Choza, for it was an impossible feat. Their performance was already satisfactory. Natsum refocused his thoughts, glancing around to ascertain his position. He estimated he was merely 100 meters away from the forest's edge, wondering if Kurenai had found their teacher. Regardless of her progress, this game was nearing its conclusion. He quickened his pace. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. A colossal mass descended from above with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater in the ground and sending dirt flying. Natsum halted abruptly and leaped backward as the massive orb rolled towards him, then bounced back up to crash down once more. He quickly dodged and accelerated away, the rolling mass pursuing him like a frenzied war chariot. So, this was the meatball battle vehicle? Truly formidable. As he evaded, Natsum Yuma contemplated a strategy. He recognized that the meatball was none other than his teacher, Akimichi Choji, and surmised that this must be the final trial. The meatball's onslaught was overwhelming, devastating everything in its path. The sound of splintering trees echoed around him. Even so, Natsum Yuma understood that Choza was holding back. Otherwise, as a mere genin, he would have been defeated long ago. But what was Choza's intent in doing so? Natsum Yuma quickly analyzed the situation as he evaded yet another strike. Wait a moment. He replayed the moments of his dodging in his mind. What appeared perilous was in fact a deliberate allowance of space for evasion. He suddenly grasped the truth. His teacher was testing his endurance and reflexes. How fortuitous. While he may not have gained much in other areas during these days, his physical stamina had significantly improved, and he was now nearly recovered enough to cope. With this realization, Natsum Yuma gathered his focus and began to dodge with utmost concentration, even taunting Choza in the process. Come at me. However, it wasn't long before the taunt transformed into a plea for mercy. Please don't come at me. For he soon discovered that Choza showed no signs of relenting. Once, twice, thrice. He had lost count of how many times he had dodged. Natsum Yuma's vision began to blur. Ultimately, he could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The 30% recovery rate from his physical training could no longer match his consumption. The meatball ceased its rolling, sprouting limbs and a head, transforming back into Akimichi Choza. He crossed his arms, gazing down at the boy sprawled on the ground. A smile gracing his face. Natsum Yuma awoke to the aroma of barbecue wafting through the air, his stomach rumbling in response. Why was he always so hungry? He lamented silently. It was truly unfortunate. You're awake. Come over and have some barbecue, Choza's deep voice called out. Natsum Yuma sat up to see Choza, Yuhi Kurenai, and Moonlight Gale gathered around a campfire, savoring the barbecue. Kurenai and Gale were thoroughly enjoying their meal, sauce smeared across their faces. Natsum Yuma swallowed hard. Hastening over to join them, and without a second thought, began to devour the barbecue, oblivious to its origin. He relished it more than anyone else. How did you two fare in the end? Were you able to deliver the food? He inquired. Kurenai remained silent, merely continuing to feast. Moonlight Swift exclaimed, No. I am currently unable to utilize the technique of evasion for an extended period, which led to my discovery by the teacher midway. The teacher knocked me unconscious with a rather forceful assault. Sunset Red interjected, How outrageous. How could the teacher employ such a brutal ninjutsu against a girl? It turned out she too had been struck down by Akimichi Dingswa and was seething with indignation. Were it not for the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat, she would have considered a hunger strike in protest. Akimichi Dingswa, scratching his head in embarrassment, had shown no favoritism. He had been lenient with everyone. Yet, only Natsum Yuzuna had managed to persevere until exhaustion. Both Sunset Red and Moonlight Swift had been knocked down at the very first encounter. Their stamina and reaction speed were considerably inferior to that of Natsum Yuzuna, whose psychological fortitude also warranted further refinement. Akimichi Dingswa offered no explanations, merely chuckling. You two truly are quite useless, Natsum Yuzuna retorted without reservation, boasting, I was the last one standing. His smug demeanor was utterly infuriating. Unable to contain herself, Sunset Red lunged at him with a roar, while Moonlight Swift swiftly secured him from behind. The three of them tumbled into a scuffle, prompting hearty laughter from Akimichi Dingswa. Chapter 9. The transformation of Chakra's nature. The following morning, in a clearing within the forest outside the village, 3 figures, one large and 2 small, could be seen, either seated or standing. Where could that rascal Yushin be? Tsukihime Red mumbled irritably. Beside her, Moonlight Gale remained silent, idly scribbling in the dirt with a stick out of sheer boredom. Akadu Dingzu was seated on a wooden stump, eyes closed in meditation. Several minutes passed before Natsum Yushin finally arrived, somewhat tardily. Good morning, everyone, he greeted with enthusiasm. Not at all, Tsukihime Red retorted, hands on her hips, visibly displeased. Why are you so late? We've been waiting ages for you. My sincerest apologies, Natsum replied earnestly. It seems I inadvertently lost my way at the crossroads of life. Who would believe such nonsense? Tsukihime huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. This fellow was truly infuriating. Not only was he late, but he also had the audacity to spin such ridiculous tales. She found herself reminiscing about the old Natsum Yushin, though he had been taciturn and reluctant to engage. He had never been this insufferable. That's the truth, Natsum declared as he walked past her, leaving Tsukihime fuming in place. That morning, Natsum Yushin was once again treated to a meal prepared by Noera Rin. This time, sushi crafted by her own hands. In gratitude for her kindness, he insisted on dragging her inside for a casual chat that stretched on for 10 minutes, until she mentioned needing to gather with others, prompting him to realize he was already late. With no choice, he sprinted to the meeting point. Upon reaching Akadu Dingzu, he inquired, Sir, is there a particular reason you called us together? Akadu Dingzu opened his eyes, casting a resigned glance at Natsum. This student was talented and intelligent, yet often lacked focus. Do not let this happen again, he admonished mildly before continuing. The reason for your gathering is to test your chakra's nature transformation. Chakra's nature transformation? Natsum feigned confusion, maintaining his persona as a lowly commoner ninja who should not be knowledgeable about such matters. Listen closely, you fool, Tsukihime declared, her irritation fading. Essentially, there are 5 types of chakra nature transformations: wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. Sound familiar? Indeed. These 5 transformations are the origin of the names of the 5 great nations. And what is the nature transformation of my chakra? Natsum displayed his ignorance once more. How would I know? Tsukihime replied with a smirk. Isn't the teacher supposed to test us to find out? Akidu Dingzu nodded in agreement. Indeed. You will only know your affinity after the test. He then produced 3 pieces of special paper from his waist pouch and handed them to the trio. Only Natsum accepted one. Sir, my father has already tested my chakra beforehand, Tsukihime chimed in, not revealing her own affinity. Moonlight Gale nodded as well, indicating he had already undergone a test. Akidu Dingzu was unfazed. He returned the remaining papers to his pouch and explained to Natsum, this is chakra paper, made from special materials that react differently to varying chakra nature transformations. Now, try channeling your chakra into it. Natsum nodded, eager to discover the nature of his chakra. Despite his shortcomings, the nature transformation held no restrictions for him. As he channeled his chakra, the paper began to crumple, revealing a lightning attribute. Lightning attribute, how surprising. Natsum mused. A thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that Kakashi, known as Konoha's foremost technician, also possessed a lightning affinity and would soon develop the Chidori technique. Could he leverage this commonality to engage him in conversation? Perhaps he could propose the concept of Chidori before Kakashi himself, thereby accelerating his development and cultivating goodwill, setting the stage for future collaborations. What a splendid scenario, a triple win for him. With a self-satisfied grin, Natsum felt proud of his cleverness. Tsukihime noticed his expression and muttered, it's just a lightning attribute. What is there to be so proud of? As Akidu Dingzu observed the changes in the chakra paper, he remarked, your chakra's nature transformation is lightning, making you naturally suited for lightning release. However, he paused, I'm not proficient in lightning release, so you'll need to find your own way to master it. Natsum smiled, that is perfectly fine, sir. Beyond ninjutsu, there is much I can learn from you. His flattering words brought a hearty laugh from Akidu Dingzu, who patted Natsum on the shoulder. You are correct. Aside from ninjutsu, I will certainly teach you everything else diligently. At that moment, Moonlight Gale interjected, Teacher, why don't we start with some missions? Yes, Tsukihime added, we are all Jinin now. Yet we haven't undertaken a single mission. It hardly feels like we're ninjas. Natsum nodded in agreement. If they didn't start taking on missions soon, he would be destitute, as he had been living off the generosity of others lately, which was unsustainable. Akidu Dingzu relented, saying very well, it's time for you to embark on some missions. He then led the trio back to the village, arriving at the mission hall. In the evening, Akidu Dingzu returned to the mission hall with the 3 exhausted individuals. Tsukihime's hair was disheveled, and her clothes were covered in dust. What on earth? My very first mission was to find a cat. She glared at the feline that Natsum was carrying by the scruff of its neck. This wretched cat, such a nuisance. Moonlight Gale, his previously pristine face now marred with scratches, muttered, why am I the only one who got hurt? He then descended into a state of existential bewilderment. Natsum maintained a stern expression, struggling to suppress his laughter. He feared that if he spoke, he would burst into fits of giggles, jeopardizing their camaraderie. Observing the varied expressions of the trio, Akidu Dingzu shook his head in resignation. Gale, your injuries stemmed from your carelessness. After using the body flicker technique to catch the cat, you shouldn't have revealed yourself so close to it. Who else would it claw if not you? He emphasized. When executing missions, the greatest folly is to be careless. Moonlight Gale lowered his head in shame. Yes, sir, I understand. Akidu Dingzu continued, Red. Why didn't you use Genjutsu? You had no qualms about using it to attack me during our games. Why not this time? Tsukihime shrank her neck in response. The sound was as faint as a mosquito's hum. I have forgotten. Natsum Yu's shoulders trembled imperceptibly. No, how could one forget this? The discomfort within him intensified. Chapter 10 Masterful Body Refinement Yujin. Akiyama Dingzua's gaze turned towards Natsum Yujin, a hint of a smile emerging on his serious face. You performed admirably this time. I can see your foundation is solid, and your thinking is quite expansive. The way you transformed into a mother cat was particularly astonishing. Natsum Yujin could no longer suppress the grin that crept onto his lips, feeling a swell of pride. However, he soon heard Akiyama Dingzwa shift his tone, continuing. But what I find perplexing is why you didn't resist when the cat had you pinned down. Was there something special? Natsum Yujin felt a surge of embarrassment. In a flash, he leaped onto Akiyama Dingzwa's back, covering his mouth with one hand. You should be quiet, for heaven's sake. Just praise me, and let this embarrassing incident remain unspoken. I was just as shocked. Natsum Yujin mentally berated himself. He had never anticipated that the advanced transformation technique would have such a flaw. In his moment of panic, he realized he couldn't revert back. Clearly, he needed more practice. If it hadn't been for Tsukake's timely intervention in capturing that troublesome cat, he would have been utterly humiliated. He was further astonished that Akiyama Dingzwa, that carefree giant, would bring up such an embarrassing moment in the bustling task hall. Wasn't this tantamount to social suicide? As he glanced at the gathering crowd, he quickly explained, "It was a mistake. I miscalculated. But no worries, my teammate caught the cat at a crucial moment." The disappointed onlookers began to disperse. "What are you disappointed about? Are you just waiting for me to be humiliated?" Natsum Yujin's eye twitched as he cursed inwardly. Akiyama Dingzwa set him down, unable to conceal the mirth in his eyes. It was not merely an accident, it was intentional. This fellow's smug expression irked him. And for the sake of unity, he thought it unfair for only one of them to suffer embarrassment. At that moment, Tsukake chimed in, "Yujin, you haven't thanked me yet." Yuhi also shot him a disdainful glance. Natsum Yujin rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly mortified. After completing the task and dividing the earnings, Akiyama's team disbanded. On the way home, Natsum Yujin contemplated the money in his hands. The task of finding the cat was classified as D rank, with a reward of 5,000 Rio. Since it was led by A.J. Neen, he took the lion's share of 2,000 Rio, with a portion deducted for the village. The remaining 2,000 was split among the 3 lower-ranked ninjas, yielding just over 700 Rio each. Given that a bowl of ramen costs 60 Rio, this sum would afford him several bowls. However, if he were to buy ingredients and cook for himself, it would last him quite a while. Moreover, Akiyama's team wouldn't be limited to just this task. The crisis of having no money for food was thus resolved. Having traversed several days in this new world, Natsum Yujin began to yearn for the culinary delights of his previous life. He made his way to the village market, purchasing rice, flour, oil, meat, fresh vegetables, and eggs. Upon returning home, he commenced cooking. With the memories of his past life guiding him, preparing several dishes proved to be no challenge. As he heated the oil and added pork to the pan, 3 dishes and a soup were soon ready. He filled a large bowl with rice and took a bite of the stir-fried green peppers with meat. "Ah, the taste of home," he exclaimed, lost in bliss. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation and opened the system interface. To his astonishment, he had gained a new skill. Skill, Culinary Arts. Level, Proficient 0-1000. Description, you have mastered culinary arts, enabling you to replicate the flavors of your homeland with great finesse. A plethora of cooking techniques and culinary experiences flooded his mind. In an instant, he transformed from someone who could merely cook into a skilled chef. If my culinary prowess was once rated at a 3, now it soared to at least a 6. Yet, as he sat down to enjoy his own creations, he suddenly found them lacking. Despite their appealing appearance and aroma, they were riddled with flaws, either undercooked, overcooked, or overly salted. Resisting the urge to discard the dishes, he forced himself to finish 1 bowl of rice, but could consume no more. Such wastefulness. Have you only been eating well for a few days to become so arrogant? Natsum Yujin scolded himself inwardly as he carried the leftover food towards the garbage bin. In just a few days since his arrival, he had abandoned the commendable tradition of frugality that characterized his heritage, leaving him feeling shameful and guilty. Yet, he simply couldn't force down such unpalatable food. As he lifted the lid of the trash can, he spotted a dog. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He smiled. No need to waste it now. The dog, noticing him, wagged its tail and barked twice, seemingly greeting him. Natsum Yujin crouched down and offered the remnants to the dog, which showed no signs of disdain, sniffing eagerly before devouring the food. "Yujin, what are you doing?" a familiar voice called out. Turning his gaze, he saw no error. "Rin." "Oh, Rin, have you eaten yet?" He waved, adopting a casual greeting common back home. "I just finished," she replied, squatting beside him. "It smells delicious. What are you feeding it?" By this time, the dog had nearly polished off the food, leaving only a small amount of broth in the bowl. Natsum Yujin felt a rare sense of embarrassment. "It's nothing. Just some dishes I made that turned out terribly, so I had to give them to the dog." "Not at all. It smells wonderful," Rin remarked, gazing at him with admiration. "I never expected you could cook. There's much you might not know about me. Besides, after this experience, my culinary skills have skyrocketed. If you have time someday, I'll cook for you." Natsum Yujin boasted, his pride swelling once more. "Really?" Rin's face lit up with anticipation. "Of course. We're friends. And I wouldn't lie to you," he assured her, patting his chest. "I'll be looking forward to it." She nodded, her hair dancing in the breeze, her smile radiant. Natsum Yujin chuckled in response. "You won't have to wait long. I'll let you taste my steamed buns tomorrow morning." As the dog finished its meal, it licked the plate clean before trotting off. Shortly after, Rin also departed. Natsum Yujin placed the empty plate by the door. With plenty of time left in the day, he decided to train. He began with 100 squats in one breath, his face remaining unflushed and breath steady. Next, he completed 100 push-ups, still feeling at ease. "My physical abilities are now at least 5 times what they used to be," Natsum Yujin concluded. With a flicker of thought, he opened the system interface. After several days of dedicated effort, his body refinement level had notably improved. Skill, Body Refinement. Level, Master 0-100,000. Description, you have attained mastery in body refinement. Any form of exercise yields exceptional results, and your body's recovery rate has increased by 50%. The recovery speed has astonishingly increased by 20%. It appears that achieving the master level brings about a qualitative transformation. I wonder what changes will occur once I elevate my ninjutsu to the master level. Unfortunately, aside from the most fundamental technique of the body flicker technique, I currently possess no other ninjutsu. Natsum Yuma pondered quietly. After the dissolution tomorrow, I shall seek out Uncle Dai and the others. Chapter 11. The temptation of buns awakening early in the morning to gather dong. Rising with the dawn to make buns, and once they are done, to feed them to the little girl. Natsum Yuma hummed a cheerful tune as he kneaded the dough. He had risen before 5 o'clock that morning. Having promised Noera Rin the previous day to prepare buns for her, he was determined to keep his word. After kneading the dough, he set it aside and began to prepare the filling. He had chosen 2 types, one meaty and one vegetarian. Once the filling was ready and the dough had risen sufficiently, Natsum Yuma commenced the wrapping process. With his skilled culinary expertise, his hands moved swiftly and methodically. In no time, he had crafted over 30 buns, each featuring a thin skin, ample filling, and 18 folds. Next, he set a pot of water to boil. And after a flurry of activity, the enticing aroma of the buns wafted through the air, mingling with the rising steam. The children next door were practically salivating. Upon catching a whiff of the fragrant buns, Noera Rin's eyes sparkled with delight. After greeting her parents, she eagerly made her way to Natsum Yuma's home. Seeing the buns arranged on the plate, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. Wow! She could hardly articulate her amazement, resorting to exclamations of wonder. Stop exclaiming and start eating. Natsum Yuma smiled at her adorable expression. Without hesitation, Rin picked up a bun with her chopsticks, blowing gently on it. When the temperature felt just right, she took a hearty bite. The fluffy, tender skin combined with the savory meat filling created an unparalleled taste experience. Despite consuming 4 buns, she still felt a lingering desire for more. Yet, as a young girl, she felt it would be improper to indulge further. Yuma, you are incredible. I have never tasted such delicious food. Rin's eyes curved into crescent moons. Let us keep it low-key. Next time I have the chance, I will prepare something even more delectable for you. Natsum Yuma replied with a grin. He then gathered up a dozen buns, half meaty and half vegetarian, placing them in a food box, which he handed to Rin. I heard you were in the same class as Uchiha Obito and Kakashi. Since you are classmates, could you deliver these buns to them? Let them savor the taste too. Absolutely. Rin beamed as she accepted the food box. She was certain that they would be overjoyed to enjoy such delightful treats. After a brief chat, Rin departed with the food box in hand. Natsum Yuma glanced at the remaining buns and found another food box to pack them away. Checking the time, he realized, unsurprisingly, that he was late once again. With no choice, he hurried to the meeting point. Good morning, everyone. He greeted with his usual enthusiasm. What nonsense are you going to tell us today to trick us? Yuhi Kurenai rolled her eyes at him, teasingly. Natsum Yuma replied with a serious expression. Kurenai, you misunderstand me. I have never deceived you. Every word I speak is the truth. The reason for my tardiness today is that I not only lost my way at a crossroads in life but also spent time making buns. If you don't believe me, take a look. With that, he revealed the food box he had hidden behind him, lifting the lid. The aroma of the buns filled the air. Kurenai's initially disdainful gaze vanished in an instant. Even the usually aloof Kamizuki Izumo dropped his stick in surprise. Akimichi Choza, who had been meditating like a seasoned monk, suddenly opened his eyes. The 3 of them fixed their stares on Natsum Yuma's food box. Yuma felt a wave of apprehension wash over him as Choza's hefty figure appeared before him as if by magic. Yuma, what is this? He inquired. Eyes fixed on the buns. Kurenai and Izumo joined him, their gazes locked on the delectable treats, unwilling to budge. As they drew closer, the scent of the buns intensified. Gulp. The 3 swallowed in unison. Clearing his throat, Natsum Yuma responded. These are called buns, and they are a culinary masterpiece I spent all night crafting. Buns. What a peculiar name, Izumo remarked quietly. Though the name may be odd, the taste is undoubtedly exquisite. To try them, Natsum Yuma encouraged, extending the food box towards them. Their expressions reflected disbelief. Is this really for us? Kurenai asked hesitantly. Indeed, Natsum Yuma affirmed with a nod. Good things are meant to be shared. Hearing this, Choza took the food box, his large hand thumping heavily on Yuma's shoulder. Yuma, well done. I truly admire those who can share food. Natsum Yuma nearly stumbled from the force of the pat. Had it not been for his recent efforts and a small bit of external help, his physique would have been far less resilient. He grinned. Please, don't be so courteous. I will need your guidance in many areas moving forward. Choza nodded solemnly, as if understanding everything without a word. The trio then gathered around, indulging in the buns. The deliciousness of the buns was no exaggeration. After savoring them, Kurenai awarded Natsum Yuma with a radiant smile. Wow, these buns are amazing. Yuma, I had no idea your culinary skills were so exceptional. Leaning against a tree trunk, Natsum Yuma waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing really. When I have the time, I'll prepare some authentic stinky tofu for you. It will surely be unforgettable. Izumo, usually quiet, was lost in the delightful flavors of the buns, utterly captivated. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and turned to Natsum Yuma. Yuma, aren't you going to eat? Natsum Yuma chuckled. Although Izumo was not one for many words, he was undoubtedly a thoughtful child. I have already eaten. These are specially prepared for you. Choza, the true foodie, devoured the buns almost one by one, while Izumo and Kurenai combined had not eaten as many as he had. Soon, the buns were all gone. Kurenai glared at Choza. Teacher, you ate too much. Izumo and I only managed to eat 2 each. Izumo remained silent, but wore a discontented expression to convey his feelings. Choza, however, sat in silence, staring vacantly at the now empty food box, suddenly bursting into tears. The depth of his sorrow was striking, akin to that of a child weighing 400 to 500 pounds. The trio jumped in surprise, about to inquire what was wrong, when they heard him exclaiming between sobs, What was that? It was so delicious. What will I do if I can't eat it again? Their expressions were priceless. Kurenai looked disdainful. Izumo was in shock, while Natsum Yuma felt helpless. Since this was his doing, he stepped forward to console him. Don't worry, teacher. If you want to eat it again, I'll make more for you in a little while. Really? Choza instantly ceased crying. You promised, so don't forget. Natsum Yuma sighed inwardly, finally grasping the situation. This foodie was employing a tactic to secure more buns from him. Aren't you a grown man? Shouldn't you have a bit of dignity? He could only nod in resignation, elongating his tone as he uttered. Indeed, suddenly, a thought emerged in his mind. Since dumplings were so immensely popular, could he perhaps consider opening a breakfast shop? Not to mention, just the Chiu Dao clan alone could bring him substantial profits. Chapter 12. Gourmet City, however, in a fleeting moment, he dismissed that notion. He believed that his ambitions were too limited. What was the point of merely opening a breakfast shop? With such a plethora of Chinese culinary delights available, why not establish a Chinese gourmet city? It would not only be profitable, but also serve to promote Chinese cuisine across the globe. What could be more gratifying? Moreover, he gazed at the Akimichi clan. With such a family of food enthusiasts, he wouldn't even need to invest his own money, as long as he could win over their palates with delectable dishes. Enticing them to contribute a modest sum to invest in his venture would be effortless. It was not arrogance. It was a profound confidence in the richness of Chinese gastronomy. Once he amassed sufficient funds, he would purchase any ninjutsu he desired, he thought, gritting his teeth in determination. He had grown weary of possessing extraordinary abilities without a means to utilize them. As a commoner, his path to strength would necessarily begin with financial success. Working for someone else was out of the question. He could never bring himself to do that. Taking on missions was futile as well, given his lack of strength to accept high-paying tasks. The only solution was to establish a Chinese gourmet city, allowing him to earn money to buy the ninjutsu he craved. With this resolve, he approached Akimichi Dings and quietly inquired, Teacher, would you be interested in other culinary delights? Other culinary delights? Akimichi Ding's mouth watered at the thought, and he unconsciously murmured, Can you prepare other dishes? I can prepare in abundance. Summer Yuzin enthusiastically began listing dishes: steamed lamb, steamed bear paws. He rattled off the names of dishes until he nearly choked. So what do you think? Are you interested? If so, just say the word, and I'll prepare them for you. Akimichi Dings was utterly entranced from the moment Summer Yuzin began listing dishes. His saliva flowed freely as he realized that there were so many culinary wonders in this world. Merely hearing their names made his mouth water uncontrollably. It was hard to imagine just how delicious these dishes must be. Finally, when he heard Summer Yuzin ask if he wanted to try them, the answer was obvious. He was exceedingly eager to indulge in them, perhaps even dreaming about them in the future. He grasped Summer Yuzin's arm, incredulous, and asked, Can I truly savor these dishes? Of course, teacher, absolutely. Summer Yuzin nodded solemnly. As long as you contribute a little investment, I can establish a gourmet city where you can enjoy these culinary delights. Gourmet city? A voice chimed in from behind, startling Summer Yuzin. Go away. I'm discussing matters with my teacher. What business do you, a child, have here? Go play in the mud, he retorted. You're the child, came the sharp reply from Yuhi Kurenai, who leaned closer to them, her head filled with questions. What is a gourmet city? It sounds like a place that sells food. Mizuki Shikaku also approached, and Summer Yuzin found himself at a loss for words. He was having a serious discussion with Akimichi Dings, yet these two were intruding. But then he reconsidered. Why not involve them? As teammates and friends. They could all profit together. Red, Shikaku, what is your family situation? He inquired. Why do you want to know? Yuhi Kurenai shot back. Just curious. I have a lucrative opportunity and need a few partners. If you don't want to share, that's fine. Wait, Yuhi Kurenai quickly interjected. There's nothing wrong with sharing. My father is Waihai Akihiko, a Jonin, and also a mentor for Chunin and Genin. Mizuki Shikaku added. My family is a once prominent bloodline clan that has fallen into decline. I'm the only one in my generation who has awakened to be a Kugin. Speaking of his family brought a hint of disappointment to his tone. Summer Yuzin patted his shoulder. I understand. So you both don't lack for funds, then? That makes things easier. The opportunity one mentioned is indeed the gourmet city. He wasted no time and got straight to the point. I plan to build a gourmet city in the village. I'll provide the expertise, and you provide the funding. Once profits are made, we split the earnings proportionally. What do you say? I'm in, Akimichi Ding suddenly declared. Yuzin, I have but one request, he continued. Speak freely. Once the gourmet city is established, it must feature those dishes you mentioned. Of course, it must have them, Summer Yuzin assured him. Otherwise, it wouldn't even deserve the title of gourmet city. Moreover, there will be many more dishes beyond those I've mentioned. More? Akimichi Ding's mouth began to water again, and he hastily wiped it with his sleeve. All right. I'll discuss this with the clan elders when we return. I should have news for you by this afternoon at the latest. His so-called discussion involved how much to invest, not whether to invest. As a family of food lovers, they could hardly resist the allure of great cuisine. Yuhi Kurenai quickly added, I also need to consult with my father. Though pampered in her family, she was still a child and could not make such significant decisions on her own. Mizuki Shikako echoed, I need to speak with my family as well. His situation was similar to Kurenai's, with the only distinction being that as the sole inheritor of his family's bloodline, he had a slight voice in family matters, though it was only a slight one. All right, I will await your news. Summer Yuzin felt confident that the plan would succeed. Although Yuhi Kurenai and Mizuki Shikaku couldn't make decisions independently, he wasn't entirely reliant on them. He included them merely because they were classmates and could profit together. Ultimately, as long as Akimichi Dings agreed, the plan would proceed. Akimichi Ding's influence extended beyond just the Akimichi clan. It included the Nara and Yamanaka clans as well. All three clans were esteemed founding families of Konoha, wielding significant power and prestige, comparable to the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. With their support, establishing a gourmet city, or even 10, would be a trivial matter. After discussing the gourmet city, Akimichi Dings did not neglect his role as a mentor to the Jonin. He began instructing the three on how to precisely control their chakra. Similar to the protagonists in anime, he employed tree climbing and water walking as training methods. The trio easily grasped the techniques. Summer Yuzin's ease in learning surprised Akimichi Dings, while the other two were heirs of ninja families. Summer Yuzin came from humble beginnings and was an orphan. His ability to master the skills with such ease indicated a remarkable talent that overshadowed that of his peers. As long as this child didn't meet an untimely demise, Akimichi Dings was confident he would eventually become a Jonin. Unbeknownst to him, Summer Yuzin had even greater confidence in himself. The rank of Jonin held little significance for him. Even becoming Hokage was merely a small goal. Now, he found himself one step closer to that ambition. Was the creation of the gourmet city solely for the purpose of making money and promoting Chinese cuisine? Yes, but not entirely. He also aimed to intertwine his interests with the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, forging them into his most loyal allies. In the future, on the day he campaigned for Hokage, he intended not only to overpower his opponents through strength, but also to overshadow them politically. The gourmet city was merely his initial step. The next step is to seek an esteemed mentor. Natsum Yuma clung firmly to a tree branch as thick as a thigh, his entire being suspended like a bat beneath the foliage. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of a vampire poised to reveal its fangs. This world shall ultimately succumb to my dominion, he whispered silently, articulating his grand ambition. Chapter 13, The 8 Gates of Duinjia, Liver. 2 days later, in the afternoon, within the woods outside the village, Natsum Yuma and Might Guy were engaged in a series of handstand push-ups. 99, 100, that should suffice. With a powerful push, Natsum Yuma propelled himself upward like a spring, tracing an arc in the air, flipping from head down to feet down, landing firmly on the ground. Observing that Yuma had only completed 100, Might Guy exclaimed, Yuma, I see you still have energy to spare. Why not push yourself a little further? Let the passion of youth burn to its fullest. Continue your own burning. I've had enough, Yuma casually replied. With the enhancement of body conditioning, the exercise of 100 handstand push-ups equated to the effect of 1,600. That was ample for him. He needed to conserve his strength for the 8 Gates of Duinjia. Indeed, the technique he had long desired was finally within his grasp. He stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, arms crossed before his forehead, and lowered his head slightly. After a moment of silence, his entire aura shifted dramatically. 8 Gates of Duinjia. Open the first gate. Open. In the next instant, Yuma felt his previously tranquil chakra surge violently within him, as if an invisible shackle had been released. In truth, it had. The latent chakra within him was unleashed, causing his chakra reserves to multiply tenfold. However, simultaneously, his bodily energy was depleting rapidly. Even with a master-level recovery rate of 50%, it could not fully offset the consumption. 10 minutes later, his energy was completely exhausted, and he reluctantly exited the state of the 8 Gates. He swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. It seems this is my current limit, he murmured, summoning the system to review the information displayed. Body technique, 8 Gates of Duinjia. Level, beginner 2100. Description, your 8 Gates of Duinjia is at the beginner stage. You can only open the first gate. Open. Guy looked at Natsum Yuma with a hint of envy. His years of relentless training had only recently allowed him to barely sense the existence of the 8 Gates, managing to open the first gate with great difficulty. Yet Yuma had learned it in an instant. Is this what genius looks like? He found himself momentarily lost in thought. But soon, He regained his composure. His gaze resolute once more. What geniuses can accomplish, I can achieve as well. It merely requires a bit more sweat. Effort will never betray me. He quickened his pace in doing push-ups, excitement coursing through him like a rush of adrenaline. Let the youth burn. Ayuma turned his head to glance at the exuberant Might Guy, feeling a touch bewildered. Yet, he had grown accustomed to it. Guy was simply that kind of person. His spirit eternally ablaze. He recalled the previous day when Might Guy had imparted the knowledge of the 8 gates to him, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. His extraordinary abilities had indeed sparked a reaction in this father-son duo. It had also been in this very forest. Might Guy stood before him, stating, "Child, mastering the 8 gates of Duinjia is no easy feat. You must refine both your body and will to the utmost, and locate the 8 gates within the human body to unlock them. Throughout the training process, one must endure excruciating pain and even face the risks of injury or death." Might Guy's expression was unusually solemn as he asked, "Are you truly willing to learn?" He had to be cautious. No one understood better than him the terror of the 8 gates. They were terrifying to adversaries, and equally so to their users. The essence of the 8 gates of Duinjia lies in exchanging life for power. The stronger the power gained, the greater the backlash against the body. Opening the 8th gate demands a sacrifice of life itself. He needed to ensure that Natsum Yuma comprehended the risks involved. Yuma nodded without hesitation, his gaze unwavering. "Yes, I understand the difficulties and risks, but I still wish to learn. After all, I have my advantages." "Then let your youth ignite," Might Guy encouraged, quickly pressing 8 points on Yuma's body, corresponding to the 8 gates. "Remember their locations, then perceive them." Yuma closed his eyes, striving to sense them. Then, he felt it. With a thought, he opened the system interface. Indeed, he had mastered the 8 gates of Duinjia. Body technique, 8 gates of Duinjia. Level, beginner 0-100, suppressing his excitement, he opened his eyes. Might Guy, seeing Yuma's silence, assumed he hadn't sensed anything, and consoled him. "Didn't he perceive anything? Don't be discouraged. It's normal not to sense anything at first." Guy took his voice trailed off, for Yuma's aura had shifted dramatically. Invisible currents of energy swirled around him. "Why you?" Might Guy stammered, gazing at Yuma as if he were a monster. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed someone could master the 8 gates in an instant. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Have you mastered it?" "Yes, Uncle Dai, I have learned it." Yuma grinned, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him. His expression radiated joy. At last, he possessed a skill he could showcase. Might Guy collapsed to the ground, his emotions a tumultuous blend of joy and disappointment. He was elated to have such an extraordinary student, yet disheartened that the mastery he had spent 20 years achieving was instantaneously acquired by Yuma. The chasm between genius and mediocrity truly took one's breath away. He chuckled at his own predicament, then pulled himself together. "I cannot let Guy see me in this state." He quickly rose, giving Yuma a thumbs up. "Child, your talent astonishes me. You are destined to become a remarkable ninja." Upon hearing this, Yuma did not respond with his usual bravado. He deactivated the 8 gates of Duinjia and respectfully bowed to Might Guy. "Uncle Dai, I will never forget your guidance." Might Guy hastily helped him up, smiling. "I merely provided a simple pointer. Your ability to learn stems entirely from your exceptional talent." Not merely exceptional, but extraordinary, he thought to himself. Yuma shook his head, stating earnestly, "Without your guidance, even with my advantages, I would not have been able to learn it." This was the truth. Prior to Might Guy's instruction, he had attempted to comprehend it independently, only to find his advantages seemingly ineffective, yielding no results. It was uncertain whether it was due to his lack of talent or the limitations of the system's functions. A medium and process for learning were essential. Although he understood many principles of ninjutsu, he could not comprehend them on his own. Which was why he felt such deep gratitude towards Might Guy. Having concluded his recollections, Yuma sensed that his energy had sufficiently recovered. He assumed his stance once more. 8 gates of Duinjia. Open the liver. Chapter 14. The astonished Might Guy gazed at Yujin Natsum as he once again unlocked the 8 gates. His expression somewhat dazed. Was Yujin's recovery speed truly that astonishing? He had never witnessed him engaging in rigorous training before. The image of Yujin just moments ago, nearly collapsing after releasing the 8 gates, lingered in Guy's mind. To think that within a mere 20 minutes, he could activate the 8 gates once more was genuinely perplexing, reshaping his understanding of genius. In the next moment, an even more bewildering event unfolded. Less than 2 seconds after unlocking the 8 gates, Yujin exited the state. Was his stamina not fully restored? Perhaps he was indeed pushing himself too hard. Just as these thoughts crossed Guy's mind, Yujin activated the 8 gates yet again, only to withdraw less than a second later. He began an endless cycle, akin to a mischievous child toggling a light switch. On, off, on. Guy fell silent. While he could not comprehend Yujin's reasoning, he surmised there must be some rationale behind it. He diverted his attention back to his own training, feeling invigorated by Yujin's display. It was as though he had received an adrenaline boost, prompting him to shout, 500 push-ups for youth. He plunged into an intense regimen of push-ups. As he reached 200, an overwhelming aura surged towards him. He lifted his head in surprise, witnessing Yujin emanating a verdant energy. His exposed skin had turned a crimson hue, veins bulging grotesquely. Could it be? A disbelieving thought stirred within him. No, it couldn't be. He muttered to himself, his expression stiffening. In the next instant, as if to affirm his suspicion, Yuzhen moved. The ground beneath him crumbled, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting through the forest like a bolt of lightning. The gust of wind he created roared forth, snapping branches and sending leaves spiraling through the air. Guy stood there, transfixed. After a while, he murmured to himself, the third gate of the 8 gates, the life gate. Yuzhen, in motion, was filled with exhilaration. He had finally mastered the 8 gates to a proficient level. Martial arts, 8 gates, level, proficient 10,000, description. You have mastered the 8 gates proficiently, allowing you to easily unlock the first 3 gates. A flood of insights and experiences regarding the 8 gates surged into his mind, as though he had trained for years, becoming ingrained in his muscle memory. Yuzhen abruptly halted, transitioning seamlessly from a rapid pace to utter stillness. The cyclone behind him dissipated, and leaves rained down from the trees. He lowered his head and raised his hands. In his line of sight, he appeared akin to a cooked lobster, vibrant red, with protruding veins that looked fearsome. The chakra radiating from him manifested as a green energy enveloping his entire being. Truthfully, the color instilled a twinge of anxiety within him. However, upon sensing the immense power coursing through him, he quickly dismissed his fears. Now that he had opened the third gate, his power and speed surged beyond the foundation established by the first gate. He felt a strength unprecedented in his being. At this moment, he believed he could easily defeat 10 versions of his former self. Yuzhen's heart swelled with enthusiasm. He finally possessed the capability to contend with his peers among ninjas. Yet, he was acutely aware that opening all 3 gates brought him perilously close to the safety limits of the 8 gates, as well as to the limits of his own body. The rapid depletion of energy left even him, an exceptional individual, feeling a surge of trepidation. It was no wonder the 8 gates were classified as forbidden techniques. Such exhaustion was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to endure. And this was merely the first 3 gates. The subsequent 5 demanded even greater sacrifice, and the backlash upon the body was even more terrifying. The last 2 gates exacted a direct toll on one's life force. To practice the 8 gates, one must undergo extreme training to fortify the body, thereby mitigating the backlash incurred from opening the gates. It seems I must continue to train my body, Yuzhen mused. He had not forgotten that it was his fortuitous advantage that allowed him to learn the 8 gates so swiftly. In contrast, Might Guy and his son had devoted decades of relentless training to pursue the authentic path of mastering the 8 gates. Furthermore, mastering the 8 gates did not equate to unleashing the same power as Guy in his later years. Guy's strength was largely derived from his formidable martial prowess, and it was on that foundation that the 8 gates enabled him to transcend the realm of mortals. Yuzhen found himself filled with admiration for the Might family. These 2 are truly extraordinary, he thought to himself with genuine awe. Just then, he experienced a sudden wave of emptiness. His energy was completely depleted, and the 8 gates state automatically released. The green energy vanished, and his skin returned to normal. The familiar sensation of being utterly drained washed over him once more. This time, he could not hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground like a limp shrimp. Might Guy, clad in a green jumpsuit, appeared before him. Yuzhen, you are truly a monster, Guy exclaimed in astonishment. He lifted Yuzhen effortlessly as if he were a sack of rice, slinging him over his shoulder and making his way out of the forest. You are the monster. Your entire family is filled with monsters, Yuzhen replied weakly. Guy scratched his head in confusion. That statement sounded like an insult, yet it was laced with admiration. How perplexing. He chose to dismiss the thought. As they walked, Guy suddenly halted. He lifted Yuzhen from his shoulder and weighed him in his hands, nodding in approval. Just the right weight. Yuzhen shivered, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Guy, what are you planning to do? He inquired cautiously. Might Guy's excitement surged inexplicably. Yuzhen, from this day forth, you shall be my second lifelong rival. One day, I will surpass you. And what of it? Yuzhen asked, the ominous feeling only intensifying. Thus, my youth shall burn brightly. Guy proclaimed with fervor, and in a swift motion, he hurled Yuzhen into the air. How dare you? Yuzhen exclaimed as he soared upward, akin to a marionette, utterly powerless to resist his descent. However, he did not land on the ground. Instead, he found himself atop Might Guy's back. Guy chuckled. This makes things much more convenient. Yuzhen was left speechless. So you intended to carry me all along? You could have mentioned that earlier. I might have let you do it. You startled me. Just as he exhaled in relief, he realized that matters were not as simple as they seemed. Might Guy grew increasingly exhilarated. He shouted to Yuzhen, Yuzhen, become my motivation and let my youth blaze forth. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he took off running, resembling a wild donkey unleashed, kicking up a cloud of dust as he sped towards the village. This left Yuzhen, burdened on his back, in quite the predicament. Having exerted himself too forcefully while training with the 8 gates, his stamina was severely depleted, and he was recovering at a slower pace than before. Now, moving even a finger felt laborious, and his body was entirely limp. With Guy running, Yuzhen was jostled and bounced like a swaying balloon, helpless against the tumultuous ride. Chapter 15. Golden egg fried rice. He wished to cry out, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of mud and sand rushed in, forcing him to emit only muffled sounds. In a state of excitement, Might Guy was utterly oblivious to this. At last, he reached the gates of Konohagakure, where he skidded to a halt. At that moment, Yujin Natsum had already lost consciousness, foam escaping from his mouth, his body dangling lifelessly behind Might Guy. Arms flopped helplessly on the ground, resembling a corpse. Startled, Might Guy turned around to see the pitiful state of his companion. Unable to comprehend why his friend had succumbed to such a condition. Was it a seizure? He laid Yujin Natsum flat on the ground, frantic and scratching his head in worry. He had never heard of Yujin Natsum having such issues. The gatekeeping ninja, who had been observing the situation from afar, approached Might Guy with a look of disbelief. First, let us get him home so he can rest. He'll be fine after that. Might Guy, always one to heed advice, lifted Yujin Natsum and dashed towards his home. When Yujin Natsum awoke, darkness had fallen. The faint sound of snoring drifted into his ears. He turned his head to see Might Guy squatting on the floor, his head resting on the edge of the bed, sleeping soundly, emitting joyful little snores. Observing this, Yujin Natsum felt a surge of admiration for his friend's quality of sleep, along with a tinge of gratitude. It was evident that during his unconsciousness, Might Guy had been tending to him, remaining by his side until he could no longer keep his eyes open and succumbed to sleep at the edge of the bed. However, the feeling of gratitude was fleeting as Yujin Natsum suddenly recalled the true culprit behind his fainting spell, this very friend. Had it not been for him, he would not have suffered such a fate. The memory of wildly swaying on Might Guy's back flooded his mind, turning his face a sickly shade of green. Nausea rising within him. He gagged a couple of times, yet nothing came up. Might Guy, disturbed by the noise, stirred awake, squinting at Yujin Natsum's disdainful gaze, instantly becoming alert. Are you okay, Yujin? Might Guy asked, concern etched on his face. Yujin Natsum sighed. I'm fine, not really. Just seeing you makes me want to throw up. Why? Might Guy inquired innocently. Why? How can you even ask that? Yujin Natsum retorted. I wanted to ask why you suddenly took off running. Wasn't he at just the right moment? I felt the urge to run. Might Guy replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Realizing that Yujin Natsum's condition had a connection to him, Might Guy felt somewhat embarrassed. I'm truly at a loss with you, Yujin Natsum said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Just then, Might Guy's stomach growled loudly. Do you have any food at home, Yujin? I'm starving. Might Guy had long abandoned any sense of politeness. Yujin Natsum rolled his eyes and got out of bed. His strength had mostly returned. Yes, just wait a moment, he replied, feeling a bit hungry himself. Entering the kitchen, he retrieved the leftover rice from breakfast and cracked 6 eggs into a bowl. After some deft maneuvering, he produced 2 plates of fragrant golden egg fried rice. Wow, what is this? It's too delicious, Might Guy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he devoured the egg fried rice. He had never anticipated that Yujin Natsum, with such remarkable talent in martial arts, would also possess extraordinary culinary skills. This dish surpassed all the food he had ever eaten before. The golden egg enveloped the rice, the taste rich and lingering, elevating his very soul. Suddenly, fear gripped him, the fear of never tasting something so exquisite again. A tear unexpectedly slipped from the corner of his eye. Why am I crying? And why do I feel this subtle sadness? He wondered, gazing at the tear on his fingertip. Yujin Natsum's eyelid twitched. Seriously? This is fried rice. Not some char siu rice. Do you really need to be so dramatic? Sadness? What do you have to be sad about? I didn't even put onions in the fried rice. He mentally scoffed, clenching his fists, wishing he could punch Might Guy back to his senses. Fortunately, Might Guy merely acted foolishly due to the deliciousness of the fried rice. Once he finished eating, he returned to his exuberant self, shouting, My youth is igniting. Indeed, the passionate Might Guy was the true embodiment of himself. He gave Yujin Natsum a thumbs up, grinning widely. Yujin, in culinary arts, I declare you the strongest. Yes, Yujin Natsum replied, wielding his chopsticks with a dismissive gesture. I understand. Can you be quiet? It's the middle of the night, and the girl next door has to work in the morning. Might Guy obediently sat down, but after a short while, he squirmed in his seat as if he were sitting on nails. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and dropped to the floor to do push-ups. Yujin Natsum watched in silence, continuing to eat the fried rice. He expected Might Guy to be so hyperactive. However, today's fried rice was indeed more delicious than before, even surprising him. Could it be? He opened his system. Skill, culinary arts. Level, mastery 10,000. Description, your culinary skills have reached mastery, allowing you to relatively perfectly replicate the flavors of your hometown. Gazing at the information displayed on the system, Yujin Natsum felt a wave of joy wash over him. Even Might Guy's garish green jumpsuit seemed a tad more tolerable. Not really. It was still hideously ugly. He averted his gaze, lost in thought. Akadu Chuza had responded with a single word, go for it. Do it boldly. If they need money, give it. If they need people, provide them. As long as they can savor those delicacies, give them whatever they ask for. His tone was one of a wealthy scoundrel, just as he had anticipated. The Inuzuka and Aburame clans joined in as well. They were not motivated by the food itself, but rather the opportunity it presented. The heads of noble families that had endured through the ages were certainly not foolish. After discussions with their families, Yugao and Kurenai also agreed to invest. Thus, Yujin Natsum's culinary empire was ready to launch. Ever since receiving Chuza's reply, he had been diligently honing his culinary skills. His proficiency level was still somewhat low. While his dishes were delicious, they lacked the stunning impact he desired. He aimed to deliver a sensory shock to the ninja world with authentic Chinese cuisine. Over the past few days, he had been tirelessly cooking to enhance his culinary proficiency while also putting together a collection of several recipes and cooking techniques. He intended to recruit a few chefs to share this knowledge with them. After all, his ambition was to conquer the world, not merely to be a cook. The dishes he compiled were all classic delicacies from his previous life. He was confident that these dishes would be sufficient to captivate the market in Kanahagakure. Chapter 16, C-Rank Mission. Departure. Half a month later, at the entrance of Konoha village, all members of the Akimichi team gathered. Yuma Natsum, with one arm draped over Tsukikid Shippu's shoulder, yawned and mumbled, "Sensei, why hasn't that guy shown up yet? Is he playing tricks on us?" Hearing this, Akimichi Choza glanced at him and replied with a hint of exasperation, "Patience, it's not yet the appointed time. We must wait." Yuma Natsum, incredulous, widened his eyes. "Really? It's not the agreed time yet? Then why did Akatsuki say to meet here at 7? He looked at his watch. It was already 7:50. What time was the appointment then? But you arrived at 7:30, didn't you? Asahi Akane rolled her eyes at him. If I hadn't mentioned it earlier, you would have surely been late. We finally landed a C-rank mission. And I don't want the client complaining to the Hokage about us and risking the cancellation of the commission. All right, my bad. Yuma Natsum quickly surrendered. Yet, in truth, he had not intended to be late this time. The past half-month had been overwhelmingly busy for him, whether engaging in training, running errands for others, searching for cats, or weeding. He had been occupied. He had also spent time in the kitchen of the gourmet city, teaching several chefs how to prepare Chinese cuisine. Thanks to the substantial financial backing of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, the gourmet city was now complete. Every evening, upon returning home, he would still dedicate time to physical training and mastering the 8 gates technique. It could be said that aside from eating, sleeping, and using the restroom, he was busy every single moment. Fortunately, his extraordinary capabilities helped him endure this exhausting schedule. Yesterday, upon learning that Akimichi Choza had accepted a C-rank escort mission, he felt a surge of excitement but also recognized his inadequacies. He diligently practiced the 8 gates technique until he reached proficiency, not sleeping until the early hours of the morning, resulting in his tardiness of half an hour. Thankfully, Asahi Akane had played a clever trick on him. Otherwise, he would have truly been late. If he had caused the entire Akimichi team to receive complaints at the Hokage's office, even his thick skin would not allow him to bear the shame. "They're here," Tsukikid Shippu suddenly announced, maintaining his gaze ahead. Yuma Natsum focused his eyes and indeed saw a group of 3 approaching from the distance. Among them, besides the leading middle-aged man, the other 2 young men carried baskets on their backs. Even from afar, he could smell the aroma of medicinal herbs. The middle-aged man, Hirano Nakakatsu, aged 45, was a merchant of medicinal herbs and their client for this mission. The 2 young men were his assistants, named Masan and Nakan, who were brothers. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," Hirano Nakakatsu said as he hurried towards Akimichi Choza, his face filled with regret. "It's no trouble," Akimichi Choza waved his hand dismissively, then added with a serious tone, "As per protocol, I must inspect your baskets. I hope you don't mind." "Of course not. I understand the rules." Hirano Nakakatsu gestured for him to proceed. Akimichi Choza signaled Yuma Natsum, who nodded and approached Masan and Nakan. The brothers promptly placed their baskets on the ground. Yuma Natsum lifted the lids to examine the contents. After confirming that both baskets contained medicinal herbs, he returned to Akimichi Choza and reported, "Sensei, I've checked. Both baskets are filled with medicinal herbs." Akimichi Choza nodded and addressed Hirano Nakakatsu. "Let us set off now." "Thank you for your assistance along the way," Hirano Nakakatsu replied. Thus, the 4 members of the Akimichi team escorted the 3 men out of Konoha village, embarking on the trade route to the land of tea. This route had been quite perilous lately, plagued by a gang of bandits who had repeatedly raided passing merchants. Their mission was not only to safely escort the 3 men to a marketplace near the border of the land of tea within 3 days, but also to investigate and dismantle the bandits' hideout. Although Hirano Nakakatsu and his assistants were ordinary individuals, their pace was surprisingly brisk. By afternoon, they had already traversed through the land of fire. As they approached the Misty Valley, Akimichi Choza noted that nightfall was imminent and suggested to Hirano Nakakatsu, "Let us rest here for the night." Hirano Nakakatsu, wiping the sweat from his brow, nodded, too exhausted to speak. This was his first time walking such a long distance in one go, and his 2 assistants had already plopped down onto the ground, both drenched in sweat and panting heavily, clearly worn out. "Yuma, gather some branches to start a fire. Shippu, scout the area for any game to catch. Akane, keep watch from the trees." Akimichi Choza assigned tasks. "Understood," the 3 replied and dispersed to fulfill their duties. Before long, Yuma Natsum returned with a bundle of branches. As he ignited the fire, Tsukikid Shippu rejoined them, carrying several rabbits. Rabbits. My favorite. Yuma Natsum exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight. How much do you like them? Asahi Akane leaped down from the tree, curious. She too adored rabbits for their adorable fluffiness. Yuma Natsum swallowed hard. I could eat them every day. Humph, Asahi Akane scoffed. Yuma Natsum ignored her. The young girl lacked the sophistication to appreciate the exquisite taste of rabbits. His mind raced with numerous culinary ideas for preparing rabbits. However, with only a single fire, it seemed they would have to roast them. Yuma Natsum felt a profound sense of regret. Although the four of them carried military rations, those were emergency supplies and not something they would consume lightly. The two young assistants, Masan and Nakin, approached to help prepare the rabbits. Soon, the rabbits were skewered and roasting over the fire, with the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. After finishing the rabbits, Hirano Nakakatsu and his two assistants quickly succumbed to sleep, their bodies exhausted from the day's journey, their snores filling the air. The Akimichi team, however, remained vigilant, tasked with keeping watch. Sensei, bring it out, Yuma Natsum whispered. Bring what? Akimichi Choza replied, puzzled. Food. Akimichi Choza spread his hands. I have no food. Come on. Are you trying to fool me? Do you think an Akimichi would carry no food? I refuse to believe it. Hurry up and show me. Or I might just kneel here begging you, he teased. Akimichi Choza was at a loss for words, his student's shamelessness constantly exceeding his expectations. Haven't you already eaten? What is so special about roasted rabbits? I shared mine with Akane and Shippu. Akimichi Choza was thoroughly defeated. Reluctantly, he retrieved a roasted chicken from behind him, tearing it in half and offering the smaller portion to Yuma Natsum. This is the only roasted chicken I have, so make it last. Yuma Natsum was skeptical that this was the sole chicken he possessed. Accepting the roasted chicken, he took a hearty bite. This tastes heavenly. How could it not? This chicken was roasted by me. I had 10 in total, but 9.5 went missing. He already knew without guessing that Akimichi Choza had pilfered them. Asahi Akane and Tsukikid Shippu gazed at him with resentful eyes. No wonder when they ate the roasted rabbits, he had shared his portion with them. It turned out he had something far more delectable. Feeling betrayed, Asahi Akane was about to express her disdain when suddenly a whistling sound pierced the air. Both Asahi Akane and Tsukikid Shippu's expressions shifted dramatically. In the dim light, two figures discern a glimmer of cold radiance in the air, swiftly hurtling towards Pinji Zhongjing. Shuriken. The reactions of Shiri Hong and Yueguang Jifeng were nothing short of astonishing. Almost instantaneously upon spotting the shuriken, they dashed towards Pinji Zhongjing. However, it was already too late. As the shuriken seemed poised to strike Pinji Zhongjing, Shiri Hong's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Would the mission end in failure? Suddenly, with a resounding crack, an object arrived before the shuriken, striking it with precision. The shuriken was sent flying. The two lowered their heads, revealing a half-eaten roasted chicken that had fallen to the ground. Chapter 17. If you are unhappy, change it, teacher. Yuhong Shiri turned in surprise, only to find Akadu Dingza staring in astonishment at Natsum Yuja. The half-roasted chicken in Yuja's hand had vanished. Yuja, Yuhong exclaimed, her mouth agape. Tsukige Shippu was equally stunned. Both were incredulous that the half-roasted chicken, which had just been struck by a shuriken, had actually been tossed by Natsum Yuja. That was remarkably precise, Yuhong murmured. Stop dazing, protect the client. Akadu Dingza's voice jolted them back to reality. They hurriedly positioned themselves to shield Hirano Naka and his two companions. Yuja, well done. However, next time, throw a shuriken instead of a roasted chicken. Such a delicious chicken is truly wasted, Dingza lamented, gazing at the dust-covered chicken on the ground. As a jonin, he had long since noticed the two hidden assailants lurking in the shadows. Yet, to cultivate the trio's adaptability, he chose to remain silent, eager to observe each of their performances. Ultimately, only Natsum Yuja did not disappoint him. The chicken was thrown with astonishing accuracy, indicating he had practiced shuriken throwing significantly. Indeed, Natsum Yuja had dedicated considerable effort to honing his skills. Before mastering the 8 gates of Duinjia, he had invested time to refine this combat technique to a level of expertise. Although the basic shuriken throwing technique was straightforward, lacking the flamboyant intricacies of the Uchiha clan style, Yuja had become adept at executing swift, precise, and decisive throws. Isn't this just right at hand? Yuja retorted, shifting to a different position to form a triangular formation with Yuhong and Tsukige's. In the next instant, two figures leaped from the darkness, one wielding a kunai, the other a blade, their eyes fierce and their murderous intent palpable. A chilling aura, like a shackle, firmly locked onto Yuhong. Her eyes widened, her pupils trembled, and her face turned as pale as a sheet. This was her first confrontation with murder, and fear rendered her paralyzed. She wished to evade, but her body felt as if it were laden with lead, refusing to move an inch. Move, move, she silently screamed in desperation. Yet her body seemed no longer her own, and she could only watch helplessly as the long blade descended. Despair surged within her. I'll strike. A familiar figure appeared in her line of sight, delivering a powerful kick to the ribs of the blade-wielding ninja. The sound of cracking bones was distinctly audible as the ninja was sent flying like a ragdoll. Then, Yu-Hong felt a sharp pain in her head. That figure had given her a light smack. Daydreaming, are we? Yu-Hong's anger flared instantly. You're the one daydreaming. Fear receded, replaced by indignation. Yuja, you are so infuriating, she exclaimed, stomping her foot. Then, with hands forming seals, she unleashed an illusion technique. The other ninja, facing Tsukage's with a kunai, suddenly froze. Seizing the opportunity, Tsukage's flickered, his blade glinting, and the kunai-wielding ninja collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Clearly, he had met his end. Meanwhile, the ninja who had been kicked by Natsum Yuja lay with closed eyes, appearing to be merely asleep, yet he had already departed this world. Although Yuja's kick had only fractured his ribs, the broken bones had pierced his heart and lungs, leaving him utterly lifeless. The ambush concluded. Natsum Yuja squatted beside the fallen blade-wielding ninja, rummaging through his belongings with evident curiosity. Moments later, he stood, displeased, and spat on the ninja's body. Bah! Not even a dime to his name, yet he dares to call himself a rogue ninja. Pathetic. Both ninjas bore a distinct mark on their forehead protectors, and Yuja quickly recognized them as rogue ninjas, of a lowly rank. Moreover, the symbols indicated they were defectors from the village hidden in the mist. Akadu Dingza approached, exasperated. Don't just search for valuables. Look for anything else of interest. He crouched down and began to search the blade-wielding ninja. Finally, he unearthed a contract for hire. Studying its contents, his brows furrowed slightly. These mountain bandits seem rather formidable. Quite the promising trial material. Eliminating them will surely foster growth in my students. With this thought, he handed the contract to the ever-curious Natsum Yuja. Upon receiving it, Yuja quickly skimmed through the document. These two were actually hired by bandits. What could their intentions be? If they merely sought to plunder merchant caravans, the bandits alone would suffice. They are merely ordinary people. Bandits thrive on overpowering the weak. Armed with blades, who wouldn't he be afraid? He pondered the question. So why hire rogue ninjas? This baffled him. Additionally, the hiring date dated back a month. Had they anticipated the arrival of a merchant convoy requiring ninja protection? If so, these bandits were quite clever. Yet did they not realize this trade route was under the protection of the mightiest ninja village in the current world, Konohagakure? Challenging Konohagakure was akin to courting death. Or did they possess some hidden card, leading them to believe victory was within reach? Such a card would likely require power at the level of a Kage. Otherwise, it would be akin to seeking waste in a restroom. But would someone of Kage caliber be hired by a mere band of bandits? If they could afford to pay, they wouldn't need to resort to banditry. Thus, it was highly likely that their leader had grown overconfident, thinking that hiring a few rogue ninjas would ensure smooth sailing for their plundering endeavors. They were no more than a group of inexperienced fledglings, Yuja concluded. He folded the contract and placed it into his ninja tool pouch, recognizing it needed to be submitted to the intelligence department of Konoha. Approaching Akadu Dingza, he found him reprimanding Yu-Hong. Hong, you are a ninja. How can you falter in battle? If not for Yuja, you would be a lifeless corpse by now. His tone was not harsh, yet Yu-Hong felt her eyes welling with tears, on the verge of crying. Not from a sense of injustice, but from the embarrassment of her earlier performance. However, Dingza's tone softened abruptly. Your final illusion technique was executed excellently. Your timing was precise and commendable. Unable to contain herself any longer, Yu-Hong's tears flowed freely as she collapsed into Akadu Dingza's embrace, weeping. Natsum Yuja sighed deeply. Since arriving in this wretched world, he had abandoned all illusions. To him, ninjas epitomized slaughter. How could there be only blood and bonds? Cruelty and coldness were the true essence of this existence. Take the three of them, for instance. At the age of 9, still ungraduated from elementary school in his previous life, yet in this world, they had already taken up arms and resorted to killing. What purpose did such a frigid world serve? Meanwhile, Tsukage's Shippu stood silently, his small face pale, his grip on the blade trembling slightly. The first act of killing brought him discomfort. Yet, unlike Yu-Hong, he could not weep openly to express his emotions. He had to endure. He must remain strong. He was Tsukage's Shippu, the next heir of the Tsukage's clan. From the day he awakened to his true potential, he bore the weighty mission of restoring his family's honor. Tears were synonymous with weakness, and weakness could not manifest within him. Suddenly, he felt a hand upon his shoulder, prompting a start of surprise as he turned sharply. It was a kid DZ, teacher, he murmured, bowing his head to conceal the tumult of emotion swirling in his eyes. Jikaz, do not overthink. He is the enemy. If you do not eliminate him, he will surely eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Tsukage Jikaz nodded in understanding. He grasped the gravity of the message, yet a lingering discomfort gnawed at him. Natsum Waima stepped forward, gazing intently at him. Jikaz, to show mercy to an adversary is to be cruel to oneself. If you do not strike him down, he will not only take your life but will also threaten mine, Reds, the teachers, and all those you hold dear. However, Tsukage Jikaz yearned to articulate his thoughts, only to be interrupted by Natsum Waima. There are no buts in this matter. The world is inherently cruel. If you find it unsatisfactory, then strive to change it. Chapter 18. Ruthless and unfeeling Moonlight Gale fell into silence, lifting his head after a long moment. He gazed at Natsum Yuma and said, Yuma, I understand now. Although I cannot change this world, I can change myself. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the blade in his hand. I shall not be a sword of slaughter, but rather a sword of protection. Natsuyuma nodded with a smile, feeling a bit awkward as he dug his toes into the ground. It had been quite some time since he had heard such melodramatic declarations. The embarrassment was almost overwhelming. Nonetheless, he grasped the essence of Moonlight Gale's words. He did not wish to draw his sword for the purpose of killing, but rather for the sake of safeguarding. Regarding this aspiration, Yuma could only think it naive. I am genuinely pleased for you to have such a life goal. However, let us analyze the current situation. Observing that Moonlight Gale was no longer fixated on his thoughts, Yuma decided to shift the conversation and resolutely walked away. Moonlight Gale felt a whirlwind of emotions. Wait, brother, just as I was starting to express my feelings, you choose to disengage? Is that reasonable? At that moment, Sunset Red approached, her eyes still swollen from recent tears. Gale, you are being overly sentimental. These two are clearly traitorous ninjas, just eliminate them without all this fuss. It's hardly manly. With that remark, she moved to stand beside Natsuyuma, leaving no room for a response. Am I overly sentimental? Am I being dramatic? Am I unmanly? Moonlight Gale was taken aback, incredulously pointing at himself. Akadu Danzu patted his shoulder. Enough, Gale. Don't take it to heart. While Red's words may hold some truth, you need not take them seriously. Gale was shocked and looked up at his teacher with a bewildered expression. He wanted to ask Akadu Danzu, do you not hear what you just said? Are you also implying that I am sentimental, dramatic, and unmanly? In that moment, he felt as if his fragile heart had sustained a significant blow. Such fleeting emotionality had now cast a long shadow over his life. Moonlight Gale vowed henceforth to become a ruthless and unfeeling person. One day, you will all regret this. He declared expressionlessly as he turned and walked to join Natsuyuma and Sunset Red. Though physically present, he chose not to partake in the discussion, opting instead to observe coldly from the sidelines. The confusion that followed the act of killing was nowhere to be seen on him. A smirk appeared at the corner of Akadu Danzu's mouth. It seemed his words of comfort had indeed borne fruit, though he presented a rugged exterior. His inner sensitivity was profound. After the battle, he had keenly sensed the fear, confusion, and struggle within both Sunset Red and Moonlight Gale. He was determined not to allow such negative emotions to destroy his students. His efforts to console them proved effective. Although Red had cried, she was no longer afraid. Though Gale had grown cold, he was no longer lost. How wonderful it was to be someone capable of offering solace. What surprised him, however, was that the true MVP of the battle, Natsuyuma, appeared unfazed, having not only killed an enemy, but also daring to inspect the corpse. What an unexpectedly composed individual, he thought. Such a carefree disposition rendered him impervious to the need for comfort. Yet the kick that had felled the enemy seemed far from simple. After a moment of contemplation, Akadu Danzu approached the trio. Yuma, you were using the 8 gates, were you not? He asked, his voice low and serious. Indeed. Uncle Dai taught me, Natsuyuma replied candidly. He admitted that his kick had indeed employed the 8 gates, albeit only a single one. Akadu Danzu breathed a sigh of relief. Other ninjas might overlook a mere low-ranking shinobi, but as the head of the Akadu clan, he was privy to many secrets within the village, including the fact that Might Dai had practiced the 8 gates for over 20 years. No one in the village possessed a deeper understanding of the technique. With his guidance, Yuma would likely face no difficulties. Nonetheless, he cautioned, your ability to learn the 8 gates indicates exceptional talent in physical arts, yet while powerful, it is also extremely dangerous. Do not use it lightly in the future. Natsuyuma understood that Akadu Danzu meant well and replied with a smile, rest assured, Sensei, I will not utilize it unless absolutely necessary. Akadu Danzu nodded, still somewhat concerned, and continued to advise, if you are only using the first 3 gates, it is acceptable to activate them regularly. However, from the 4th gate onward, even in moments of crisis, one must proceed with great caution. Yuma wholeheartedly agreed. The first 3 gates could be activated without fearing physical exhaustion. But from the 4th gate onward, the costs escalated significantly. Minor injuries could result in broken bones or paralysis, while severe injuries could lead to death. It was a classic case of inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the enemy while harming oneself 800 in the process. I currently possess too few offensive techniques. It appears I must seek out Kakashi upon my return, he mused internally. 8 gates? What is that? Moonlight Gale felt a flicker of curiosity. He was about to inquire, but suddenly remembered his current persona as a cold and unfeeling individual. A person of such demeanor would harbor no interest in matters beyond killing. He tightly shut his mouth, though his heart felt a restless itch, akin to a cat's claws. Fortunately, he was not alone in his curiosity. Sunset Red was also intrigued. Teacher, what is the 8 gates? She asked. Akadu Danzu succinctly explained the 8 gates. A rank. A forbidden technique. At the cost of overexerting the body and burning one's life. Both of them gaped in disbelief at Natsuyuma. Thankfully, Moonlight Gale reacted quickly, closing his mouth after 2 seconds. Absurd. How could such a trivial technique like the 8 gates astonish a cold and unfeeling person? His gaze was frigid, as solitary as snow. Yet, Yuma, You must remember your teacher's words. Do not use it carelessly, he internally urged. Sunset Red furrowed her brow. Suddenly, she placed one hand on her hip and pointed at Natsum Yuma. Yuma, listen carefully. You are forbidden from using the 8 gates. Though her tone was somewhat unreasonable, her ruby-like eyes were filled with concern. It dawned on her that this individual had risked utilizing such a dangerous technique to save her. She felt a swell of gratitude as she witnessed the care her teacher and friends extended toward her. Natsum Yuma felt warmth fill his heart. He set aside his usual nonchalance and playful demeanor, solemnly assuring them, do not worry. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not activate the latter 5 gates. Though he made such promises, he knew he would still resort to them if needed. Presently, the 8 gates were his only viable option. What else could he employ? Basic physical techniques? At least until this mission was concluded, he had no alternative. Having received Natsum Yuma's reassurance, the 4 of them resumed analyzing the intelligence they had gathered. Meanwhile, Akidu Danzu listened attentively without participating in the discussion, while Moonlight Gale, opting not to engage, simply stared at the sky, striving to cultivate his unfeeling persona until he was playfully smacked on the back of the head by Akidu Danzu. The moonlight and the swift winds engaged in an intense discussion. Meanwhile, on the other side, the trio in the plains remained undisturbed, their snores resonating. It is uncertain whether it was due to the swift conclusion of the battle or their profound slumber, but they remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Chapter 19. The Demon of Pepper. On the following morning, when Hirano Nakazu and his companions awoke, the bodies of the 2 traitorous ninjas had already been sealed within a scroll by Akidu Taizumi. However, traces of blood were still visible on the ground. Akidu Taizumi had no choice but to recount the events of the previous night to them, upon realizing how close he had come to death. Hirano Nakazu was filled with trepidation and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Natsum Yuma, nearly kneeling in his thanks. They then had a light meal before setting out once more. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they successfully arrived at their destination, the Land of Tea. Thus, Akidu Taizumi's first escort mission came to an end. Although exterminating the bandits was also part of this C-rank mission, it was not included in the commission but rather a directive from the village's higher-ups. Therefore, as long as they delivered Hirano Nakazu to this location, they would receive their reward. While the eradication of the bandits did not come with a monetary reward, it could earn them contribution points. In many respects, contribution points were more valuable than money, as numerous ninjutsu could not be purchased with currency and could only be exchanged for contribution points. The Land of Tea was a small nation, and Hirano Nakazu's medicinal herbs were highly sought after here. This was the reason he was willing to spend a considerable sum to post a commission for his arrival. I truly appreciate your assistance along the way. Without your escort, we would never have made it here. Please accept this as a reward for the commission, Hirano Nakazu said as he handed the payment to Akidu Taizumi, before taking his 2 companions to stay at an inn. The 4 of them divided the reward and then split up to gather intelligence regarding the bandits. Soon, they obtained crucial information from the local villagers. The bandits' hideout was concealed within the Misty Valley. After a brief rest, the 4 of them set off again, this time at full speed. They quickly returned to the Misty Valley. Akidu Taizumi remained an observer. The 3 exchanged glances and began to devise a battle plan. Hong, you excel at sensing. The next steps rely on you, Natsum Yuma instructed Yuhi Hong. She nodded and closed her eyes to focus. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes, gestured for them to follow, and darted off in a particular direction. Not far along, they discovered a cave concealed behind a mound of dirt. Outside the cave stood 3 bandits on guard. Clearly, this cave was the bandits' lair. The 3 concealed themselves behind a large rock and whispered among themselves. Hong, use your illusion to deal with them, then guard the entrance carefully for any stragglers. I will disguise myself as one of them and infiltrate. Natsum Yuma whispered the battle plan, having assumed the role of leader. Yuhi Hong and Tsukikage Jifeng cooperated fully. Isn't it too dangerous for you to go in alone? Tsukikage Jifeng frowned. Yuhi Hong also cast a worried glance in his direction. Natsum Yuma smiled slightly. A bunch of rabble, I can handle it alone. However, Yuhi Hong still wished to voice her concerns, but was interrupted by Natsum Yuma. All right, it's settled. Don't hinder my performance. With a resolute demeanor, Natsum Yuma seized the opportunity for real combat, determined to ascertain his own strength. Although the other 2 did not fully understand what he meant by performance, they chose not to press further. After Natsum Yuma signaled, they all sprang into action. Yuhi Hong stepped out from behind the boulder. The 3 bandits were initially startled, but upon realizing they were merely confronted by a beautiful young girl, their faces lit up with lecherous expressions. However, the next moment, a flurry of cherry blossoms filled their vision. They soon felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over them, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Yuhi Hong's once rosy complexion turned pale. Using an illusion on all 3 simultaneously had taken a toll on her. Fortunately, they were merely ordinary individuals. Otherwise, she might not have succeeded. Natsum Yuma patted her shoulder. Leave the rest to me. He approached the 3 bandits and quickly formed a hand sign, transforming into the likeness of one of them. His appearance, build, and even clothing were indistinguishable, as though he had been carved from the same mold. Technique, transformation technique, level, Mastery cannot be advanced. Description: you have mastered this technique, allowing you to effortlessly transform into any person or object, indistinguishable from the original. Yu Hong watched in astonishment as Natsum Yuma seamlessly transformed into a bandit, silently marveling at how adept he had become with the transformation technique. Natsum Yuma nodded at Yu Hong and ventured into the cave. Inside, torches were lit, dispelling the darkness. Natsum Yuma walked approximately 20 steps before the space opened up before him, revealing an artificially carved oval-shaped cavern. The cave was roughly the size of a small room, and over 20 bandits were gathered, drinking and feasting heartily. In a corner lay several lifeless female bodies, their clothes tattered and bodies marred, eyes wide open in death, a clear indication of the torment they had endured. Natsum Yuma's gaze hardened. He quickly retracted his attention and began counting the bandits, determined to leave none alive. 25 in total, he calculated silently. However, he did not spot any with forehead protectors. Had they only hired 2 traitorous ninjas? As Natsum Yuma pondered this, one of the bandits noticed him and shouted, "Hey, you there? What are you doing in here instead of standing guard? You there?" Natsum Yuma was taken aback. These bandits didn't even know each other's names. "I came in too." He grinned widely, dispelling his transformation technique and revealing his true form. "Kill you all." Before he could finish speaking, he activated the 8 gates. Technique: 8 gates. Level: Mastery 2010,000. Description: you have mastered this technique, allowing you to instantly enter the 8-gate state. Currently, the first 4 gates can be opened. With a 0-frame start, how could one defend against it? The ground beneath him erupted with spiderweb-like cracks as Natsum Yuma opened the first gate, transforming into a blur. The kunai in his hand sliced through the air like the scythe of death, reaping life after life. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded abruptly as Natsum Yuma's kunai was parried by another kunai. Without hesitation, he swiftly retreated, creating distance. The owner of that kunai was a man in his 30s, with disheveled long hair, barefoot, and a cold gaze fixed on him. "Shichibi, this brat is yours. Whoever dares to kill my brother shall be torn apart." In addition to the man called Shichibi, there was another bandit who had survived, the one who had addressed Natsum Yuma as "you there." He appeared to be the leader of the bandits, his face twisted in rage, as if he wished to swallow Natsum Yuma whole. Shichibi remained silent, but, as the employer commanded him to kill the boy before him, he complied without question. Thus, he made his move. With a whoosh, he appeared before Natsum Yuma in an instant, swinging his kunai in a horizontal strike. Natsum Yuma was cleaved in 2, only to vanish without a trace. Shichibi's brow furrowed. He had only struck a mere shadow, a fleeting image created by an E-rank shadow clone technique. Technique: Shadow Clone Technique. Level: Mastery cannot be advanced. Description: you have mastered this technique, simplifying the hand signs and accelerating the release, making it indistinguishable from reality. Shichibi, enraged, seethed with fury. He was unexpectedly deceived by a mere shadowy apparition. Chapter 20. A foot interrupts the spell. The character known as Sanjiao Gue is a rogue ninja, also a CH Nin, hailing from the Hidden Mist Village. Skilled in the art of assassination. A month prior, he was employed by the leader of a band of mountain robbers, serving as both enforcer and bodyguard. At this moment, his cold gaze swept through the cave, searching for the figure of Natsum Yujin. His eyes flicked over the bandit leader, and suddenly, he seemed to perceive something. Swiftly returning his gaze to the leader with a disdainful snort. In an instant, he appeared before the bandit leader, his kunai lunging forth like a venomous serpent, aimed at the leader's throat. The bandit leader's expression shifted, and with remarkable speed, he evaded this lethal strike. A sinister smile crept across Sanjiao Gue's face. "I knew it was you." "Oh, how interesting." Natsum Yujin's voice resonated from behind him. "My transformation technique is unrivaled, capable of deceiving the senses. How did you discover me?" Sanjiao Gue turned, his tone icy. "Your transformation technique is indeed impressive, but to claim it is unmatched is quite shameless. Moreover, it seems your intellect is lacking. You knocked him unconscious, transformed into his likeness, yet failed to move him. He lies right at your feet. It would be difficult not to notice you." "Ahem. It appears I underestimated you," Natsum Yujin admitted, somewhat awkwardly. This oversight was indeed a lapse on his part, primarily due to time constraints. However, the audacity of this man, questioning not only his transformation technique, but also his intelligence, had sealed his fate. "If you possess any other tricks, now is the time to reveal them, lest you find yourself with no opportunity left," Natsum Yujin suggested earnestly. Sanjiao Gue's gaze darkened further. Given Natsum Yujin's arrogance, he resolved to end his life. He pointed one hand towards the sky and formed seals with the other on his chest. Suddenly, a white mist enveloped the air, growing denser by the second. Just as it seemed the cave would be completely shrouded in fog in the blink of an eye, there was a deafening boom. His body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against the hard stone wall, his chest caving in, bones shattered throughout. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His eyes widening in disbelief. He could only utter a single word before his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Natsum Yujin's gaze was frigid. His body was now enveloped in green energy, his red skin appearing otherworldly against its backdrop. It turned out that the moment Sanjiao Gui unleashed his mist technique, Natsum Yujin had activated the third gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, his strength and speed surging dramatically. With a single kick, he had dispatched Sanjiao Gui. This is the price of questioning my intellect, Natsum Yujin remarked coldly, gazing at Sanjiao Gui's lifeless form, a shiver running down his spine. How exceedingly embarrassing. I must be getting old. I should refrain from such juvenile lines in the future, he mused. Next came his favorite part. He approached Sanjiao Gui's corpse and began to search it. Wow, jackpot! Natsum Yujin exclaimed, astonished at the scroll he retrieved from the body. Overwhelmed with joy, he thought to himself, finally, I am no longer the unluckiest of the bunch. Eagerly, he unfurled the scroll. As he read the information inscribed upon it, a system interface unfolded before his eyes. Would you like to learn the water release, water dragon bullet technique? Without hesitation, Natsum Yujin selected yes. The information on the system interface changed instantaneously. Ninjutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique level, novice 0100 description. Your water release, water dragon bullet technique is now at the novice level. When fully focused, you can utilize this technique in a water environment. Oh yay, Natsum Yujin shouted excitedly. Hearing his voice, Yuhi Kurun rushed into the cave. Upon witnessing the body strewn about, her already pale face, a result of casting a mass illusion technique, turned even paler. Yujin, did you do all this? She asked incredulously. Suppressing his inner excitement, Natsum Yujin turned to her, grinning widely. Yes, indeed. Impressive, right? Yuhi Kurun pressed her lips together before retching violently. Natsum Yujin's expression morphed into one of confusion. Yujin, there is no cave behind this at that moment. Tsukikid Shippu entered. Upon seeing the scene within the cave, he too was compelled to vomit. Yutu Akimichi Dingsui appeared, having arrived unbeknownst to anyone. Observing the two retching uncontrollably, he could only shake his head in resignation. However, when his gaze fell upon Natsum Yujin, his sense of helplessness deepened. This boy was drenched in blood, blissfully unaware, clutching a ninjutsu scroll while grinning foolishly. Compared to Yuhi Kurun and Tsukikid Shippu, who were struggling to cope with the situation, his concern for Natsum Yujin grew. This lad had just slain over 20 people. Though these individuals were contemptible bandits, such exuberance was hardly appropriate. Anyone unaware of the situation might assume he reveled in murder. Yujin, come here, he called out to Natsum Yujin. Coming. Natsum Yujin concealed the scroll within his clothing and ambled over to Akimichi Dingsua, standing at attention. He declared loudly, Teacher, the mission to eradicate the bandits has been successfully completed. Good job. You all performed admirably. Akimichi Dingsua acknowledged their efforts, noting that despite some flaws, the outcome was commendable. He then shot Natsum Yujin a knowing glance. Natsum Yujin looked puzzled. Teacher, what's wrong with your eyes? Did sand get in them? Akimichi Dingsua's expression stiffened, and he sighed. This student, usually quite clever, could not even comprehend a simple hint. He had no choice but to speak plainly. Yujin, as a ninja, you may face death without fear, but you must not lack reverence for it. Natsum Yujin was taken aback. What do you mean? When have I ever disrespected death? He glanced at the corpses on the ground and soon realized. Oh, it seems I was too joyful just now. Teacher, you've misunderstood. He explained. Teacher, I do not lack reverence for death. In truth, I fear it greatly. However, these individuals, he gestured to the corpses, live by plundering and deriving pleasure from humiliation. They do not deserve to live. My actions in eliminating them serve to protect the innocent, which brings me immense satisfaction. How could I not be joyful? Oh, is that so? Akimichi Dingsua replied with a skeptical gaze, extending his hand. Then, please take out that item. What item? Natsum Yujin replied, bewildered. He then seemed to recall something, rushing back towards the pile of bodies. Teacher, wait. There's still one bandit left alive. I'll go finish him off right now. Akimichi Dingsua sighed in resignation as he observed Natsum Yujin's retreating figure. If it weren't for your utter shamelessness, I might have believed your earlier righteous sentiments. However, he could see that Natsum Yujin had grasped his implication. Teacher, Yujin is right. These bandits deserve death. Yuhi Kurun's face was pale. Yet her words carried a fierce determination. She had seen the corpses of women in the corner, her heart filled with fury and a thirst for vengeance. They must be eliminated. Tsukikid Shippa stated succinctly, his eyes reflecting the same murderous intent. Chapter 21. The setting sun turns mad. Natsum Yuma approached the mountain bandit leader and swiftly ended his life with a shuriken. Following this grim task, he found himself in his favored phase. His hands roamed across the body, leaving no part untouched as he searched for valuables. Ultimately, he succeeded in uncovering several paper notes and a handful of coins, totaling over 6,000 ryo. What a windfall! Natsum murmured quietly, his expression grave as he discreetly tucked the money into his pocket, suppressing any urge to smile. He was well aware that if he laughed, his instructor would admonish him for lacking reverence towards death. He understood the meaning behind Akimichi Chose's instruction. It was not that he was forbidden from killing, but rather that he should temper his pride after doing so. Even if he felt inclined to laugh, he must first restrain himself, as Konoha ninjas represented the righteous side. It would be unbecoming to appear deranged after taking a life. though he was uncertain of what image Konoha truly embodied. He recognized the importance of maintaining a facade in life. As he pondered this, Natsum rose, his expression solemn and eyes filled with compassion, resembling a worldly sage lamenting the fallen bandits before him. Yet within, he contemplated whether he ought to search each body for more valuables. With so many corpses around, surely he could find something. But after a moment's reflection, he decided against it, mindful of his image in front of his teacher and companions. Most importantly, he surmised that these brigands likely had little to offer. Their tattered clothing and exposed skin suggested they had squandered their ill-gotten gains on their leader. Diverting his gaze from the bandits, he turned to the bodies of several women. With a sigh, he approached them, adjusting their garments and closing their eyes. Look, I have avenged you by eliminating those who tormented you. Rest peacefully in the afterlife, he softly declared. Instinctively, he reached for his pocket, yearning for a cigarette, only to remember that he was still a child, one permitted to kill and partake in battle, yet forbidden from smoking. This world was truly twisted, he thought, cursing under his breath. As he turned, startled to discover a Kimichi Choza had silently appeared behind him, he exclaimed, "Isn't it rather frightening to sneak up on someone amidst a cave littered with corpses in such dim light?" "I don't find it alarming," Choza replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, aren't all these bodies you're doing? Why fear them?" "I am not afraid of the corpses. I fear you," Natsum retorted. "With such a substantial physique, you walk without a sound. Are you, perchance, a ghost?" "I am A.J. Nin, and this is not fat, it is muscle." "Do not misconstrue," Choza replied, his tone firm as they strolled toward the corpse of the mountain bandit known as Sanjbai. Sanjbai lay before them, his body a grotesque sight. Blood pouring from his orifices and bones shattered. Why High Kurenai and Moonlight Gale approached, initially struggling to acclimate to the gruesome scene but eventually growing accustomed to it. "Ah, so it is him," Choza remarked, his expression revealing surprise upon recognizing Sanjbai. "Do you know him, teacher?" Kurenai inquired curiously. "I do not know him personally, but I have seen his wanted poster. He was once a Ch-Nin from the Hidden Mist Village, but left under dubious circumstances to become a rogue ninja." "A Ch-Nin?" Both Kurenai and Gale gasped, their eyes widening as they regarded Natsum with newfound respect. They had not anticipated that he could single-handedly defeat a Ch-Nin. Natsum, meeting their astonished gazes, cleared his throat and nonchalantly stated, "No need for surprise. It is merely standard procedure." Choza observed Sanjbai's collapsed chest and remarked to Natsum, "Your timely kick was fortuitous. Had he managed to use his mist techniques, your situation could have become dire." "Why is that?" Natsum inquired, puzzled. At that moment, he had acted instinctively, sensing that Sanjbai was preparing to unleash a powerful attack. There was no way he would wait idly for it. He had unleashed all his might to interrupt the incantation and send the bandit to his demise. This man was skilled in assassination and, when combined with his mist techniques, posed a significant threat. It is said he once single-handedly killed 3 ninjas of equal rank. So formidable, Kurenai and Gale exclaimed in disbelief. The notion that such a formidable Ch-Nin had been dispatched by a mere genin was astonishing. Their eyes shifted back to Natsum, who had been a perennial underachiever in the Ninja Academy. His rate of growth was nothing short of remarkable. Natsum, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, grew weary of feigning modesty. With his hands clasped behind his back and legs shaking, he declared, "In my eyes, he was nothing but refuse." Kurenai rolled her eyes in exasperation. "By the heavens, this boy is insufferable." Choza turned and delivered a firm smack to Natsum's head, admonishing him, "Do not think yourself remarkable for killing a Ch-Nin. Many are stronger than you at your age." Yes, I understand. I was merely jesting with Kurenai and Gale," Natsum replied, rubbing the back of his head, feeling as though his skull might crack from the force of the blow. Choza ignored him, retrieving a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch and sealing Sanjbai's corpse within. "Let us depart," he announced, turning toward the cave's exit. "What shall we do with the other bodies?" Natsum asked. "Shall we burn them?" "Indeed, set them ablaze." A great fire roared to life, quickly consuming the cave. Soon after, the 4 of them began their journey back to the village. As they passed a river, darkness enveloped the sky, prompting them to pause for a rest. Natsum dove into the water, enjoying a refreshing bath. Once he had cleansed himself of the blood and grime, he emerged transformed into a striking young man with flowing black hair and sharp features. Kurenai, observing the reflection in the water, murmured softly, "He is handsome, yet so insufferable." At that moment, Natsum suddenly turned to her. "My dear lady, I am aware of my charm, yet you seem somewhat entranced." Kurenai's cheeks flushed crimson. "Bah, you egotistical fool. Who is looking at you?" "I was admiring the fish in the river." She pointed to a fish leaping from the water. Natsum swiftly caught the fish and soon had it roasting over a fire. Kurenai turned to leave, exclaiming, "Natsum Yuma, you are insufferable." Natsum shouted back, "There are many who find me intolerable. Who do you think you are?" Kurenai, fuming, picked up a stone and hurled it at him. "Go to hell." Natsum caught the stone with ease, reveling in his triumph. "Apologies, but your strength is insufficient to harm me." Infuriated, Kurenai jumped into the water, engaging in a playful scuffle with Natsum. Meanwhile, Choza and Gale lit a bonfire on the shore, enjoying the spectacle as they savored their roasted fish. Chapter 22, 10th Birthday. Konohagakure. In the Hokage's office, the entire team of Akimichi, having just returned to the village, gathered. Akimichi Choza meticulously reported the details of their recent mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who nodded in acknowledgement from behind his desk. I understand. You all have worked hard this time, he said, his gaze warm as it fell upon Natsum Yuma. Yuma, I never expected you to grow to such an extent. I believe it won't be long before you become as formidable as the Sannin. You flatter me, replied Natsum Yuma, appearing both respectful and modest. My current strength is a result of the village's nurturing, my teacher's meticulous guidance, and the encouragement from my teammates. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes widened, unable to fathom how such words could emerge from Natsum Yuma's mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. What a wonderful child. You never forget the village's kindness. His expression softened further, his tone gentle. It brings me great joy to witness the new leaves of our village thriving. His gaze lingered momentarily on Yuhi Kurenai and Moonlight Wind, indicating that his words were directed at them as well. All right, you may go and rest, he concluded, waving his hand to dismiss the Akimichi team. As the four left the Hokage's office, Danzo emerged from the shadows of the corner. Standing by the window, he watched their departing figures and murmured, a promising seed. Let's bring him into the root. I shall nurture him well. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied without hesitation. A glint of coldness flashed in Danzo's eye. After leaving the Hokage building, the Akimichi team headed directly to the yet-to-open food city, situated in the bustling commercial district. The unique architectural style, grand and ornate, adorned with intricate carvings, attracted numerous passers-by who paused to admire it. Observing the throngs surrounding Food City, Akimichi Choza couldn't help but exclaim, so many people. Yuhi Kurenai was equally astonished. To have this many before its opening. What will it be like once it opens? Even though they were ninjas, the four struggled to squeeze through the crowd. Natsum Yuma took it upon himself to cook a splendid meal, leaving the others with full bellies. After dining, they chatted for a while before parting ways. Upon returning home, night had fallen. Natsum Yuma dragged a box from beneath his bed and placed the ninjutsu scroll detailing the water dragon bullet technique inside. One day, this box would contain all the ninjutsu in the world. Gazing at the box, he set a goal for himself, one he was confident he could achieve. As a prodigy, he had that assurance. After placing the box back under the bed, Natsum Yuma began his usual training. Before completing 100 push-ups, he felt an unexpected lightness, as if the heavy sandbags he had been burdened with for years had vanished. With a thought, he opened the system interface. The information displayed caused an immediate surge of joy. Skill, body refinement, level, transcendence, description. Your body refinement has reached transcendence. Every action, whether walking, sitting, or lying down, becomes a form of training, doubling the effects and enhancing recovery speed by 100%. Wow, the body refinement after reaching transcendence is incredibly powerful. Natsum Yuma trembled with excitement. Just the first enhancement alone nearly overwhelmed him with delight. Every action is training. A seemingly simple phrase held profound implications, as if the system were tenderly assuring him, my dear child, you need not toil in training any longer. I have granted you a boon. Even if you lay in bed all day, you shall not become a burden. Instead, you shall only grow stronger. Choked with emotion, he exclaimed, System Mother, I love you. The second enhancement, which doubled the training effect, had always existed but had now increased in magnitude. Previously, at the master level, the effect was 16-fold. Now, after reaching transcendence, it was 32-fold. One push-up equated to 32. Furthermore, the two enhancements could be combined, meaning he could train while lying down, achieving faster results than ever before. This was not merely impressive, it was extraordinary. The third enhancement improved recovery speed by 100%, effectively having the time required for full recovery. If he previously needed 60 minutes to restore his stamina, he now required only 30. In battle, even a 1-second recovery could turn the tide. After a long while, Natsum Yuma finally calmed down from his exhilaration. Despite acquiring such an incredible skill, he did not abandon his training, continuing with his push-ups. The first enhancement, while a divine technique, also posed the risk of complacency. The sweetness of the system's love concealed potential pitfalls. As the saying goes, a doting mother raises a wayward child. If he succumbed to laziness, he would not only neglect his physical training but would also grow disinterested in mastering ninjutsu. After all, if he could grow stronger by doing nothing, why endure hardship? However, the truth was that becoming stronger while lying down required time. If he had 10 or 20 years, he would undoubtedly choose to rest and allow his physical prowess to flourish. But he did not have that luxury. The third great ninja war had already begun, though it had yet to reach its zenith. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the ninja world, turbulent currents surged. If he did not seize this opportunity to grow stronger, he would become mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. The ninja world was vast and beautiful, and he had yet to explore it. He did not wish to meet an untimely end. More than just his own survival, he also wished for the safety of others. Unbeknownst to him, he had formed a bond with this world. Yuma, a voice called from outside the door. It was Nora Rin. He opened the door to find her standing there, her hands behind her back, a radiant smile lighting up her face. "Happy birthday," she exclaimed, revealing a small cake with a single slender candle. "How did you know?" Natsum Yuma paused, suddenly recalling that today marked his 10th birthday. But how could Noira-rin have known? Given his previous self's reclusive nature, it was unlikely he would have shared his birthday with anyone. "Want to know?" "Just know," Rin replied with a smile, her words acting as a key to unlock buried memories. In an instant, Natsum Yuma was enveloped in nostalgia. Images flooded his mind of a time when his former self was just 4 years old. A cheerful little boy with a wonderful playmate named Noira-rin. "Yuma, happy birthday." 4-year-old Rin held out a piece of candy to the young boy, offering her heartfelt wishes. "Wow, Rin, how did you know it was my birthday?" the little boy asked, astonished. "Want to know?" "Just know," the girl replied with a bright smile. "Is it not the case that you can know anything you wish?" The boy was taken aback. "You foolish Yujin, I inquire because I desire to know, not simply because I can think of it," the aunt replied. "Ah, I see." The boy scratched his head in contemplation. Suddenly, the girl spoke earnestly. "You must always remain happy. I will be watching over you." "Yes, I will certainly be happy always." The boy nodded vigorously. The scene shattered. 2 cold corpses lay before him. The boy never experienced joy again. Yet, the girl continued to silently observe him. "Yujin, you must always remain happy. I will keep my gaze upon you." The young girl's blessing from 5 years prior rekindled within Natsum Yujin a sense of awakening from his memories. He smiled, a genuine smile that radiated warmth. "Lin, thank you. I will always be happy, and so shall you." "Yes," the girl nodded earnestly. "We will both remain joyful." That evening, Natsum Yujin extinguished the candles on his 10th birthday cake and silently made a wish. A wish that he was determined to fulfill. Absolutely. Chapter 23. The grand opening of the Gourmet City. Time flows swiftly like a river. A month later, the Gourmet City has finally opened its doors. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, filled with the resounding sounds of drums and firecrackers, and throngs of people. In the Hidden Leaf Village, everyone of note had gathered, having heard tales of the most delectable food in the entire ninja world. Even those indifferent to culinary delights came to partake in the festivities and broaden their horizons. Yuzuki Yuma, the proprietor of the Gourmet City, busied himself from 8 in the morning until well past 1 in the afternoon. Now, with all guests received and attended to, he finally found a moment to rest. It struck him as quite remarkable. A mere 10-year-old child had become a businessman. One might wonder, if Gaara could become Kazekage at 16, it was hardly surprising for Yuma to own a gourmet establishment at 10. Both Yuhi Kurenai and Nara Shikamura were exhausted from their labors. As Yuma's companions, they were meant to share in both fortune and toil. Yuma would not allow them to remain idle and had enlisted their help as makeshift waitstaff early that morning. Only Yuma could demand such from his stakeholders. Unfortunately, his teacher, the head of the Akimichi clan and the largest shareholder of the Gourmet City, was preoccupied with entertaining the village's various clan leaders and high-ranking officials, leaving no time to assign him a cleaning task. As Yuma contemplated his situation with a smirk, 5 individuals entered through the doors. Upon raising his gaze, he realized they were indeed notable figures. He quickly stood to greet them. The newcomers were none other than the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, his 3 students, and the Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. It must be said, the real-life Minato was undeniably handsome, and Kushina was truly beautiful, an exquisite pair, a match made in heaven. "Yuma," Lin called out, waving cheerfully upon spotting him. Obito Uchiha stepped forward, scrutinizing Yuma as if he were an alien, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had heard Lin speak of Yuma's transformation more than once, initially with skepticism. It was not that he doubted Lin, but the concept was simply too astonishing. As a fierce competitor for the title of the worst student at the Ninja Academy, he had a fair understanding of Yuma, introverted, insecure, and taciturn. The Yuma Lin described bore no resemblance to the one he remembered. It wasn't until Lin had brought them a box of buns, claiming they were made by Yuma and specifically entrusted to her for delivery, that he was utterly taken aback. He almost choked on the bun. Soon after, when he learned that the recent culinary sensation, the Gourmet City, was owned by Yuma, he began to question his own existence. "Wait a minute. We agreed to be useless together. How did you suddenly become impressive?" Yuma looked at Obito, who still radiated optimism and kindness. Who would have thought this boy would eventually become the antagonist? "Obito, is that you? Have you forgotten me after such a short time?" Yuma feigned surprise. Obito nodded. "It's a bit hard to recognize you. You've changed so much." Yuma chuckled and teased, "People do change. Perhaps one day you'll transform into a cold-hearted villain, betraying your mentors and kin. Don't joke about that." Obito vehemently shook his head. Such a thing will never happen. His attention soon wandered to the unique dishes of the Gourmet City, drawn by their enticing aromas. "Hey, Kakashi, do you remember me?" Yuma called out to Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at him coolly, his tone indifferent. "Of course. I was quite shocked when you defeated Obito on the first day of school, claiming the title of the worst student that rightfully belonged to him." Yuma's expression darkened. He had always been the one to mock others. Today, he found himself the target of ridicule. "You could have simply stated that I was a failure back then without all the circumlocution. Have you maxed out your sarcasm skill?" "Don't say that, Kakashi," Lin interjected, her small face showing displeasure. Yuma had only recently emerged from his past shadows, and she would not allow anyone to provoke him. Even if it was Kakashi. It's fine, Lin. I'm not that fragile. Whether I was the worst student or at the bottom of the class. These are not my blemishes but merely part of my journey. No matter what others say, I won't let it affect me. The future will prove everything. Yuma declared earnestly, seemingly unfazed by Kakashi's jibe. In truth, he had taken it to heart. Just you wait, he thought inwardly. Lin's eyes sparkled as she absorbed Yuma's words. Sensing his newfound confidence, he not only dared to face his past, but also brimmed with faith in his future. Gazing at the boy next door, Lin's smile grew ever sweeter. Yuma, your words are truly inspiring. Obito turned at the sound of Lin's voice and caught sight of her radiant smile. It was lovely and gentle, yet it was not directed at him, and jealousy stirred within him. Kakashi, too, was taken aback. If it had been Obito, he would have exploded in anger at such a taunt. Yet, the young boy before him not only remained calm but also articulated such profound thoughts. He recalled the first day of school when he had met Yuma. Back then, Yuma's parents were still alive, and despite being the worst student, he had been as cheerful as a fool. It had been since the passing of his parents that he had not seen Yuma smile again. Now, it appeared he had emerged from that darkness. Yuma, don't mind him. Kakashi is just like that. He means no harm, Minato spoke up. Yuma waved his hand dismissively. This was someone he wished to cultivate a good relationship with. He replied with a smile, you worry too much, Teacher Minato. Although Kakashi and I were classmates for only a few months, I have always regarded him as a friend. How could I be bothered by a little friendly banter? Minato's face lit up with appreciation. Truly remarkable for one so young to have built the gourmet city from scratch. Was it you who made the buns? Kushina suddenly inquired. Yuma nodded eagerly. Yes, Sister Kushina. Kushina, a treasure in her own right, was the embodiment of the Uzumaki clan's legacy. Yuma transformed into an enthusiastic admirer. What did you just call me? She asked, astonished. It was the first time someone had referred to her as sister. Usually, others addressed her with malice. Sister, you are so young and beautiful. Should I call you Ann instead? Yuma feigned astonishment. Haraha. Kushina laughed heartily, swiftly appearing beside Yuma and throwing her arm around his shoulders. Call me sister. From now on, you shall refer to me as such, my dear brother, whom I have accepted today. Kushina is truly elated. Throughout her years in Konoha, she has endured a tumultuous journey filled with pain, struggle, and confusion. It was not until the arrival of Minato Namikaze that she began to heal gradually. Yet, loneliness still lingers, for she is a Jinchuriki, harboring a monster within her. Aside from Minato, she has now gained a new brother. This brother not only excels in the culinary arts but also possesses a pleasing way with words. Her joy is palpable. Yuma Natsum is even more delighted, silently celebrating in his heart. Chapter 24. Where has Tsunade gone? The 5 individuals were arranged into a private room. Yuma Natsum once again took to the kitchen, preparing an extravagant feast. The 5 dined heartily, relishing every bite. After the meal, Yuma engaged them in delightful conversation. When Minato Namikaze settled the bill, he received a generous 75% discount. The rapport between them soared. Once the 5 departed, Yuma began contemplating his next course of action. It was time to seek a mentor. He murmured to himself, but whom shall I choose? Several names flitted through his mind. It shall be you, Lady Tsunade. Yuma resolved upon his choice of teacher. Why Tsunade, you may ask? Because he desired a title, one that would lend him credibility in his future bid for Hokage. Although he was already associated with the culinary city and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, it was still insufficient. He craved a title that would provide him with the legitimacy of being a disciple of one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Among them, Tsunade's status was particularly unique. Not only was she the pupil of the 3rd Hokage, but she was also the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Her esteemed position within Konoha made her the most prestigious choice for a mentor. Moreover, it was not merely the title that attracted him. He was also drawn to Tsunade's in-sealing technique. As his physique strengthened, although his chakra reserves had significantly increased, they paled in comparison to those possessing chakra beasts, barely reaching 5 carts. While the in-sealing technique did not enhance chakra capacity, it allowed for the storage of excess chakra, which could be released when needed, essentially implanting a power bank within his own body. Although this power bank was nowhere near the scale of a tailed beast, it represented the optimal solution for him at present. The matter of tailed beasts could wait for another time. Having decided upon his mentor, Yuma then faced a new dilemma. Where had Tsunade gone? According to the anime's narrative, she had likely departed from Konoha by this point. Where then could he find her to seek her tutelage? Yuma pondered. Known for her gambling addiction and notoriously poor luck, she had earned a reputation as a big fat sheep. The logical course to locate her would be through the casinos. However, scouring each casino individually was hardly a practical approach, especially since she often disguised herself to evade creditors. Even if he were to find her, recognizing her would not be guaranteed. The most effective method would be to compel her to reveal herself. But how could he achieve that? An idea began to form in his mind. Would she be interested in the news of the gambling god taking on disciples? It wasn't until 10 o'clock that the culinary city finally closed for the night. After returning home and completing his workout, Yuma collapsed into bed. The following day, he did not return to the culinary city. With the backing of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, management was well in hand, and he need not concern himself. His only task was to periodically recreate a dish and teach it to the head chef. Thus, he proceeded directly to the training grounds. The Akimichi squad had undertaken another C-rank mission in the past month, along with several D-rank missions, all of which they completed with ease. The trio was rapidly improving in both strength and professionalism. They devoted nearly all their remaining time to training, which piqued Yuma's senses with an unusual urgency. The drums of war seemed to be drawing nearer. As per usual, they commenced combat drills that day. The three took turns sparring with Akimichi Choza, who proved himself a formidable jounin. Even with all three gates open, Yuma found himself unable to match him. Subsequently, the trio engaged in friendly bouts amongst themselves. Due to Yuma's overwhelming prowess, the situation soon devolved into him facing off against both opponents alone. After yet another decisive victory over them, Choza concluded the training session. He informed the trio, "Tomorrow I will embark on a mission that will take 3 days. During this time, you are free to train." The three did not pry into the nature of the mission, but simply nodded in agreement. Upon leaving the training grounds, Yuma made his way to the woods outside the village, where a river flowed. He intended to practice the water dragon bullet technique. Standing upon the water's surface, he formed hand seals at a measured pace. "Water style, water dragon bullet technique," he exclaimed. The surface of the water began to churn violently before a dragon, composed entirely of water, surged forth, arching majestically into the sky. It then dove down, crashing into another section of the water with a thunderous impact, sending droplets cascading like a torrential downpour. The once tranquil surface now roiled as Yuma was buffeted about. Although he emerged drenched, a smile graced his face. His mastery of the water dragon bullet technique had finally reached proficiency. Ninjutsu, water dragon bullet technique. Level, proficient 0, 10,000. Description, your water dragon bullet technique has reached proficiency, allowing for rapid hand seals and increased power, limited to water environments. It appeared that even at proficiency, the water dragon bullet technique could not be executed without a water source, much to Yuma's disappointment. He could only hope for mastery in the future, otherwise his hard-earned technique would be limited to areas with rivers. Once the water began to calm, Yuma once again commenced his hand seals. This time, his speed was markedly accelerated. His hands flew with grace, resembling blooming lotus flowers, creating numerous afterimages. In an instant, he halted, condensing the afterimages into a tangible form, completing the final seal. In the next moment, the water erupted, and a dragon, twice the size of its predecessor, emerged. The water dragon's silent roar and imposing presence filled the air with an aura of dominance. Yet, just as quickly, its form shattered, transforming into a deluge of raindrops. The surface roiled violently as Yuma was propelled onto the bank, gasping for breath, utterly drained. He decided to lie back on the shore, gazing up at the azure sky as his breath gradually steadied and his energy restored. At present, his chakra reserves only allowed him to unleash the water dragon bullet technique 4 times, equivalent to the level of a typical jounin, which felt beneath his aspirations. He murmured softly, reminiscing about the fanfiction he had read in his previous life. The protagonists in those tales either possessed boundless chakra by birth or had tailed beasts handed to them by a system. At the time, he dismissed it as absurd. Now, he could only envy and resent such fortunes. With his teacher away for the next 3 days and no drill scheduled, he seized the opportunity to execute his plan to entice Tsunade. "I hope my luck proves fortuitous," he whispered. After resting a while longer, he felt reinvigorated. Yuma rose once more to practice the water dragon bullet technique. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. As he ceased his training, he caught sight of the river, now nearly half its original volume, along with the sodden banks and pools of water. His eyes twitched in disbelief. Thank goodness, the river remains. While he did not believe that the river held significant importance to Konoha, had he indeed drained it, he would surely face a barrage of inquiries at the Hokage's office. He casually picked up several wriggling fish that had been washed ashore by his water dragon bullet technique. "Since you have escaped calamity, you shall serve as my meal." He ventured into the forest, seeking a clearing to ignite a campfire. Moments later, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the woods. Chapter 25. The making of a gambling god in the Hidden Leaf Village. Amidst the cacophony of a bustling casino, a mere 10-year-old Yuma Natsum boldly made his entrance. The air was thick with the sounds of dice clattering and gamblers' exuberant shouts. The tables, adorned with towering stacks of chips and bills, glimmered under the bright lights, nearly blinding his discerning gaze. How splendid it would be if all this wealth were mine, he mused. Before approaching the counter where he exchanged 5,000 ryo for 5 chips, the staff behind the counter did not hesitate to cater to him, undeterred by his youth. In this world, children as young as 5 were sent to the battlefield. Thus, what peculiarity was there in a 10-year-old entering a casino? With chips in hand, he casually selected a table where a game of high and low was in progress. The enchanting dealer, clad in a kimono that revealed ample skin, cast a seductive glance in Yuma's direction. Recognizing his forehead protector, she inquired. Does this little brother wish to partake in a few rounds? Her voice was laced with allure, igniting a tingling sensation throughout his being. Yet, Yuma was not swayed by her charm. Enough chatter. Let us begin, he retorted inwardly, for he had come to gamble, not to seek the company of women, who would only serve to disrupt his fortune. In his eyes, only the dice and chips held significance, and the dealer, undaunted by his youth, welcomed his participation. It is well known that being a ninja is a perilous profession. A 10-year-old ninja, too, required moments of leisure. Thus, with the exception of certain establishments, minors were not barred from entering casinos. Only those possessing ocular bloodline limits, such as the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, were prohibited due to their abilities to see through the dice cups or manipulate illusions. Shall we commence? The dealer purred, shaking the dice cup vigorously. The sound of the dice colliding resonated sharply, capturing the attention of the onlookers, who held their breath, as if attempting to peer through the cup. With a resounding clap, she slammed the cup onto the table, prompting the gamblers to place their bets. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuma placed his chips on the big option. Winning or losing was of no concern to him. Rather, he was focused on the instant his chips touched the table, at which point a system interface unfolded before his eyes. Indeed, a smile crept onto his face. Would you like to learn gambling skills? Yes, Yuma affirmed silently. The information on the interface shifted. Skill, gambling, level, beginner 0-100. Description, you have entered the realm of gambling, understanding the rules, with fate determining victory and defeat. Yuma felt a pang of disappointment. Victory determined by fate? What use is that to me? He contemplated appending the table, but quickly regained his composure. It was a reasonable assessment. After all, he was merely a beginner. To dominate the casino with such nascent skills was unrealistic. He still had much to cultivate. However, he would not engage in such cultivation within the casino. Should luck turn against him, and his skills fail to develop, he could face bankruptcy with no recourse for lamentation. Fortunately, Lady Fortune smiled upon him this round. The dice rolled a 5, 5, and 6, a winning hand. The odds for high and low were 1-1, doubling his chips. Yet, despite his victory, he remained undistracted, for learning gambling was merely a means to summon Tsunade, nothing more. Turning without a backward glance, he exchanged his chips back into currency. 5,000 Rio transformed into 6,000. Subsequently, he departed the casino and visited a general store, where he procured 3 dice and a deck of cards. Upon returning home, he first experimented with the dice, discovering an increase in his gambling proficiency. After several rounds, his skills finally reached a proficient level. Skill, gambling, level, proficient. Description, you have mastered gambling, understanding the rules with enhanced probability. Yuma beamed with delight. He was a step closer to becoming a gambling deity. The system was indeed remarkable. He continued to hone his gambling skills. A day later, he exclaimed in exhilaration, I have achieved mastery. His eyes were bloodshot from a sleepless night of relentless practice. At last, he had refined his skills to an expert level. Skill, gambling, level, expert. Description, you have attained expertise in gambling, capable of quick card switching and discerning dice outcomes. Though he now possessed the semblance of a gambling god, it was still insufficient for absolute victory. Quick card switching, in a world where ninjas possessed reflexes honed over 2 decades, was not particularly impressive. The ability to discern dice outcomes appeared remarkable, yet in comparison to perceptive ninjas, it paled in significance. What he desired was destiny on his side, ensuring a 100% success rate. Therefore, he had more work ahead of him. Nevertheless, he opted not to pursue further cultivation at that moment. From the previous day to the present, he had labored long enough. In his fervor to master gambling, he had neglected yesterday's training. Although the benefits of constant movement had sustained his physical condition, he refused to grow complacent. Laziness would only lead to stagnation. Thus, he resolved to resume his training and make up for the previous day's shortcomings. Stretching languidly, his joints cracked like popping beans, eliciting a satisfying groan. He estimated that his physical prowess, while perhaps not surpassing Might Guy, was nonetheless formidable. My efforts and sweat have finally borne fruit, supplemented by a touch of external assistance, he thought, feeling increasingly elated. After preparing a simple meal to satiate his hunger, he embarked on his training regimen. 200 push-ups, 200 squats, 200 sit-ups, and a run of 2,000 kilometers. That should suffice. Time to wrap up. Upon completing his run, Yuma felt invigorated rather than fatigued. His spirits lifted. The weariness from his all-nighter dedicated to gambling evaporated. Just then, he spotted Kakashi, silver-haired, masked, and ever so cool. Hey, Kakashi, he called, waving his hand. Kakashi acknowledged him with a nod, his demeanor indifferent, clearly disinterested in engaging further. Yet Yuma was determined not to let him slip away. The progress on his lightning cutter technique had been stalled for far too long. Today, he had no intention of letting this opportunity go. In 3 quick strides, he approached Kakashi and threw an arm around his shoulder. No need to be so distant. We're classmates, after all. Let us be a bit more friendly, Yuma smiled, seemingly oblivious to the disdain in Kakashi's eyes, pushing the limits of shamelessness. Kakashi's gaze held not only disdain, but also a hint of surprise. He realized that he had not evaded Yuma's advance. Remarkably swift, he thought to himself. Where are you headed? Yuma tightened his grip, unwilling to let Kakashi escape. Kakashi shot him a resigned glance. Could you not hold on so tightly? I'm not going anywhere. Oh, right, Yuma replied, though he only clung tighter. Just then, Kakashi's form suddenly erupted into smoke, dispersing into thin air. Curse it, a shadow clone. Yuma lamented, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. The ability to utilize shadow clones is truly remarkable. Even when going out for a leisurely stroll, one can employ them. Must you flaunt it so ostentatiously? Natsum Yuma remarked, though his heart was brimming with envy and jealousy. He had coveted the shadow clone technique for quite some time, yet had never managed to acquire it without cost. Thus, he could only accumulate contribution points to exchange for it. Kakashi's father, known as the White Fang of Konoha, was adept with the technique, so it was no surprise that Kakashi could wield it as well. Consequently, I have resolved to befriend Kakashi. His gaze was fervent. In due time, not only could he obtain Raikiri without expense, but also the coveted shadow clones, a veritable 2-for-1 deal. Although it may be shameless, he relished the thought. One can evade the monk, but not the temple. I shall now make my way to his abode, he muttered, setting his long legs in motion towards Kakashi's home. Meanwhile, at the 7th training ground, upon receiving the memories of the shadow clones, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Was Natsum Yuma truly unhinged? Were they even that well acquainted? He felt a headache coming on. He had always struggled to cope with individuals who lacked a sense of boundaries. Much like that green-clad river sprite, who had presumptuously deemed him a lifelong rival. Now, another such character had emerged in Natsum Yuma. Ever since the tragic death of his father, he had strived to maintain an air of indifference, and this incessant pursuit was becoming quite bothersome. As for Guy, he was a simpleton, but why must Natsum Yuma persist in his entanglement? Kakashi was utterly perplexed, yet an ominous premonition began to stir within him, as if trouble were looming on the horizon. Chapter 26. Helpless Kakashi. In the alley opposite Kakashi's home, Yuma Natsum lurked stealthily, akin to a perverted stalker, concealed within the shadows. Only his eyes were visible as he surreptitiously observed the house across the street. Where on earth has Kakashi gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Yuma grumbled in annoyance, feeling as if the flowers he had been waiting for were about to wither. Glancing at the time, he noted that over 5 hours had passed without a trace of Kakashi. Usually, it was others waiting for him, but now he found himself in this position. Finally understanding the sentiment. I deserve this, he scolded himself. However, for the sake of Raikage and shadow clones, it was all worth it, he reassured himself. At that moment, he finally caught sight of Kakashi's figure. Feigning nonchalance, he emerged from the alley. Ah, Kakashi, it seems we've met again, he greeted, striding towards Kakashi. Kakashi furrowed his brow, and with a swift body flicker, he distanced himself from Yuma. What the hell? Yuma stood frozen in disbelief, staring at Kakashi. It's me, Kakashi. Have you forgotten? He pointed to himself, enunciating clearly, Yuma Natsum. Kakashi remained silent, merely gazing at him with an air of calm that seemed to say, yes, I am indeed wary of you. The moment he laid eyes on Yuma, he understood the source of his ominous premonition. This insufferable individual had arrived. Sighing, Yuma observed Kakashi's expression, feeling exasperated. Why are you treating me like a thief? What have I done wrong? He pondered. I am humble, polite, and know how to conduct myself. I am quite handsome too. Surely, I am an ideal candidate for friendship. He sighed again. If he is going to guard against me, then fine. But I have waited too long for him to simply decline my friendship. Are you not fast? In an instant, Yuma entered the 8-gate state, opening the 3rd gate. Green energy enveloped him, and beneath his crimson skin, veins bulged. With a powerful push off the ground, the stones shattered as he appeared beside Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils constricted. He had no time to react before Yuma's arm draped over his shoulder. As classmates, your cold demeanor is rather disheartening, he said with a grin. Kakashi's body stiffened as he turned his gaze to Yuma, who had reverted to his normal state after the 8 gates. You mastered the 8 gates? He asked incredulously. Indeed, Yuma nodded proudly. Gai-sensei taught me. Impressive, isn't it? Kakashi's brow furrowed deeper, his confusion only growing. How did you open the 8 gates so quickly? Yuma raised his chin in triumph. Kakashi, Konoha is not solely home to you. A genius. Clearly, I am one too. Kakashi fell silent. He had learned about the 8 gates from Guy, and thus understood the immense difficulty in mastering it. Yuma's ease with the technique was something even Guy would find challenging. Therefore, when Yuma shamelessly declared himself a genius, Kakashi refrained from contradicting him, recognizing Yuma's talent in that regard. Well then, let us not linger here. Shall we go inside? Yuma insisted, pulling Kakashi along as if he were the owner of the house. Kakashi sighed, feeling defeated. He did not wish to be cold. Yet it was difficult to directly tell Yuma to leave. Yuma, although we were once classmates, we are not particularly close. If you have something to discuss, please just say it. Once inside, Kakashi gazed at Yuma, who promptly released his grip and settled onto the couch. Kakashi, you may not believe this, but from the moment I entered the Ninja Academy at age 5, I knew we would become friends. Kakashi's expression was blank. He truly did not believe him. He wanted to say that Yuma was overthinking it, but the words caught in his throat. He recognized that any protest would be futile. This fellow was even more shameless than Guy. Seeing Kakashi's silence, Yuma beamed with delight. Since you are not speaking, I shall take that as agreement. From now on, we are friends. Kakashi pressed his hand to his forehead. What does it mean that my silence is considered acquiescence? I have no idea what to say to this shameless individual who boldly takes liberties without consent. He felt utterly drained. Kakashi, your chakra nature is lightning, correct? At that moment, he heard Yuma's inquiry. Startled, he looked up. How did this guy know? Because my chakra nature is also lightning, Yuma exclaimed proudly, pointing to himself. Kakashi felt too exhausted to retort. He had already voiced more complaints today than in all the years prior. Yet, he still wanted to ask. What does that have to do with anything? It's just lightning chakra. Why are you so smug about it? Before Kakashi could respond, Yuma had already provided his own answer. We are both geniuses, and since our chakra nature is the same, it is perfectly logical. Kakashi felt utterly at a loss for words, thinking, you are shameless. And you are right. Yuma stood up, prompting a flicker of hope in Kakashi's heart, thinking that perhaps this fellow would finally take his leave. Instead, he headed straight for the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and retrieved some ingredients. Then, Yuma began to cook. Yes, Yuma was cooking in Kakashi's home. Not only did he intrude without invitation, but he also took the liberty of preparing a meal. Kakashi was left dumbfounded, and his feelings were indescribable. He was on the verge of exploding. This shameless individual truly treated this place as his own home. However, it smelled divine. With remarkable speed, Yuma prepared a dish and a soup within mere minutes. The dish was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the soup was a simple tomato and egg soup. It was not that he had a vendetta against tomatoes and eggs. It was simply that Kakashi's refrigerator contained only those ingredients. Who knew why he had such a fondness for tomatoes and eggs? Though the dishes were simple, Yuma's culinary skills transformed them into an absolute feast for the senses. Have you eaten yet? If not, let us dine while we converse, Yuma said, placing the food on the table. This time, Kakashi refrained from complaining. He quietly took a seat and accepted the rice that Yuma served him. He wanted to refuse, but found himself unable to utter a word. The aroma was too enticing. He wished to say something, yet no words escaped his lips. Since his father's passing, it had been a long time since he had shared a meal with anyone, especially one as delicious as this. He began to eat heartily, gradually forgetting the unpleasantness that had lingered in his heart. Such is the power of food. It can dispel one's discontent. This was also Yuma's intention in cooking. One could say he was a cunning young man. Indeed, a cunning one. Only he could pull off such audacious maneuvers. Chapter 27. The lightning blade in hand, they spoke of dining while conversing, yet the conversation never materialized. For there was simply no opportunity to engage. If blame were to be cast, it would solely rest upon the culinary prowess of Natsum Yuma, whose delectable dishes ensnared Kakashi, who devoured them as though he were a famished spirit returned to life. With each bite, he savored the meal, and once the food was gone, he proceeded to gulp down the soup as if it were mere water. Natsum Yuma attempted to interject several times, but found no chance to do so. At last, upon finishing his meal, Kakashi stood, wiped his mouth, and headed towards the bedroom, casually proclaiming, "It's getting late. I shall retire. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow." With that, he dismissed Natsum Yuma entirely, locking the door behind him. A hand raised, Natsum Yuma became an expression of bewilderment, momentarily at a loss. What had brought him here today? Ah yes, to forge a friendship with Kakashi and to benefit from his lightning blade and shadow clone techniques. In an effort to mend any discord and bridge the gap between them, he had prepared a meal. And what was the outcome? Kakashi had enjoyed his feast. And then nothing further transpired. Had he truly been taken advantage of in such a manner? Was this just? Certainly not. Natsum Yuma, a man of unwavering pride throughout 2 lifetimes, could not possibly endure such indignity. Standing before the locked door, he called out, "Kakashi, I am currently developing an A-rank ninjutsu known as the lightning blade. This technique," he elaborated on the characteristics and principles of the lightning blade. No sooner had he finished than the bedroom door swung open, revealing a stunned Kakashi, who stared at Natsum Yuma speechless for an extended moment. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Kakashi's gaze, Natsum Yuma mused, "I am aware of my own allure, yet must you observe me with such intensity? To clarify, I have an affinity solely for women." The astonishment on Kakashi's face faded, replaced by a look of disdain. This man was utterly shameless. Yet, the thought process behind the lightning blade seemed eerily akin to Natsum Yuma's recent musings. Kakashi, regarding Natsum Yuma with scrutiny, inquired, "Did you conceive all of this on your own?" Of course, Natsum Yuma fabricated a tale. It was a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning. Unable to sleep, I ventured to the rooftop to enjoy the rain. At that moment, with a flash of lightning illuminating my mind, I conceived the notion of developing the lightning blade. Kakashi gazed at him with skepticism, not believing a single word. Who in their right mind would go to the rooftop during a thunderstorm? How did you survive without being struck? Despite his disbelief, Kakashi refrained from pressing further. Natsum Yuma's reasoning was far more refined than his own fledgling ideas. It was impossible that he had drawn inspiration from Kakashi. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Natsum Yuma, unconcerned with Kakashi's belief in his fabricated narrative, eagerly probed. What are your thoughts on my lightning blade? Indeed, it was now his accomplishment. Kakashi remained silent for a moment before forming hand seals. In an instant, lightning erupted, and the sound of the lightning blade resonated. Natsum Yuma's mouth dropped open. He had finally witnessed true genius. As a seasoned fan of the Hokage series, he understood the principles behind many techniques, including the spiral sphere and lightning blade. However, he could never translate that understanding into practice. Yet here was Kakashi, grasping the concept and executing it flawlessly in an instant. It seemed that lacking talent, he would have to rely on external aids, Natsum Yuma thought to himself. With fervor, he implored, "How did you accomplish that? Teach me." Kakashi regarded him quizzically. "I simply followed your line of thought." Natsum Yuma's expression faltered. What now? His inadequacy was on the verge of being exposed. Was there any way to maintain the facade? He cleared his throat, brain racing, and spoke slowly. "Well, although my thought process is flawless, there are certain aspects I do not fully comprehend. You know, humans can be peculiar that way. The mind may grasp concepts while the body does not. You understand, right? That's precisely my predicament." Kakashi nodded, albeit perplexed. "I do not understand." He had never encountered such a situation. "Are you joking?" Natsum Yuma retorted in frustration. Why was it so arduous to converse with a genius? He dropped the pretense, stating plainly, "In any case, I am here because I cannot comprehend this, so just consider me less intelligent than you." A glimmer of amusement crossed Kakashi's eyes. This shameless individual was finally showing some semblance of humility. Without withholding any knowledge, he meticulously explained everything from the hand seals to chakra compression and concentration. After finishing, just as he was about to inquire if Natsum Yuma had understood, he witnessed Natsum Yuma forming seals as well, gathering a sphere of lightning in his palm. I'm truly a genius," Natsum Yuma declared, his spirits soaring. At that moment, a new skill appeared in his system, the lightning blade. Ninjutsu, lightning blade. Level, beginner 10-100, description. Your lightning blade is now at the beginner level. With complete focus, you can successfully release the lightning blade. Overjoyed, Natsum Yuma felt a rush of excitement. At last, following the 8 gates and water dragon jutsu, he had acquired another formidable ninjutsu. Kakashi, too, was taken aback by Natsum Yuma's rapid learning. Noticing Kakashi's astonishment, Natsum Yuma couldn't help but gloat. "I concede that your comprehension may surpass mine by a fraction, but my capacity for learning is certainly superior." To his surprise, Kakashi nodded in agreement. "Your learning ability is indeed impressive. Both the 8 gates and the lightning blade exhibit your strong aptitude." As Kakashi dispersed the chakra in his palm, the lightning faded, and he frowned slightly, muttering, "The lightning blade consumes an overwhelming amount of chakra. Currently, I can only use it once a day. That is due to your insufficient chakra reserve," Natsum Yuma interjected, then released his own chakra. "You ought to focus on physical training. Your constitution is too frail." Once again, lightning crackled in his palm. Kakashi regarded him curiously. "What are you doing? Training, what does it look like?" Natsum Yuma replied, dispersing his chakra once more, then summoning the lightning again. As Kakashi marveled at the abundance of chakra Natsum Yuma possessed, he also found his behavior rather peculiar. What sort of training is this? It seems more like play. After witnessing Natsum Yuma's lightning flicker in and out of existence 4 times, he pondered, "Even I can only use it 4 times? Kakashi's expression darkened. At your age, being able to utilize an A-rank ninjutsu 4 times a day is already quite remarkable. And what do you mean by even you? Do not be so arrogant." He suspected Natsum Yuma was merely boasting. Chapter 28. The Art of Shadow Clone. Indeed, Natsum Yuma was reveling in his own display. Observing Kakashi's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, he felt an immense sense of amusement. His lips were nearly unable to restrain a smile, prompting him to cough discreetly. He must not laugh. The game was not yet concluded. With earnest eyes, he turned to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, I have a small request that I hope you will consider." Kakashi, reverting to his usual stoic demeanor, replied in a flat tone. "Then perhaps it is best not to speak of it." Yuma, feigning ignorance, countered, "If you disallow me to speak, I would lose face. Might you teach me the shadow clone technique?" Kakashi hesitated momentarily, contemplating the merit of imparting this knowledge as a means of repaying Yuma for the insights he had provided on the Chidori. Finally, he nodded. "Very well. But I have a condition." Yuma's spirit soared at Kakashi's willingness, and he quickly exclaimed, "One condition? I would accept 100. Kakashi cast him a sidelong glance. "My condition is simply this." He paused. "Release your grip." Yuma complied, feeling a twinge of disappointment and a desire to cry. Yet, in the next moment, his melancholy was replaced by laughter as Kakashi tossed him a scroll. "Return it once you have perused it." "Absolutely," he replied, already unfurling the scroll. "Do you wish to learn the shadow clone technique?" The system prompt appeared before him. He confirmed his choice in his mind, and the prompt vanished, replaced by new information. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Level, Novice 0-100, Description. You have mastered the basics of the Shadow Clone Technique and can successfully execute it with full concentration. At this moment, Yuma's heart brimmed with joy. He could finally bid farewell to the mere illusion of clones. "Here you go," he said, tossing the scroll back to Kakashi. "Have you mastered it?" Kakashi inquired as he caught the scroll. Of course. A mere B-rank ninjutsu could hardly challenge me, Yuma boasted. Though inwardly he mused, you remain oblivious to my advantages. Kakashi was not taken aback. He had witnessed Yuma's extraordinary learning capabilities merely moments ago. You may leave now, he stated, firmly dismissing him. Previously reluctant to voice his thoughts due to uncertainty about Yuma's character, fearing he might hurt him, he now comprehended that Yuma was audacious and shameless, impervious to any potential offense. With his objectives achieved, Yuma had no reason to linger. He waved his hand. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell. And with that, he departed. As Yuma's figure faded from view, Kakashi found himself lost in contemplation. As a prodigy, he took pride in his abilities, believing no peer could rival him. However, today, the once lagging Yuma had demonstrated that brilliance was not solely his domain. Upon returning home, Yuma found that the chakra expended earlier through Chidori had nearly replenished. Eagerly, he began to practice the shadow clone technique. Within 4 seconds, he completed the necessary hand seals. And with a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke erupted beside him, revealing a clone identical to himself. Curiously, he scrutinized the clone, muttering, "The shadow clone is a tangible manifestation of chakra, possessing independent consciousness. Thus, this clone is akin to another version of me. Does that mean there is another system within me?" Just as he pondered this, the clone responded, "What nonsense. I am merely a product of your chakra. And you are the soul-bound user of the system. How could I possibly harbor one?" Fair point, Yuma conceded, unfazed by the clone's derision. He continued, "But could I not use the shadow clone to train in ninjutsu?" Both the original and the clone's eyes sparkled simultaneously. In unison, they unleashed Chidori. 2 bursts of lightning illuminating the room. The sound of Chidori resonated sharply, and after a moment, both parties dismissed the technique. Yuma summoned the system, checking the proficiency level of Chidori. Proficiency X2, he exclaimed in delight. It truly was possible to train this way. He exchanged glances with his clone and continued their practice. However, after the clone executed Chidori for the second time, it burst into smoke and vanished. The original felt a sudden weakness, nearly collapsing. At that moment, the excitement on his face faded, replaced by a rueful smile. My chakra, indeed, has become an obstacle to my progress. In his exhilaration, Yuma had forgotten that summoning a shadow clone consumed chakra, and each clone further divided his already depleted reserves. After 2 uses of Chidori, his chakra was completely exhausted. Thus, 2 revelations emerged. The good news was that shadow clones could indeed train alongside the original, while the bad news was that his chakra reserves were insufficient. Yuma felt despondent. His earlier vision of having the clone train while he indulged in leisure was now utterly dashed. Yet, all was not lost. A new thought crossed his mind. Although the shadow clone could not double proficiency, it could have the training duration. Taking Chidori as an example, the original could practice 4 times with full chakra. After those 4 attempts, while some chakra would remain, it would not suffice for another execution. If both the original and the clone trained together, they would each only be able to practice twice, depleting their chakra entirely. Nonetheless, while the number of attempts remained unchanged, the time required would be reduced by half, significantly enhancing efficiency. Yuma's eyes sparkled anew. As my chakra increases, there will come a day when my shadow clones can alleviate my burdens and assist me in training. He settled cross-legged on his bed, awaiting the restoration of his chakra. While his shadow clone was not yet mature enough to train in ninjutsu, it could certainly practice skills that did not consume chakra, such as gambling techniques. Yuma had thus found a new direction for his clone's training. Once Yuma's chakra was fully restored, he once again performed the shadow clone technique, creating 2 clones. One clone engaged in practicing gambling techniques, while the other exploded into smoke. As it was Yuma's original self who was honing the shadow clone technique. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. Yuma's mastery of the shadow clone technique had finally reached proficiency level, allowing him to utilize it in combat. Sufficient. Now, onward to training Chidori, he murmured to himself, embarking on yet another round of practice that extended into the late hours of the night. His proficiency in Chidori had also reached a level suitable for combat. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the training grounds to test whether my current reaction speed and dynamic vision can harness Chidori. Chapter 29. The duel. Though the Chidori is a formidable technique, it necessitates the user to dash at high speed to unleash its full potential. In the original narrative, Kakashi suffered a setback during his initial use of the Chidori due to his inferior dynamic vision, which rendered him unable to discern his opponent's movements, resulting in a counterattack that inflicted injury upon him. It was only after acquiring the Sharingan that he truly harnessed the Chidori's might. This explains why the Chidori flourished in the hands of Sasuke. The technique demands exceptional dynamic vision. Natsum Yuma harbored doubts about whether his own dynamic vision could master the Chidori, prompting him to resolve to test it in the training grounds the following day. He left behind a shadow clone to continue honing his gambling skills. After completing his own training and consuming a light meal, he retired for the night. The next day, Natsum Yuma awoke early and glanced at his shadow clone, which was still diligently practicing. Thanks to an entire night of effort, the clone's proficiency in gambling had significantly improved. Natsum believed it wouldn't be long before he ascended to master level. Good, good. Keep it up, he encouraged. The shadow clone shot him a resentful look before dissipating, its chakra exhausted. The clone's memories and insights were returned to him, accompanied by a slight fatigue that was negligible in the face of his increasingly robust physique. Natsum frowned slightly. Is this the limit of my clone's endurance? It appears it is still not mature enough. After muttering to himself, he created another shadow clone to seamlessly continue the practice. After breakfast and training, Natsum Yuma made his way to the training grounds. Upon arriving at training ground number 7, he spotted Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi, good morning. Who would have thought we'd meet again? Truly a stroke of fate, Natsum greeted cheerfully as he entered. Kakashi, upon seeing Natsum, felt a twinge of annoyance and coldly inquired, what brings you to our training ground number 7? You guess, Natsum replied. Kakashi's forehead twitched with irritation, mentally exclaiming, what a ridiculous guess. He promptly ignored Natsum and resumed his own training. Kakashi, a prodigy, had not confined himself to a single discipline. He trained in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, with ninjutsu being his most remarkable skill. His taijutsu was also practical in combat, while his jinjutsu was rather lacking, as evidenced by his defeat at the hands of Itachi in the original story. Natsum chose not to disturb him, leaning casually against the iron railing with his arms crossed. Observing Kakashi's focused training, Kakashi was utterly absorbed, repeatedly refining his techniques, his family's swordsmanship, taijutsu, and shuriken throwing. Many hailed him as a genius, but overlooked the sweat he shed in pursuit of excellence. Genius is not frightening. What is truly daunting is a genius who also works diligently. Natsum reflected inwardly, feeling that Kakashi was indeed a formidable presence. Straightening up, he approached Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi, what's the point of training alone? How about we have a match? Natsum called out. Kakashi halted his training, calmly locking eyes with him, and simply replied, fine. You can rest first. Before Natsum could finish his sentence, Kakashi surged forward. Natsum swallowed his words and braced himself against Kakashi's swift onslaught. The two exchanged blows, their speed reaching its zenith. Meanwhile, outside the training grounds, Inuzuka Rin, having just arrived, gaped in disbelief at the fierce battle unfolding within. Has Yuma really become this powerful? She murmured, astonished at the sight of someone who had once been at the bottom now engaging in a competitive exchange with the genius Kakashi. She recalled a previous conversation in the food district where Natsum had expressed indifference towards his past, perhaps because he had already surpassed it. Rin's eyes sparkled as she watched Natsum engage with Kakashi, both evenly matched. Yet within the arena, Kakashi's feelings were complex as he realized Natsum was not utilizing his full strength. Employing only basic taijutsu, Natsum was able to contend with him to such an extent. Kakashi understood that beyond basic taijutsu, Natsum wielded the 8 gates and the chidori, techniques he had thus far refrained from using. After another exchange of strikes, they both paused. Kakashi, unleash your full power, Natsum urged. Without further ado, Kakashi activated the chidori. After a series of rapid hand seals, a brilliant blue-white electric light erupted from his palm, the air crackling with energy and the chidori's signature sound resonating. I've been waiting for your chidori, Natsum declared as he instantly entered the 8-gate state. Opening the first gate, the gate of opening. At that moment, Kakashi charged at him. Stop, Rin shouted, rushing into the training grounds, her heart racing with panic. Although she was unaware of the specific ninjutsu Kakashi was employing, the sheer intensity of its presence was enough to convey its danger. How can Kakashi use such a perilous technique against Yuma? I must intervene before he gets hurt. As Rin dashed into the training grounds, she felt a firm grip on her shoulder. It was Minato Namikaze, appearing behind her. Do not worry. Yuma will not fall so easily, he assured her. Really? Rin looked incredulously at her teacher. Minato smiled. Look at the corner of his mouth. Rin turned her gaze to Natsum's lips, where a faint curve was discernible. If one did not pay close attention, it would be nearly imperceptible. Yuma, is he smiling? Rin pondered, uncertainty creeping in. Minato nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is smiling. It seems he is confident in withstanding Kakashi's attack. He paused to reflect momentarily, then his eyes brightened as he declared, lightning release, thunderclap. Rin did not catch the entirety of her teacher's words, for Kakashi had already lunged toward Natsum. She clasped her hands tightly against her chest, praying that her teacher's assertion was accurate, that Yuma truly had the confidence to withstand Kakashi's strike. As Kakashi observed the unmoving Natsum, he felt a twinge of confusion. Why isn't this guy reacting? Is he truly intending to take the chidori head-on? Kakashi's irritation flared, and he increased his speed, akin to a flash of lightning, closing the distance to Natsum in an instant. With his hand aglow with electric energy, he aimed to strike Natsum. At that moment, Natsum sprang into action. He leaned back sharply, evading the chidori while simultaneously planting his hands on the ground, executing a back hook with his right foot. By the time Kakashi noticed Natsum's right foot, it was too late. The kick connected with his chin, sending his body soaring. Natsum had not unleashed his full strength, otherwise Kakashi's head might have been obliterated. As Kakashi was launched into the air, he performed a backflip and landed gracefully on the ground, the electric energy in his hand dissipating. He stood there, momentarily stunned. Chapter 30. A new perspective. Kakashi stared at his palm, momentarily frozen in disbelief. It was hard for him to accept that he had been so easily defeated. You should have realized by now. Yujin Natsum approached him, remarking, Chidori demands exceptional dynamic vision. If your dynamic vision is insufficient, blind spots will emerge during your sprint, leaving you vulnerable. He patted Kakashi on the shoulder, adding, so, focus on enhancing your dynamic vision. With that, he turned away, beaming towards Lin Noera. Kakashi pales in comparison to Lin. Lin exclaimed, rushing to Natsum with a bright smile. You're amazing, Yujin. Just a small feat. I have even greater talents to showcase, he replied, promising to demonstrate them someday. Lin nodded eagerly, innocent, and unaware of how fast Natsum truly was. He affectionately ruffled her hair, relishing in this rare moment of intimacy. Outside the iron bars, Obito Uchiha, just arriving, witnessed this scene and felt a pang of anguish. Painful. Excruciating pain. Minato Namikaze observed Natsum with a glimmer of amusement, thinking, this lad certainly knows how to charm. He glanced at Kakashi, who remained lost in contemplation, and inquired. Yujin, your match with Kakashi was to expose his ninjutsu flaws, wasn't it? Natsum looked astonished. I didn't think you would catch on. Truly impressive, Teacher Minato. This was not mere flattery. It was genuine admiration. Natsum had lost interest in Kakashi. The man before him was now his new target. Minato felt flattered by the compliment, his eyes brimming with appreciation. In his view, Natsum possessed talent that rivaled Kakashi's and could provide emotional value at any moment. An ideal pupil. Alas, his teacher was a Kimichi Choza. Not himself. He felt a twinge of regret. Yujin, what brings you to our 7th squad's training ground? Obito's voice pierced through, laced with irritation. Natsum caught a whiff of acidity in the air and covered his nose, exclaiming, ugh, how sour. Where is this overwhelming acidity coming from? Lin sniffed curiously, is there? I don't smell anything. I don't either, Minato added, taking a deep breath. Could it be a figment of your imagination? Absolutely not. Natsum insisted. This peculiar sourness is undetectable by the 5 senses. It can only be perceived by the soul. Lin was taken aback, while Minato wore a puzzled expression. Obito approached. His face darkened with frustration. This guy had diverted everyone's attention with his nonsensical remarks. Teacher, didn't he even notice me? Not even Lin, everyone else ignoring me. This guy is even worse than Kakashi. With a scowl, Obito stood before Natsum. I say, you. Before he could finish, Natsum interrupted with, oh, it's my brother Obito. I thought you were just a sour lemon. His face lit up with joy, as if reuniting with a long-lost sibling. When did you arrive? You didn't say a word. Obito was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Natsum with disbelief. He couldn't escape Kakashi's fate, mentally berating himself. Is he pretending? He must be. Did I not provoke him? When did I become his brother? Back in ninja school, he ignored me, and now he calls me brother? Obito's expression was a colorful canvas, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Yet Natsum appeared oblivious to his turmoil, continuing, since our last encounter at the food festival. I thought you had forgotten me, my brother. I was heartbroken. Natsum's earnestness would lead one to believe they were lifelong friends. Lin, however, recognized his exaggeration. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Natsum was not one to lie without reason. Lin thought to herself, surely, he must have his motives. Obito's face was still contorted when he heard Natsum's words again. His very soul trembled. He stared blankly at Natsum, momentarily questioning. Could it be that we were once friends? Did I simply forget? Natsum wanted to say more, but turned to find Obito's gaze fixed on him. His eyes twitched. He had gone too far. This guy truly believed him. He had forgotten that Obito's character was akin to Naruto's, naive, kind-hearted, and enthusiastic, yet overlooked due to his lack of talent. He had no friends in school, nor any family support. At that moment, Obito was profoundly lonely, yearning for recognition from others. Natsum realized he had become too immersed in his performance, momentarily losing focus. What should he do? Should he clarify? Brother, you're mistaken. We were never friends. I was just teasing you. Not only would that prompt judgment from Lin and Minato, but it could also provoke Obito, leading him down a dark path. Well, Natsum pondered. Since he believes it, let him continue to do so. As a time traveler, why fear having another friend? Even if he is a villain in the original story, so what? Besides, the Sharingan is an intriguing subject worth exploring. Natsum paused, deciding to embellish his tale further. Back in ninja school, I often felt inferior due to my shortcomings, hesitant to get too close to my classmates for fear of ridicule. But you. He tightened his embrace around Obito's shoulders, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, inhaling deeply, as if holding back tears. Only you, my brother, have never mocked me. Hence, I have always considered you my friend. Obito, on the brink of tears, struggled to articulate his feelings, overwhelmed with joy. The intense emotions unique to his clan erupted within him. Natsum watched as Obito's eyes gradually turned crimson, and a spinning tomo manifested. Oh my. Chapter 31. Obito Uchiha realizes this wave of dog food is not for humans. Natsum could never have anticipated that his playful act would ultimately awaken Obito Uchiha's eyes. He found himself enveloped in a profound existential confusion, unable to discern whether his acting prowess was simply too refined or if Obito was merely naive. Obito, your eyes! Rin Noera exclaimed in astonishment, gazing into the depths of Obito's eyes. Minato Namikaze, too, was captivated by the crimson hue of those eyes, murmuring to himself, could this be the legendary Sharingan? Obito, perplexed, remained lost in the emotional whirlwind of having gained a new friend, sobbing intermittently. At that moment, Kakashi approached, and upon seeing Obito's single Tomo Sharingan, a flicker of shock crossed his features. He withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Obito. As Obito grasped the kunai, he beheld its mirror-like blade, where his own blood-red single Tomo Sharingan reflected back at him. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he stammered, I've opened my eyes. Caressing the area around his eyes, he leaped up in exhilaration, arms outstretched, ready to embrace Rin. Seeing this, Yuma Natsum swiftly intervened. How dare you embrace my little sister? He activated the first gate of the 8 gates, appearing before Rin in an instant, enveloping her in a hug instead of Obito. Congratulations, Obito. From this moment forth, no one shall dare mock you again. Obito was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his intended embrace was misdirected. Yet, Yuma was his good friend, so a celebratory hug was acceptable. He returned Yuma's embrace briefly before releasing him, preparing to finally embrace his angel. Though he had previously been too timid, he was no longer the same person he once was. He had a valid excuse. His excitement over awakening his eyes had caused him to forget decorum. Rin was so gentle, surely she would forgive him. However, when he gently pushed Yuma away, he found he could not budge him. Confused, he exerted more force, yet still found himself unable to escape Yuma's grasp. Was it possible that his friend had some peculiar inclination? Yuma Natsum, using all his strength, held Obito tightly. He could easily guess Obito's thoughts. Having played this old trick countless times before, there was no way he would allow Obito to succeed. He had never embraced Rin. So how could he let another do so? Yuma's strength was considerable, especially now that he had opened the 8 gates. Though it was merely the first gate, it was more than enough to prevent Obito from breaking free. As Obito's complexion began to pale, he gasped for breath, struggling to speak. Brother, let go. You wouldn't want me to perish in your embrace, would you? Yuma had no intention of letting him die in his arms, but if he released him, Obito, congratulations. Rin's melodious voice chimed from behind. Turning his head, Yuma saw Rin looking at him with a playful smile, even winking mischievously. Clearly, her words were directed at Obito, yet her gaze was solely on Yuma. He returned her playful glance, eliciting a soft giggle from Rin. Yuma, please let me go. I'm utterly stuffed, Obito rasped, the intensity of this dog food moment overwhelming him. He feared he might burst from the emotional feast. Realizing he was still holding a man, Yuma quickly released him, and Obito plopped down onto the ground, the earlier exhilaration now replaced with profound defeat. He had believed that by awakening his eyes, he could draw closer to Rin, only for Yuma to intervene. With a heavy sigh, he gazed at his friend, feeling a tumult of emotions. He had awakened his eyes because of Yuma, yet it was also due to him that he felt he had lost Rin. His thoughts were a chaotic tangle, and he hung his head in silence. A hand appeared before him. It was his teacher, Minato. Obito, congratulations. Minato said with a warm and genuine smile. Obito was inexplicably moved by the kindness in his teacher's expression, and tears welled up in his eyes. He thought, crying twice in a day would surely be embarrassing. Yet, despite his efforts to hold back, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Minato enveloped him in a comforting embrace. Fool. If you wish to cry, then cry freely. Unable to contain himself any longer, Obito wept openly, as if purging all the grievances he had endured over the years. Yet, suddenly, he recalled Yuma's words from the food court, where Yuma had jokingly remarked, people change. Perhaps one day you too will become cold-hearted, betraying your teachers and ancestors. Clenching his fists, Obito's nails dug into his palms, blood seeping between his fingers as he vowed internally, I will not change. I shall never become that way. Never. Rin, hearing Obito's sobs, grew concerned and softly asked, why is Obito crying? Yuma glanced at Obito, suggesting, perhaps he is simply overwhelmed with joy. Rin looked at him quizzically, can one cry from happiness? Of course, Yuma replied earnestly. When one reaches the pinnacle of joy, tears may flow. Rin nodded, though she did not fully understand, as she had never experienced such a moment. Nonetheless, she trusted every word from Yuma. Rin, don't be deceived. How can one cry when they are happy? Kakashi interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Yuma. Surprisingly, Yuma did not counter Kakashi's statement. Instead, he merely smiled, seemingly uninterested in defending himself. Rin, slightly displeased, retorted, Kakashi, just because we haven't experienced something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. We're still young. Let us not rush to doubt. With a sigh, Kakashi chose not to argue with Rin, instead focusing on Yuma, inquiring, how did you come to this conclusion? I already told you. Yuma replied with an air of exasperation, pointing at himself, I'm a genius. It's only natural for a genius to perceive things that others cannot. Kakashi inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to scoff. Let us have a rematch in a couple of days. With that, he departed to continue his training. Yuma, what did Kakashi say? He looked rather displeased. Obito, having exhausted his tears, approached curiously. His Sharingan had already been deactivated. Nothing much, He was just a bit upset about being defeated by me. Yuma replied nonchalantly. Is that true? Obito couldn't believe it. You're pulling my leg, aren't you? Rin, tell him whether I'm lying. Yuma, too lazy to explain. Left it to Rin. She shook her head, a smile gracing her features. Yuma isn't lying. He truly defeated Kakashi. Obito stood in stunned silence, incredulous. It was unfathomable that their generation's acknowledged genius had been bested by someone he deemed a laggard. How could this be? Chapter 32. An introduction to the Sharingan. What is impossible about this? I am no longer the person I used to be. I am a genius now, declared Natsume Yuma with an audacious tone. After a moment of astonishment, Uchiha Obito regained his composure. Initially, he felt a twinge of envy, but upon reflection, he realized he had awakened his own eyes. With the immense power of the Sharingan, he was confident he would eventually surpass these so-called geniuses. Thus, envy dissipated, replaced by a flicker of pride. He regarded Natsume Yuma with a hint of disdain in his voice. Humph. One day, I will surpass all of you. To assert his confidence, his eyes transformed into a single Tomo Sharingan. Observing this strange gaze, Natsume Yuma mused, if he were merely an ordinary genius, perhaps Obito could indeed eclipse him. Yet, he was not. He was an anomaly. To surpass me? Perhaps in your next life. Natsume Yuma retorted mercilessly. His intention was not to belittle Obito. The Sharingan was undeniably powerful, but could it rival his own unique advantages? Absolutely not. Obito felt no anger. He was no longer the lackluster underachiever he once was. He was now recognized as a genius within the Uchiha clan. Among his peers, he was the sole one who had awakened his eyes. Was he not a genius? Oh, right. Natsume Yuma suddenly recalled something and stepped closer, draping an arm over Obito's shoulder. Since I helped you awaken your eyes, shouldn't you repay me? What do you want? Obito replied, covering his pocket. I must inform you that I am quite poor. Natsume Yuma rolled his eyes, slightly annoyed. Who was asking you for money? As the proprietor of Gourmet City, would I extort a pauper like you? Ah, yes. Obito realized that Natsume Yuma was indeed the wealthy owner of Gourmet City. Then what is it that you desire? He asked meekly. Obito felt he had nothing to offer in return for this favor. He had initially hoped to brush it off with a simple no need for thanks, intending to repay Natsume Yuma once he acquired wealth in the future. However, he hadn't anticipated Natsume Yuma would directly request repayment, leaving him in a bit of a predicament. Despite his prestigious lineage, he was financially constrained. The little money he had was earned through missions. Sensing Obito's discomfort, Natsume Yuma reassured him, fear not, my brother, I am not that greedy. Anything from shuriken techniques, fireball jutsu, or even bloodline limits would suffice. Obito was taken aback. Isn't that a bit too greedy? You're already eyeing bloodline limits. He responded seriously, the Uchiha's shuriken techniques can only be learned by the clan leader's line. So I cannot teach you that. As for fire techniques, I can certainly teach you the great fireball technique. But do not even think about bloodline limits. It is a taboo for any bloodline clan. Were it anyone else from the Uchiha clan, they would turn against you for such a statement. Rest assured. Natsume Yuma quickly reassured him. I have no intentions of coveting your Sharingan. I am merely curious about the sensations you experienced upon awakening your eyes. Such as the flow of chakra. Obito's expression eased slightly. In that case, I can share my experience with you. He proceeded to describe his feelings upon awakening. Just as he finished speaking, a prompt appeared before Natsume Yuma. Do you wish to learn the Sharingan? He was taken aback, trembling, his face flushed. He nearly lost his breath, his words faltering. What the? Nearby, Noera Rin was startled and rushed to Natsume Yuma's side, anxiously asking, Yuma, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Yuma seemed oblivious, his gaze fixated in a daze. Sensing his instability, Obito quickly supported him. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze and Kakashi heard the commotion and swiftly arrived using the body flicker technique. What happened to Yuma? Minato inquired. I have no idea, Obito replied, bewildered. He asked about my experience awakening the Sharingan, and then he just became like this. Kakashi, silently observing, approached Yuma, waving a hand in front of his eyes. Only to find Yuma's pupils fixated on a certain point, his face adorned with an odd, almost mischievous smile. It seems he might be experiencing a sudden episode. Kakashi assessed calmly. We need to take him to the hospital. He then supported Yuma with one arm, while Obito assisted with the other, guiding him away from the training ground. Rin followed closely, her eyes moist with concern. Let me carry him. I can move faster than you both. Minato insisted, appearing before Kakashi and crouching down, inviting them to place Yuma on his back. At that moment, Yuma's voice broke through. No, it's fine. I'm all right. He straightened up, performing a few stretches in front of their skeptical gazes. See, I'm perfectly fine. He reassured, suppressing his exhilaration. Yuma, are you really okay? Rin asked cautiously. Seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes warmed his heart. He affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. Absolutely fantastic. With a blush creeping onto Rin's cheeks. Her anxious heart finally found solace. Reactions from the others varied. Obito's face twisted with jealousy, Kakashi rolled his eyes and returned to training, while Minato smiled, reminiscing about his time with Kushina before their marriage, sweet and innocent. At this moment, Yuma felt an overwhelming sense of joy. For his system interface had just acquired a new skill, the most formidable ocular technique in the ninja world, the Sharingan. Ocular technique, Sharingan. Level, Beginner 0-100. Description, your Sharingan has been awakened. It can be activated under focused concentration. With the Sharingan, learning ninjutsu would become significantly more convenient, Yuma reflected. However, he resolved to keep this newfound ability a secret, aware that revealing it could invite unnecessary troubles. Thus, he decided to treat the Sharingan as his trump card, not to be displayed lightly. What just happened to you? You startled me, Obito queried. It's nothing. I merely recalled something and spaced out, Yuma replied casually. Your spacing out was quite alarming, Obito remarked. Enough chatter. Weren't you supposed to teach me fire techniques? Let us begin, Yuma urged, giving Obito a gentle push. They moved to a clear area in the training ground. Obito muttered, I must warn you. The great fireball technique is a C-rank ninjutsu. It's not easy to master. If you can't grasp it, don't blame me. Leave that to me. Just teach. Yuma responded with confidence. Thus, Obito began explaining the intricacies of the great fireball technique's release. You may not comprehend it in one go, so allow me to elaborate. Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by a wave of scorching air. Within his line of sight, a fiery sphere of orange-red flames raged fiercely, rolling forward. He swallowed hard, and after a considerable pause, managed to utter 2 words. Freak. Chapter 33. The Blue Sharingan. This is not difficult at all. Natsum Yuma stood with his hands on his hips, chest out, gazing down at Uchiha Obito with disdain. Obito was left speechless, taken aback by Yuma's extraordinary talent. The great fireball technique, which he had struggled to master for an extended period, was effortlessly learned by this young prodigy. Is he even human? He is practically a monster. At this moment, Obito conceded that Natsum Yuma was indeed a genius. Enough of the theatrics. How many times have I told you? I am a genius. Mastering techniques is simply second nature to me, Yuma remarked, observing the astonishment etched on Obito and Appo's face. It was exhausting to repeatedly assert his genius only to be met with disbelief. Then, he seemed to recall something. Don't say your brother is taking advantage of you. I have recently developed a new jutsu. Would you like to learn it? Obito, puzzled, inquired. Newly developed? Who created it? Yuma pointed to himself. Of course it's me. Who else could it be? Obito's expression turned skeptical. He acknowledged Yuma's genius. Yet he doubted that someone his age could have developed a new jutsu. Noticing the skepticism in Obito's eyes, Yuma remained unperturbed. He raised an eyebrow and said, Activate your Sharingan and watch closely. This is a skill I will only demonstrate once. Indeed, Yuma was about to teach Obito the Chidori. After all, he had shamelessly taken advantage of Obito and Appo's Sharingan. Despite his lack of shame, he still possessed a sense of integrity. Obito activated his single Tomo Sharingan, eager to witness Yuma's newly developed jutsu. Without further ado, Yuma formed hand seals. Lightning crackled to life. The Chidori roared. Obito's mouth fell agape. Wow, what a powerful lightning release technique. Of course, this is an A-rank jutsu. Yuma wore a smug expression. Did you catch that? Obito nodded, clumsily attempting to form the hand seals. A few sparks of electricity flickered in his palms before vanishing. Yuma facepalmed, while Obito's lips twitched in frustration. His mind filled with confusion. How could he still be inept despite activating the Sharingan? It was hard for him to accept. Yuma pondered and soon understood. In the anime, only Kakashi had maximized the Sharingan's copying ability, becoming a veritable copy ninja. This was not solely due to the Sharingan's capabilities, but also Kakashi's innate talent. If one's talent was lacking, possessing a Sharingan would not guarantee becoming a copy ninja. Obito was a prime example. Even though the Sharingan had imprinted the Chidori in his mind, he would still require time to master it. Yuma patted Obito's shoulder. Take your time to learn. I'm off now. Feel free to find me when you have the chance. Obito nodded glumly. Yuma then bid farewell to Noara Rin, Kakashi, and Minato Namikaze before humming a cheerful tune as he departed from Training Ground 7. He had amassed considerable rewards today and was eager to return home to delve into his newfound abilities. Upon reaching home, Yuma stood before the mirror, with a mere thought. His eyes transformed instantly. Why is my Sharingan blue? He gazed at his blue Sharingan in the mirror, astonished. His irises shimmered like a crystal, the blue hue resembling a nebula enveloping a pitch-black pupil, radiating an enchanting glow that was utterly mesmerizing. Each eye bore a black tomo, perfectly symmetrical, emblematic of the single Tomo Sharingan. Yuma, puzzled, accessed the system to review the information displayed. After confirming the details multiple times, he murmured, it is indeed the Sharingan. But why is it blue? Has it mutated? He speculated within himself. Could this be the system's personalized Sharingan crafted just for me? Though unsure of the accuracy of his speculation, it was the only explanation that made sense. Nevertheless, it looked quite impressive. Yuma was satisfied. Although it wasn't a pure Sharingan, as long as it possessed the same abilities, he cared little for appearances. Pragmatism was his priority. Moreover, with a blue Sharingan, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered, allowing him to use it boldly. Aside from the Tomo, his Sharingan bore no resemblance to the Uchiha clans. Perfect. Next, Yuma began honing his Sharingan. He created 2 shadow clones. The Sharingan consumption was based on ocular power, which derived from mental energy. As a traveler from another world, his mental energy was exceptionally robust, allowing him to easily withstand the drain from the 2 clones. Once the clones appeared, they began diligently training with the Sharingan. Their eyes flickered erratically, akin to malfunctioning light bulbs, creating a rather surreal scene. Yuma was momentarily taken aback, leaving the clones to train. He prepared a meal to satisfy his hunger. His culinary skills had improved significantly during this time, soon approaching mastery. After enjoying a delicious meal, he sensed a change. Opening the system, he discovered that his Sharingan had reached a proficient level, while his gambling skill had ascended to mastery. Skill: Gambling. Level: Master 0-100,000. Description: Your gambling skill has reached mastery, bringing you luck and ensuring victory in all wagers. Yuma's eyes lit up, activating his Sharingan. The deep blue pupils were captivating. To think that a master-level gambling skill could grant him luck and ensure he always won, that would suffice. He dispelled the shadow clones. Feeling slightly fatigued, but with his enhanced physique, the weariness faded with a single breath. It was time to initiate the second phase of his plan, to become a god. After forming a hand seal, his body underwent a transformation. From a handsome youth, he morphed into a tall, strikingly charismatic man. Gazing at his new visage in the mirror, he chuckled. From now on, I shall be known as Gao Jin. The voice of Yu Gao from outside interrupted his thoughts. I'm here, he replied, dispelling the transformation technique and opening the door. Yuma, the teacher has returned and asked me to notify you to gather at the training ground shortly. I am off to find Shikaku, Yu Gao informed him, adding a reminder, don't be late. Huh, I am never late, he retorted, smirking. Yu Gao rolled her eyes and departed. Yuma watched her retreating figure, pondering, I wonder why the teacher called us together. It seems my plans will have to be postponed. After preparing briefly in his room, he set off towards the training ground. Chapter 34. The Chunin Exam. Training Ground 11. The entire Akimichi class gathered here. Yuma Natsum gazed at his companions, whom he had not seen for 2 days, and joyfully opened his arms. Kazekage, Kurenai, I've missed you both so much. Come, let us embrace. Kazekage, silent yet swift, retreated to a distance. Kurenai's cheeks flushed a bright red, resembling a cat that had its tail stepped on, and she exclaimed, get away. You annoying brat. Who wants to hug you? Well, if you don't want to hug, then so be it, Yuma Natsum said, feigning sadness as he lowered his arms. One of you runs away, and the other acts like she wants to bite me. It truly breaks my heart to see how much you despise me. All right, Yuma. Stop messing around, Akimichi Choza interjected. If you truly wish for a hug, you may embrace me. I would rather hug a pig than you. Yuma Natsum muttered under his breath. He stood still, obediently. Observing Yuma being subdued by the teacher, Kazekage quickly returned, with Kurenai standing beside him, still wary of Yuma. Akimichi Choza, having heard Yuma's muttering, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He was tempted to grant his wish by tossing him into the pig pen, but took 3 deep breaths to suppress that thought and got straight to the point. I called you all here for 2 reasons. First, to inform you that I have returned, and starting tomorrow, we will resume our training. Second, prepare yourselves. For in a month, you will participate in the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam? Kurenai and Kazekage exclaimed in unison, while Yuma maintained an indifferent expression. The Chunin exam was merely a formality. With his current strength, he could easily contend with Jonin. Teacher, isn't this a bit too soon? Kurenai frowned. Kazekage nodded in agreement. Akimichi chose a side in resignation. I know it seems early for you, but this is the village's decision. All of you in this class of Jinin must participate in the Chunin exam. What? Kurenai and Kazekage were left without any grounds for refusal, only able to express their confusion. Yuma suspected that this decision was related to the impending Third Great Ninja War. The village must have received some intelligence and begun preparations for war. Perhaps the last mission assigned to the teacher was the catalyst for this situation, he pondered internally. Rest assured, I have already registered you for the Chunin exam. In the remaining time, focus on your training and strive to enhance your abilities. Akimichi Choza concluded before announcing the disbandment. He had other matters to attend to. This gathering was merely to inform his students about the upcoming exam. To be honest, among the 3 students, he had complete confidence in Yuma Natsum, whose progress had been astonishing. Even he, as a Jonin, had to be vigilant during their sparring sessions, lest he find himself at a disadvantage. As Akimichi Choza departed, Kurenai and Kazekage hung their heads, clearly anxious about the Chunin exam scheduled for a month later. Come on, you two cheer up. It's just the Chunin exam. What's the big deal? Yuma Natsum said, plopping down between them, nearly toppling them over. Kurenai rolled her eyes, and Kazekage quietly shifted to create a bit more space. Yuma threw an arm around each of their shoulders. Kurenai stiffened, then sprang up like a coiled spring. Kazekage wore a resigned expression, having ultimately succumbed to Yuma's antics. You. Kurenai stammered in exasperation, pointing at Yuma. I what? It's just a hug. What's the fuss? You haven't lost a piece of flesh, Yuma replied, unperturbed. Kurenai, unable to contain her irritation, seized his arm and bit down hard. refusing to let go. Yuma yelped in pain. Stop biting, sister. I was wrong. I won't hug you again. Ouch. Why are you biting harder? Are you a dog? The two were in a comical uproar, while Kazekage remained calm, accustomed to such scenes. He gazed at the clouds above, contemplating. My invisibility technique is merely a state of concealment and does not provide immunity to attacks. Thus, it is more suitable for reconnaissance and assassination, making it challenging to apply in direct combat. How can I adapt this technique for frontal engagements? Just then, Yuma approached as if reading his thoughts. Are you troubled about how to apply invisibility in combat? Kazekage looked at Yuma in astonishment before shifting his gaze to another direction, where another Yuma was being playfully attacked by Kurenai. Shadow clone technique. Kazekage thought. However, the clones produced by the technique are mere illusions without physical form, making it impossible for Kurenai to bite one. The answer dawned upon him. Shadow clone? Just a mere shadow clone. What's so surprising about that? But when did you? When I was standing here listening to the teacher, Yuma replied. And where is your main body? Over there, contemplating something. Yuma's expression turned serious, as if he had been pondering something of great significance. It was rare to see such a look on his face. Kazekage hesitantly asked, have you come to a conclusion? Yuma nodded. Yes, I have. I'm thinking about what to eat for dinner. Kazekage collapsed in disbelief. So you were just thinking about what to eat? He had thought Yuma was contemplating something profound. He got back up and resumed staring at the clouds. Yuma patted his shoulder. I have a suggestion regarding the application of your invisibility technique in battle. Would you like to hear it? Kazekage regarded him with skepticism, doubting Yuma's sincerity. If it's about using kunai to stab someone in the rear when they are distracted, don't bother. Such an unorthodox tactic had been Yuma's previous suggestion, which Kazekage had immediately dismissed. Don't give me that look. This time I'm sincere. Yuma's expression was unusually grave. The village's decision regarding the Chunin exam is quite significant. If I am correct, war is imminent. War? Kazekage's expression changed drastically. Indeed, the Third Great Ninja War is about to commence. Hence, I genuinely offer you this advice. So the previous suggestions were insincere then, Kazekage thought to himself while expressing, you better be sincere this time. Yuma was about to respond when a loud bang erupted as his shadow clone exploded. He was momentarily taken aback. Kurenai, how hard did you bite? Kurenai was startled as well, but quickly realized it was a shadow clone. She couldn't help but admire Yuma's growing repertoire of tricks. She then dashed toward the other Yuma, still seething with anger, determined to bite him as well. Chapter 35, Fishing in the Name of the Gambling God in the Twilight. Hinata finally failed to catch the true essence of Natsum Yujin, for that was merely a shadow clone. The real Natsum Yujin was not present. Both were mere projections of his will. At this moment, the true Natsum Yujin, disguised as Takaguchi, was wreaking havoc in the casino. As he sifted through the memories relayed by the clones, his eyes twitched. Hinata indeed possessed a remarkable set of teeth. Yet, soon after, furrows formed on his brow. The drums of war were steadily approaching. However, this time, he felt little trepidation. His strength had transformed considerably. The fear of conflict no longer gripped him fiercely. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. As long as he amplified his prowess, everything else was mere ephemeral concern. Before him lay a mountain of chips, and a smirk graced his lips. Amidst the astonished gazes of fellow gamblers and croupiers, he pushed all of it forward. All in. Half an hour later, Natsum Yujin had caught the attention of the casino proprietor. The owner, with great courtesy, invited him to his office. Natsum had won an astonishing amount. If this continued, the casino would face ruin. Dear guest, would you consider trying your luck at another establishment? Of course, we would offer some compensation, he suggested. Natsum, in the guise of Takaguchi, leisurely extracted a chocolate from his pocket, unwrapped it with deliberate slowness, and savored its taste. This was a new product from his culinary empire, which had quickly gained immense popularity, becoming the most sought-after confectionery in Konoha. No, I enjoy playing here, Takaguchi replied nonchalantly while chewing on the chocolate. The proprietor wore a distressed expression. But if you continue, our casino will go bankrupt. Takaguchi frowned, casting a sidelong glance at him. The demise of your establishment is your own concern. What does it have to do with me, Takaguchi? The owner was rendered speechless, his face a mask of despair. He mused, if you lose, it would be inconsequential. You can win. Takaguchi, however, recognized the importance of knowing when to withdraw. He shifted the conversation. However, the owner immediately grasped that a negotiation was unfolding. Please, share your terms. Though he ran a casino, he was also a businessman. Forcing a winning customer away was easier said than done. It could anger them, tarnishing the casino's reputation. Conversely, allowing a continued winning streak would lead to financial losses. It was a perennial dilemma. Indeed, I have a request, Takaguchi said, his tone suddenly somber. I have practiced the art of gambling since childhood, entering casinos at the age of 10. After more than 20 years, I have never faced a defeat. My life feels as desolate as snow. The casino owner was taken aback. 20 years without a loss. What incredible skill. I have grown weary of this monotonous existence and wish to challenge myself, Takaguchi continued, pausing momentarily as excitement coursed through him. I desire to cultivate someone who can surpass me in gambling prowess. The proprietor's heart raced. He almost bowed in reverence. "Master, I bow to you. You are unworthy." Takaguchi bluntly rejected. "I can tell you lack the talent for this discipline. You should content yourself with managing your casino." The owner's heart sank. "Do not be disheartened. I shall provide you with a path to wealth. If you disseminate the news of my search for a disciple, when I have found one, all my winnings today will be yours." Instantly, the owner's eyes sparkled with hope. "You can count on me." He then summoned several subordinates. And news of the gambling god seeking an heir swiftly spread among the gamblers. A week later, in a bustling street, a young girl with a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead entered a casino. Within mere minutes, she had lost all her money and accrued a mountain of debt. Her face clouded with frustration. At that moment, she overheard nearby gamblers chatting. "Hey, have you heard? A gambling god has emerged over at Konoha's casino. I've heard rumors that he hasn't faced a defeat in over 20 years. Is that true? I find it hard to believe." "Indeed. They say he feels lonely due to the lack of worthy opponents and is looking to take on a disciple who can defeat him." The girl's eyes lit up. "When did a gambling god appear in the village? No matter. I shall become his disciple." Imagining herself returning victorious, conquering the casino, reclaiming her losses, and becoming a legendary figure, she felt an exhilarating thrill and burst into laughter. Onlookers regarded her as if she were mad. "Looks like she has lost her mind," they murmured. Ignoring their gazes, the girl exited the casino with enthusiasm. Outside, a girl cradling a pink piglet rushed to greet her. The excitement on the girl's face left her momentarily in disbelief. "Hey, Konoha-sama, did you win?" She glanced around, relieved that her mention of Konoha did not attract attention. Breathing a sigh of relief, she thought, "That was close. I almost slipped up." If the casino's patrons heard Konoha-sama's name, they would certainly swarm us. Recalling past experiences of being encircled by creditors, her heart raced. Not only had she not won, but she had lost everything. With a grand gesture, the girl waved her hand confidently, as if she had triumphed. The girl's expression shifted to one of skepticism. "I wonder if Konoha-sama has gone mad from losing money." "Shizune, don't look at me like that. I'm not crazy. Prepare yourself. We're heading back to the village now." This truly surprised Shizune. Ever since Konoha left, she had not mentioned returning, let alone even hinted at it. Understanding the painful memories tied to the village, Shizune found it hard to believe. Was she mishearing? At that moment, Konoha, now disguised as a young girl, made her way toward their inn. "Shizune, hurry up, or I'll leave you behind." "Wait, Konoha-sama." Shizune hurriedly followed her. In Konoha, at the 11th training ground, Natsumyujin reclined against a sturdy tree trunk, hands cradling his head, one leg draped over the other, utterly relaxed. Below, Hinata was engaged in a spar with Moonlight Gale, casting an irritated glance at him. "Why is it that we are training while he lounges so comfortably?" Moonlight Gale sighed, glancing at Natsumyujin. "Because he can already match our teacher." Indeed, to escape the tedium of training, Natsumyujin had to exert only half of his strength to achieve parity with the Kimichi Chusa. In this bout, he employed only the 8 gates and basic taijutsu. Notably, his mastery of the 8 gates had reached the level of a grandmaster. He was now capable of opening all 8 gates simultaneously, which constituted his greatest trump card. However, the 7th and 8th gates are not easily opened by him. In regular battles, the simultaneous activation of the 3 gates suffices, owing to the enhancement of his physical prowess. His physique has continually strengthened. Even without unlocking the 8 gates of Duanjia, his strength and speed now far exceed those he possessed when he first learned the technique and opened a single gate. It can only be said that Yuma Natsum is indeed a prodigy of extraordinary caliber. Chapter 36. The Backlash of Illusions. Yuma Nakum pondered quietly, estimating that his chakra reserves should be around 5 cards now. However, it still felt insufficient. A deep sigh escaped his lips as the shadows of war loomed ever closer. His urgency to resolve his chakra deficiency grew more palpable. He wondered if Tsunade had taken the bait. Beneath the tree, the duel between Yugao Yuzuki and Kazesuke had reached its conclusion, with Kazesuke emerging slightly victorious. Yugao, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, retorted, "If I had employed illusions, you would have already been defeated." "Then why didn't you?" Yuma leaped down from the tree and suddenly inquired. Yugao's irritation flared upon hearing Yuma's voice. Ever since he mastered the shadow clone technique, he had taken to teasing her incessantly. Each time she was provoked and sought to retaliate, she would invariably end up biting a clone instead of him. Now, she couldn't help but suspect that the Yuma before her was yet another clone. "That's because my illusions are so potent that they would defeat you in a single round." Rendering the duel meaningless, she declared proudly, lifting her chin defiantly. "Is that so?" Yuma elongated his tone in skepticism. Yugao felt her teeth itching once more. "If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate it for you." Before she could finish her sentence, she cast an illusion on him. Suddenly, in Yuma's vision, a deluge of cherry blossoms began to fall. He reached out, catching a petal, which vanished in his palm. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he yawned. A gleam of triumph flickered in Yugao's eyes. She thought to herself that today, Yuma would finally experience some misfortune. But at that moment, a subtle blue light flickered in Yuma's gaze, and the cherry blossom rain dissipated, restoring the world to its normalcy. Yugao stood there, momentarily stunned, as if petrified. Her illusion had backfired, trapping her within her own enchantment. Yuma shook his head, bemused by her unwavering confidence in her illusions. It seemed it was time for her to learn a lesson, preventing any future mishaps involving the manipulation of illusions. Yuma, what happened to Yugao? Kazesuke inquired, perplexed by the sight of her unmoving form. Wasn't she the one who claimed to showcase her illusions to Yuma? Nothing serious. She simply lacked skill and fell victim to her own illusion, Yuma replied nonchalantly. No way, Kazesuke gasped, incredulous. Yugao was ensnared by her own illusion? He had witnessed her prowess in illusions and knew of her innate talent, making it difficult for him to believe that she could succumb to her own trap. Thus, the only plausible truth emerged. Yugao was ensnared due to Yuma's interference. Kazesuke regarded Yuma with astonishment, pondering whether this individual was a genius of all trades, not only excelling in ninjutsu and taijutsu, but also effortlessly overpowering Yugao in illusions. Noticing Kazesuke's gaze, Yuma could no longer suppress his smug grin. Kaze, you must open your eyes to the world. There are myriad types of geniuses. Some excel in ninjutsu, others in taijutsu, some in illusions, and I excel in all. With that, he snapped his fingers. At that moment, in Yugao's perception, beneath the cherry blossom tree, her body was ensnared by a branch as thick as a rope, binding her in a peculiar manner that left her cheeks flushed with indignation. She glared fiercely at Yuma. Her teeth gritted. You detestable fiend, release me at once. Ahaha. Yuma smirked mischievously. If I let you go, what fun would I have? Yugao felt a chill run down her spine, her voice trembling. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Yuma approached her step by step, a wicked grin on his face. Why? It's only fair to return the favor. He licked his lips teasingly. After all, you've bitten me so many times. Is it too much for me to bite you just once? With that, he wrapped his arms around her, lowering his head toward her neck. For reasons unknown. Yugao shut her eyes, her face turning crimson. Just then, she heard a snap of fingers, and the sensation of restraint vanished. Hey, wake up. She felt someone gently patting her cheeks. As she opened her eyes, bewilderment clouded her vision. The cherry blossom tree had disappeared, as had the binding branches. And there was Yuma, who had been holding her. She looked up to find his teasing gaze, her body stiffening as realization dawned. Hadn't she intended to teach him a lesson with her illusion? And yet, what had transpired? Yugao's eyes widened as the truth settled in. She had been ensnared by her own illusion. How did you manage that? She murmured, her voice dripping with reluctance. With just a glance, Yuma flicked his bangs aside, his demeanor nonchalant. Both his tone and expression exuded arrogance. While he was boasting, it was no exaggeration. With his Sharingan, adept at dispelling illusions, and his formidable mental strength, it was a trivial task to counter Yugao's still developing abilities. Tears suddenly streamed down Yugao's face as she looked up, her voice trembling with emotion. You big bully. All you do is pick on me. Having uttered those words, she sank to the ground, weeping heartbrokenly. Now it was Yuma's turn to be astounded. He turned to Kazesuke, pointing at himself, questioning silently if he had truly bullied her. Kazesuke nodded vigorously. Do you not have a sense of self-awareness regarding your actions? Yuma sighed in resignation. Reluctantly, he approached Yugao, crouching down beside her. Yugao, please don't cry. I was wrong. I promise not to tease you anymore. Yugao remained silent, her head buried in her hands as she sobbed. Yuma's heart ached at the sight. He reached out to pat her shoulder, but suddenly, Yugao's head shot up, a glint of mischief in her eyes. With no trace of tears remaining on her face, she seized Yuma's arm, revealing a set of pearly white teeth as she bit down hard. Yuma let out a yelp of pain. Aha, my father was right. A woman's tears are the most powerful illusion in the world. Yuma, taken aback, lamented, Yugao, I can't believe you deceived me. Seeing the sorrow etched across his face, Yugao inexplicably felt a flutter of anxiety. I didn't she stammered, but before she could finish her sentence, she felt a sudden emptiness as Yuma yanked his arm away and dashed off, mockingly shouting, Ha, you couldn't outsmart me, could you? I am simply that formidable. Yugao's cheeks flushed crimson as she stomped her feet in frustration. She spoke coldly, Natsum Yuma, you're doomed. After uttering those words, she pursued him relentlessly. She swore she would not rest until she had sunk her teeth into Natsum Yuma today. The moonlight and the swift wind accompanied her as she raised a hand to her forehead, murmuring softly, I knew this would happen. Chapter 37. You are all garbage in the end. Yuhi Kurenai did not bite Natsum Yuma. It was not out of compassion, rather. She simply could not catch up with him. Natsum Yuma was fully aware that if he were to be caught, he would undoubtedly face a bite. Thus, he fled with remarkable speed. As Kurenai watched him vanish in a flash, her teeth clenched in frustration. You scoundrel, just wait, she exclaimed, storming home in anger. She resolved to ask her father to teach her some formidable illusion techniques. One day, she would use those techniques to defeat Natsum Yuma. However, each time she recalled the events that transpired within the illusions, her cheeks burned and her heart raced. This must be the result of being infuriated by Natsum Yuma, she thought. After shaking off Kurenai's pursuit, Natsum Yuma made his way directly to the casino. In a secluded corner, he utilized a transformation technique to become Takashi Ko. As he entered the casino, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent, with all eyes turning toward him. Enthusiasm, admiration, envy. During this period, Natsuyuma had shown them what unparalleled gambling prowess looked like. Every individual longed to become a disciple of the gambling god, eager to master his extraordinary skills. Yet, the path to becoming a disciple was fraught with difficulty. Each had attempted to seek his tutelage, only to be eliminated without exception. They could scarcely imagine who could possibly become the gambling god's apprentice. Gambling god, you've arrived. How many have come to seek your mentorship today? Would you care to meet them? The casino owner approached him with a question. Very well, Natsuyuma nodded, following the owner into his office. For several days now, he had made this visit, and each day, there were those eager to seek his guidance. However, none of them were the individuals he sought, which left him feeling vexed and beginning to doubt whether his plan had already failed. Yet, the moment he stepped into the office, his heart skipped a beat. Before him stood a girl with long yellow hair and a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Tsunade. The blue light in Natsuyuma's eyes flickered. His powerful Sharingan granted him immediate insight into the girl's identity. Everyone else, please leave, he instructed the casino owner, fixing his gaze intently on Tsunade. The casino owner was taken aback, pondering whether the gambling god intended to take this girl as his disciple. However, apart from her beauty, he could not discern any exceptional qualities. Yet, it was of little consequence. If the gambling god had indeed accepted a disciple, then according to their previous agreement, the money would be his. The casino owner joyfully ushered everyone else out, excusing himself as well. In the office, only Natsuyuma and the blonde girl remained. Tsunade was overwhelmed with excitement. She had returned to the village without alerting anyone, for her sole purpose was to become the gambling god's apprentice. Now, that goal was about to be realized. As she gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, Tsunade silently praised him. Truly the gambling god, both in appearance and demeanor. As the gambling god approached her, Tsunade prepared to bow in reverence. However, he halted her. No need to bow, I cannot bear it. Cannot bear what? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Only to witness the gambling god's form rapidly shrinking until he transformed from an adult man into a handsome youth. Natsuyuma, a shinobi of Konohagakure, pays his respects to you, Lady Tsunade. Natsuyuma bowed respectfully, for the girl before him was to be his future master, and he dared not show any disrespect. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise. Then, as if realizing something, her expression darkened. Who instructed you to do this? Danzo, or the third? Natsuyuma shook his head. No one instructed me. This is my own decision. Tsunade squinted. Why would you do this? Natsuyuma replied earnestly, because I wish to become your disciple. Tsunade was taken aback. Become my disciple? Yes, among the 3 legendary ninjas, you are the one I admire the most. Which is why I wish to seek you as my mentor, but I had no idea where to find you, so I resorted to this method. His tone was sincere, devoid of deceit. Tsunade regarded him calmly for a moment before suddenly stating, so, the gambling god persona is a fade? A slight smile curled at Natsuyuma's lips. Half true, half false. The identity is a fabrication, but the gambling skills are genuine. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with interest. If I were to accept you as my disciple, Natsuyuma immediately grasped her intent. Then I shall impart all my gambling techniques to you without hesitation. Tsunade burst into laughter. Excellent. I have decided to take you as my disciple. She affectionately draped an arm around Natsuyuma's shoulders, saying, my dear disciple, I happen to owe a bit of money at this casino. Could you perhaps use your gambling skills to win some back for me? Of course, Natsuyuma readily agreed, aware that Tsunade harbored some doubts about his skills. However, we need to exchange appearances. Why? Tsunade inquired, confused. Because everyone knows I'm the gambling god. They would never gamble against me, Natsuyuma explained. Thus, I will assume your current form to gamble with them, while you will take on the guise of the gambling god to prevent any suspicion. All right. After hearing Natsuyuma's reasoning, Tsunade nodded in agreement. The two then simultaneously activated their transformation techniques, instantly swapping identities. Come along, teacher, your student will lead you to victory. Natsuyuma, now in the form of the blonde girl, stepped out of the office first. Tsunade, transformed into the gambling god Takashi Ko, followed with newfound enthusiasm. As she exited the office, she saw Natsuyuma, in her youthful form, stride confidently to the center of the casino. Everyone, the girl surveyed the crowd, her voice ringing clear and melodious. I have wonderful news. The gambling god has decided to take me as his disciple. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd soured. What kind of good news is this? Someone slammed their hand on the table. Are you kidding us? Another chimed in. You, a mere child. How could the gambling god possibly take you as his disciple? A third questioned. Why don't you gamble against me and show us your skills? If you win, we'll acknowledge your abilities. If you lose, well, a man with a sharp chin added sinisterly. The blonde girl smiled sweetly, her innocence shining through. I'm sorry, but I won't gamble against garbage. The sharp-chinned man seethed, pointing a finger at her. Who do you think you're calling garbage? I'm not targeting you. The girl maintained her smile, her tone utterly sincere. I'm saying that everyone present here is garbage. Chapter 38. Little Piglet cannot be eaten. The girl's words were like a spark igniting a powder keg, instantly detonating the atmosphere within the casino. The gamblers, invigorated as if by a stimulant, flushed with excitement, eagerly placed their bets against the girl. An hour later, silence fell over the gamblers. With mournful expressions, they watched as the girl sat counting her winnings, extracted from their pockets. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you," she said politely, nodding graciously. Her courtesy towards these defeated gamblers was infuriating. The gamblers gritted their teeth in frustration. The casino owner, too, wore a sorrowful expression. He had been swept up in the moment, his judgment clouded by the girl's taunt that they were all worthless. In the end, he had lost every last coin he had to the gambling deity. "Gambling god, please show some mercy and take your disciple to another casino. I cannot withstand the havoc wrought by you two," he pleaded, kneeling before the transformed Tsunade, his forehead touching the ground. Tsunade laughed heartily, her joy palpable. She gazed at the pile of money before Natsum Waima, excitement bubbling within her. His gambling skills had erased any doubt she harbored. She was resolute. She must take Natsum Waima as her disciple. "All right, my student, once you finish counting the money, we shall depart," she said, suppressing her excitement and nodding at the blonde girl, who was none other than Natsum Waima. "Yes, master," the blonde girl replied, nodding as she requested a sack from the casino owner. Ultimately, the two emerged from the casino, burdened with a sack of money. Even as they walked far away, Tsunade's joyous laughter echoed back, piercing the hearts of the gamblers like a dagger. "How painful. My dear disciple, such a heavy sack. Allow your master to carry it," Tsunade said with a voice rich in affection, though her eyes had transformed into shapes resembling coins. Natsum Waima did not refuse. He handed the sack over to Tsunade, who hoisted it onto her shoulder without a hint of grace. Now restored to her youthful form, Tsunade attracted curious glances from passers-by as she struggled with a sack larger than herself. Yet, she paid them no mind, thinking to herself, "If only you knew that it was filled with money, your gazes would surely change." As she walked cheerfully, a 10-year-old girl clutching a pink piglet ran toward them. Upon seeing the girl, Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically. She hurried to the girl's side, lowering her voice. "Foolish child, why have you reverted? You'll be discovered." The girl, looking down, meekly replied, "I have already been found out." No sooner had she spoken than a masked figure appeared before them as if teleporting. It was a member of the Umbu, kneeling respectfully. "Lady Tsunade, the Hokage wishes to see you." Tsunade pressed a hand to her forehead, muttering, "So I have been discovered after all." "That sly third Hokage," she replied curtly, "tell him I shall come." "Yes." The Umbu vanished in a flash. "Waima, it's been a while." Natsum Waima greeted Shizune, who looked astonished. "Waima, how come you're with Lady Tsunade?" The two were classmates and familiar with each other. "From now on, he shall be my disciple," Tsunade interjected before Waima could respond. Shizune gazed at Natsum Waima with widened eyes, disbelief etched across her face. In her memory, he was a reclusive, taciturn character, always trailing behind. How could such a person attract the attention of Lady Tsunade and become her disciple? Her curiosity was piqued. "Shizune, do you remember when I mentioned the gambling deity?" "Keijin," Tsunade said with a smile. Shizune nodded. "Waima is Keijin." "Ah." Shizune's eyes widened in shock. She never imagined that the gambling deity, for whom Tsunade would return to the village, was her classmate, the perennial underachiever, Natsum Waima. Feigning modesty, Natsum Waima nodded. "Indeed. I am the gambling deity Keijin." Shizune's expression turned peculiar. Was this truly Natsum Waima, boasting yet attempting to appear humble? "All right. Let us first head to the inn to gather our belongings, then we shall go to my residence. Since we have been discovered, there is no need to remain at the inn," Tsunade said, shouldering the sack as she made her way toward the inn, with Natsum Waima and Shizune following behind. "Waima, you've changed so much," Shizune remarked, observing the gentle smile that graced his lips. The Waima she remembered had always worn a stern expression, never smiling. Now, however, his smile seemed to be a permanent fixture. "People do change, don't they?" Natsum Waima replied with a smile. Upon reaching the inn, Shizune set the pink piglet down and began to pack her belongings. Natsum Waima watched the little piglet rooting around on the floor, tears unexpectedly welling in his eyes. "If roasted, it would surely taste delicious," he muttered softly. The piglet, as if understanding his words, suddenly froze and scampered to Shizune's side, squealing in protest. "Waima, you cannot eat the piglet. It is Shizune's most precious companion," Tsunade admonished, giving him a playful tap on the head, her tone serious. The sack of money remained firmly on her shoulder, not a moment to be relinquished. "Yes, master," Natsum Waima replied, rubbing his head in compliance. Though he grumbled inwardly, "Why the tap on the head? It hurt." Before long, Shizune finished packing. "Shizune, you go to my house first. I'll meet with that old man, the third Hokage," Tsunade instructed. "Understood, Lady Tsunade," Shizune nodded, taking her belongings and piglet as she left the inn. "Let us go meet the third Hokage," Tsunade said, turning to leave, sack in tow. "Do I go as well, master?" Natsum Waima called after her. Without looking back, Tsunade replied, "You are now my student, so of course, you shall meet my teacher." "Oh," Natsum Waima affirmed, following her. From this moment on, he became Tsunade's second student. The Ine seal was not far from him now. Chapter 39, How Devious You Were in the Hokage's Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Tsunade with a complex expression. So, you have finally returned? Tsunade pouted slightly, muttering under her breath, I didn't want to come back at all. Hiruzen sighed, revealing his displeasure. I noticed. You even used transformation jutsu to sneak into the village. If it weren't for the Umbu discovering Shizen, I would have remained oblivious to your return. There was a hint of resentment in his tone. Tsunade laughed heartily, albeit a touch awkwardly, and added, Wasn't I trying to surprise you? How was it? Surprised or not? Surprised, my foot. Hiruzen was both exasperated and amused. After a moment of silence, he continued. Now that you're back, you want to leave again, will you? Tsunade remained silent, her gaze directed out the window. Hiruzen let out a long sigh, standing up from behind his desk and approaching her. Please, give me a heads up before you leave next time. No more disappearing without a word. Tsunade shot him an impatient glance and replied, All right, I get it. Stop nagging like an old woman. The veins on Hiruzen's forehead throbbed, evidently agitated. He took a deep breath to suppress the urge to smack Tsunade on the head. Turning to Natsum Yuma, he inquired, Yuma, is there something you need here? Just as Yuma was about to respond, Tsunade interjected, Old man, Yuma is my new student. I brought him here to meet you. Her tone was casual, as if it were merely a simple introduction. However, Hiruzen's gaze suddenly grew profound. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, but ultimately chose silence. Turning away and waving his hand dismissively. Fine, I understand. You may leave. Tsunade said nothing further, hoisting her bag and leading Natsum Yuma away. After their departure, Danzo appeared behind Hiruzen, his expression grim. Hiruzen, you are too lenient with her. The situation is tense, and the village needs her. You cannot allow her to leave again. Hiruzen did not turn around. This matter is not for you to meddle in. A cold glint flashed in Danzo's one eye. The deaths of Rope Tree and Katadan have nothing to do with the village. How long must she harbor resentment against us? Hiruzen turned to face Danzo, squeezing out a response through clenched teeth. Does it truly have nothing to do with us? Danzo's breath hitched, his expression darkening further. Master, did you bring me to meet the Hokage out of fear that I might encounter some misfortune after you leave? After exiting the Hokage building, Natsum Yuma trailed behind Tsunade, and after a long silence, he suddenly spoke. Tsunade halted, her body trembling slightly. She turned to him, her expression flat. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, master, you underestimate me. Yuma interrupted her unfinished sentence. Though I do not understand why you worry about my safety, please trust me, he declared proudly, in the realm of deceit. No one can outplay me. Is that so? Tsunade questioned skeptically. Are you truly that formidable? Yuma dispelled her doubts with a single line. Have you forgotten why you returned? I certainly. Tsunade's voice trailed off as realization dawned upon her. She had been lured back by Yuma under the pretense of enrolling as a disciple of the gambling god. She raised her thumb, exclaiming, How devious you are. Flattery will get you nowhere, Yuma chuckled. So, you needn't worry about me. Just confidently accept me as your student. Tsunade remained somewhat concerned, hinting, But what if they not only play tricks, but also possess formidable strength far superior to yours? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Yuma felt not a twinge of fear, but rather amusement. He thought, Isn't this the opportunity I've been waiting for? Clearing his throat, he declared, Thus, master, you must not delay. Delay what? Tsunade asked, perplexed. Delay in enhancing my abilities. You should impart to me all the medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques you possess. Once I am powerful, I need not fear anything, Yuma asserted boldly. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Ah, a cunning lad awaits me. Though she was well aware of Yuma's strong ulterior motives for becoming her disciple, she felt no anger. After all, she too was intrigued by his gambling skills. It was a mutually beneficial exchange. However, having accepted him as a student, she felt a sense of responsibility. She could not allow him to suffer an inexplicable fate like Rope Tree and Katadan. Hence, she brought Natsum Yuma before Sarutobi Hiruzen, claiming it was merely an introduction. Her true intent was to warn Hiruzen, should Yuma encounter an accident akin to that of Katadan and Rope Tree. She would seek retribution for both old and new grievances against the village. Very well. Tsunade did not refuse, nodding in agreement. However, medical ninjutsu is exceedingly difficult. If you cannot grasp it, do not blame me. You need not worry, Yuma replied confidently. There is no ninjutsu in this world that I cannot master. Tsunade scoffed. I hope your talent matches your bravado. With that, the two continued their way to Tsunade's home. By the time they arrived, darkness had fallen, and all three felt hunger pangs. Shizen was about to start preparing dinner when Yuma interrupted her. No need for that. Let's eat out. My treat. Without hesitation, he led them to the gastronomic haven. Gazing at the upscale establishment, Shizen whispered, Isn't this place a bit too expensive? We could simply have something light. Tsunade chimed in. Don't put on airs. Yet Yuma declared grandly, we should indulge in the finest. It's not every day that my master returns to the village as a student. I must show my gratitude. With that, he strode confidently inside. Shizen and Tsunade exchanged glances and followed suit. Upon entering, they were met with two neat rows of waitstaffs standing in unison, greeting Yuma with a chorus of welcome, boss. Shizen and Tsunade stood stunned, unable to comprehend that Yuma was the proprietor of the establishment. Bring me the finest dishes available. I wish to treat my teacher and fellow student. Yuma instructed one of the waiters before turning to guide Tsunade and Shizen into a private room. By the time they regained their composure from the shock, the circular table before them was already filled with an array of dishes they had never seen before. Chapter 40. The first confrontation with Danzo at this meal. Tsunade and Shizen savored the exquisite flavors like never before. They had never tasted such delectable food, leaving them with full bellies. The most frequently uttered phrase between them was, "This is simply delightful." After finishing their meal, Tsunade and Shizen stumbled home, their stomachs uncomfortably full. Yuma Natsum had arranged to visit Tsunade's home the next day to learn medical ninjutsu. While walking alone on his way home, Yuma suddenly halted and called out, "Come out. Everyone, I will be home shortly." No sooner had he spoken than several shadowy figures appeared before him, all wearing masks. One of them said, "Yuma Natsum, Lord Danzo wishes to see you." A look of surprise crossed Yuma's face. "So late at night, and Lord Danzo wants to see me? Is there something urgent?" The masked figure replied, "We are unaware of the reason. We kindly request that you accompany us." Yuma pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I sincerely apologize, but I do not possess the habit of having nighttime meetings with an old man. Please convey to Lord Danzo that I shall visit him tomorrow morning." "That is not for you to decide," the figure scoffed, and together with the others, they swiftly surrounded Yuma. Yuma sighed, feeling helpless. "Your actions only make me more reluctant to go." With that, his body exploded into a cloud of smoke. The figure's pupils constricted. "Shadow clone." At that moment, Yuma's voice echoed from in front of them. "Good evening, everyone." They turned towards the sound, only to find a pair of clear, azure eyes suddenly magnified in their view. Then, Yuma's whisper reached their ears, "Good night, sweet dreams." The world around them spun, and their consciousness was swiftly engulfed by darkness, causing them to collapse to the ground. Succumbing to slumber, Yuma glanced at the fallen members of the Root organization and mused, "Has Danzo finally taken notice of me? Is it because my impersonation as a gambling deity has been revealed, or perhaps due to my association with Tsunade? Or could it simply be that he finds me intriguing? Truly, it is hard to decipher." Turning, Yuma continued his journey home. "If it is hard to guess, perhaps it is better not to guess at all. I shall inquire when the opportunity arises." He softly spoke to himself, glancing at the progress of his Sharingan on the system panel. In 2 days, he would likely reach the proficiency level. The intermediate level corresponds to the 3-Tomo Sharingan, and the proficiency level should be the Meijiki Sharingan. Yuma's heart brimmed with anticipation, wondering what abilities his blue Meijiki Sharingan would possess. Regardless of its other capabilities, Susanoo was certainly a given. Underground in Konoha Village. In a dimly lit room, Danzo sat at his desk, fingers interlaced under his chin, his gaze fixed on a distant point as if deep in thought. "Ding." He suddenly called out. "Here." A masked figure appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. "How long has it been since he left?" Danzo asked in a low voice. The figure replied, "He has been gone for 30 minutes. Danzo fell silent for a moment before commanding, "Go check what has transpired." "Understood." The figure responded and vanished in an instant. Yuma Natsum. Danzo's voice trailed off in the shadows. The following morning, Yuma Natsum brought several boxes of buns and a few side dishes from the food street directly to Tsunade's home. The delicious buns and refreshing dishes once again elicited exclamations of delight from Tsunade and Shizen. After their meal, Tsunade began to instruct Yuma in medical ninjutsu, while Shizen, cradling Tuntun, observed from the side. Tsunade made it clear that Shizen was to stay and learn alongside them. Her gaze towards Yuma was filled with gratitude. After graduating from the ninja academy, Shizen had followed Tsunade out of the village, ostensibly to learn, but it felt more like she was a dedicated caretaker. Over the past year, Tsunade had focused on 3 activities: drinking, gambling, and evading debts. Not only had she not guided Shizen, but her own training time had also been consumed. Thus, Shizen cherished this opportunity to learn, attentively listening. However, Tsunade and Shizen were utterly astounded by Yuma's extraordinary learning ability. "Are you even human?" Tsunade exclaimed, gazing at Yuma, who seemed to master every medical ninjutsu with ease. Yuma replied earnestly, "I cannot deny that I possess an excessive degree of talent, but I assure you, I am indeed human." Tsunade nodded, though inwardly she scoffed. "Excessive? More like astronomically so." Shizen, too, bore an expression of disbelief. Is this truly the same person who was always lagging behind? The entire morning passed in a haze of astonishment for Tsunade and Shizen. Eventually, Tsunade found herself nearly out of techniques to teach. "Teacher, these are all too simple. Is there nothing more challenging?" Yuma lightly remarked. He had yet to learn the Yin seal, so his words inadvertently provoked Tsunade. Tsunade, evidently stirred, slammed her hand on the table and gritted her teeth. "So you wish for something more difficult? Very well, I shall teach you something more advanced." Tsunade was determined to challenge Yuma, convinced that even the S-rank Yin seal would stump him. Yet, to her astonishment, Yuma mastered it effortlessly. When a diamond-shaped mark appeared on Yuma's forehead, Tsunade was left speechless. Shizen stood in disbelief. Even Tuntun widened his eyes in surprise. At that moment, Yuma was also in a daze, examining the system interface. Ninjutsu. Yin seal. Level. Beginner 10-100. Description. Your Yin seal is at the beginner level. Currently able to store 2 chakra cards. Only able to store 2 cards at the beginner level? How insufficient. It seems I shall have to grind this technique for a while. Yuma pondered before closing the system. Just as his awareness returned, he was startled by Tsunade's face suddenly close to his own. Are you a person or a monster? Tsunade's astonishment still lingered in her eyes. Of course. I'm a person. Yuma humbly replied. I merely possess a monstrous capacity for learning. Tsunade clicked her tongue and then extended her hand. Yuma, confused, asked, for what? For tuition, Tsunade asserted confidently. Having taught you so much medical ninjutsu, you ought to pay a fee. I already paid yesterday, a whole bagful. Yuma gestured with his hands. That merely counts as a master fee. Tsunade smirked mischievously. Yuma felt utterly defeated. Are you playing with exorbitant tuition fees? Shizen turned her head away, unable to watch as Tsunade's image crumbled further. Although Tsunade's reputation had long ceased to be pristine in her eyes, it was still disheartening to witness. Chapter 41. An explanation for the elderly, isn't that a bit too harsh? Do you still wish to learn the art of gambling? Natsum, Yuma grumbled as he rose from the ground. Tsunade leaned in closer, her voice laced with menace. What? Are you daring not to teach me the ways of gambling? Natsum immediately shook his head, genuinely responding, I wouldn't dare. Tsunade broke into a bright smile. There you have it. Thus, the payment of tuition and my instruction in gambling are entirely unrelated. Do not attempt to conflate the two. Your fist is formidable. You speak the truth, Natsum conceded. However, a question lingered in his mind. Why didn't you mention the tuition fee yesterday? I had quite a winning streak. Tsunade rolled her eyes, exasperated. Yesterday, I never anticipated you would be so extraordinary, learning all my jutsu in just a morning. If I don't demand a tuition fee from you, it would be a loss on my part. Natsum found himself speechless, realizing he had indeed pushed his luck too far. Still, he couldn't accept Tsunade's claim that he had completely mastered her jutsu, as she had yet to teach him 2 significant techniques, Creation Rebirth and the 100 Healings technique. Both of these techniques, akin to In Sealing, were S-rank jutsu developed solely by Tsunade herself. Creation Rebirth is primarily utilized for precise healing, while the 100 Healings technique enables rapid recovery and enhances physical prowess. When combined, they yield the formidable ninjutsu, Creation Rebirth, 100 Healings, offering nearly invincible regenerative capabilities. Since he had already learned In Sealing, it was only logical to master these 2 jutsu as well, especially since all 3 medical techniques appeared to synergize splendidly with the 8 gates. Natsum pondered over these 2 S-rank jutsu. Regarding tuition, that is easily settled. I can offer you whatever you wish. However, you must impart to me a few more medical techniques, he declared, exuding an air of affluence. I truly have nothing left. Tsunade vehemently shook her head. Teacher, you are not being honest, Natsum countered, flashing 5 fingers. How about this? I offer you 500,000 Ryo as tuition, and for each S-rank technique you teach me, I will give you an additional 100,000 Ryo. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with realization, as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. With a fist to her palm, she exclaimed, I just remembered. I have 2 S-rank jutsu. Would you like to learn them? Of course. Natsum eagerly responded. 200,000 Ryo for 2 S-rank techniques felt like an incredible bargain. Despite Tsunade's apparent desperation for money, not just anyone could simply acquire S-rank jutsu from her for a mere 100,000 Ryo. The only reason she was willing to sell to Natsum was due to their student-teacher relationship. Although their bond was tinged with a certain mercenary nature, both were willing participants in this exchange. In less than a few minutes, Natsum had mastered both Creation Rebirth and the 100 Healings technique. His extraordinary learning ability was simply remarkable. When will you pay the tuition? Tsunade inquired after finishing the instruction. She felt somewhat hasty in her approach. She should have insisted on receiving the tuition before teaching him the techniques. Now that he had learned everything, it would be easy for him to default on his payment. Kid, don't even think about skipping out on your payment. If you dare to default on me, I have hundreds of ways to make you regret ever being born into this world, Tsunade warned, her tone reminiscent of a mafia matriarch. Rest assured, as the esteemed gambling master and owner of a gourmet establishment, I assure you, I can repay this amount, Natsum declared confidently, patting his chest. He had no intention of shirking his financial obligations. It wasn't a matter of courage, but rather the fact that he was currently in no need of money. If necessary, he could simply return to the casino and win another round against the usual losers. Glancing at the time, which had already struck noon, he rolled up his sleeves and headed to the kitchen. You both rest. I will prepare lunch. Are you capable of that? Tsunade questioned skeptically. Shizen quickly stood up and followed him into the kitchen. Allow me to assist, she offered, placing Taten on the ground and reaching for the apron from Natsume's hands. Shizen felt a tad embarrassed, thinking it unreasonable to let a guest cook after receiving so much money from Tsunade. However, Natsum donned the apron himself. What? Do you doubt my culinary skills? No, Shizen shook her head. It's just that it's not customary for guests to cook. I am not merely a guest. Natsum replied while retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator. While I may have paid, I am still, in essence, a student of my teacher. With remarkable efficiency, he cleaned the ingredients and, in a matter of moments, had them chopped and arranged on a plate. His deft knife skills left Shizen astounded, her mouth agape in surprise. She had not anticipated that Natsum not only excelled in mastering medical jutsu, but also possessed such exceptional culinary prowess. What followed was even more astonishing. With fluid motions, Natsum heated the pan, added oil, and tossed in the ingredients as if he were performing in a grand spectacle. Moments later, an enticing aroma filled the air. How delightful! Tsunade exclaimed as she rushed into the kitchen, drawn by the delectable scent. You truly possess remarkable culinary skills. This is merely the beginning. I have even more impressive dishes to showcase. Natsum began to boast but quickly reined himself in, remembering Tsunade's actual age, which could easily make her his mother. Such a boast was beyond his reach. Soon enough, 3 dishes and a soup were ready. Simple home-cooked meals including stir-fried potato strips with green peppers, spicy chicken cubes, mapo tofu, and a small bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Though straightforward, under Natsum's masterful touch, they were a feast for the senses. Tsunade and Shizun savored every bite. After their meal, Natsum commenced teaching Tsunade the art of gambling. Shizun, uninterested in gambling, took Tonton for a walk outside. However, Natsum was taken aback by how challenging Tsunade found learning the gambling techniques, a stark contrast to the ease with which she had absorbed jutsu earlier that day. She struggled immensely with even the simplest task of discerning the dice rolls. Is your learning ability truly this poor? Natsum could no longer contain his frustration. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, grabbed his collar, and glared at him fiercely. Who are you calling old? Clearly, she was a touch angered. Natsum quickly apologized. I meant to say you are as beautiful as a flower, yet if you cannot learn this, it is quite troublesome. Releasing his collar, Tsunade felt a twinge of discouragement. She hadn't anticipated gambling would be so difficult to master, while she could easily hear a person's heartbeat from 100 meters away. Discerning the sound of dice was beyond her capabilities. Ultimately, she resorted to unreasonable demands. I don't care. You must teach me. Natsum sighed and, seizing the opportunity to use the restroom, created a shadow clone to bear the brunt of her ire while he slipped away. As he stepped out of Tsunade's residence, Natsum encountered a familiar figure. The other party recognized him as well, glaring at him with a predatory intensity. Natsum Yuma, do you not owe me an explanation for last night's events? Chapter 42. The second confrontation with Danzo. Before Danzo could finish his sentence, 6 root ninjas, donned in masks, suddenly emerged, encircling Yuma Natsum. One of the masks seemed quite familiar. It belonged to the individual who had intercepted him the previous night. What a coincidence. We meet again. How did you sleep last night? Yuma greeted him warmly. The man stiffened, and although his expression was obscured by the mask, the fury in his eyes was unmistakable. Be wary of his illusions, he warned. Impudent. Danzo's voice resonated with darkness. Did you not hear my words? Yuma glanced around before finally fixing his gaze on Danzo, his face breaking into a smile of feigned surprise. Ah, it is indeed Lord Danzo. What a pleasure it is to see you in person. With that, he took a step towards Danzo. Humph, pretentious. Danzo scoffed. Yuma's dismissive demeanor incensed him. Did this mere commoner truly believe that having Tsunade as his mentor granted him immunity from his disdain? Danzo intended to teach Yuma a lesson. Upon receiving a signal, the 6 root members exchanged glances, their eyes glinting coldly as they lunged to subdue Yuma. At that moment, Yuma's foot, which he had raised, landed on the ground with a soft thud. Suddenly, his figure blurred, transforming into a multitude of shadowy clones that advanced slowly towards Danzo. The 6 root members struck at nothingness, their hands passing through Yuma's form. Clearly, it was merely an afterimage. The afterimage, although attacked, did not disappear. Like a ghost, it glided through their bodies, still smiling as it approached Danzo. The 6 were taken aback and quickly dispersed, each attacking a different phantom. However, they realized too late that all they encountered were mere illusions. Yuma's true self was currently draping an arm over Danzo's shoulder. Watching the 6 root members engage in a futile battle against the air with great amusement, they all seemed quite spirited, Yuma remarked casually. Danzo's expression darkened. His face clouded with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Yuma, a mere genin, could possess such strength. As he signaled the 6 root members to capture Yuma and teach him a lesson, Yuma's figure vanished from his sight. The 6 root members began their charade of attacking nothingness, realizing too late that they had fallen victim to an illusion. Illusions, Danzo discerned immediately, recognizing that the root ninjas had been ensnared. Yet, he could not fathom when Yuma had cast the illusion or what medium he had employed. Just as he prepared to act, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. Yuma had appeared beside him, his arm draped around Danzo's shoulder, grinning brightly. In that instant, a chill coursed through Danzo's veins. He could not comprehend how Yuma had grown so formidable in just a few months, capable of approaching him undetected. Tsunade has indeed taken on a remarkable disciple, Danzo muttered, staring ahead coldly. Your praise is unwarranted. It is not my merit, but rather your advancing years that have dulled your reflexes, Yuma replied with a smile, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. A glint of cold light flashed in Danzo's singular eye, his voice as hard as iron. Now, cease your illusions. I have an appointment with your teacher and no time for idle chatter. Your command is my duty, Yuma responded cheerfully, with a snap of his fingers. The root ninjas halted their assault, bewildered as they looked around. In their line of sight, the spectral forms of Yuma had vanished. Danzo snorted disdainfully as realization dawned on the six. Upon seeing Yuma with his arm around Danzo's shoulder, their pupils dilated in shock. They suddenly comprehended that they had just been ensnared in an illusion. What a splendid illusion, they thought, their hearts racing with trepidation. Did you enjoy the little game we played? Yuma inquired with a smile. The six remained silent, their expressions betraying their discomfort. At that moment, Danzo swiftly broke free from Yuma's grasp. Boy, be prudent, he warned with an icy tone before striding into Tsunade's residence. Lord Danzo, I have yet to explain. Yuma called after him. Danzo, ignoring him, continued on his way. What? You want an explanation but refuse to listen? I spent several moments pondering that. Yuma grumbled, contemplating how he had evidently made it onto Danzo's list. What had caught Danzo's attention about him? As he pondered, he heard Shizun's voice behind him. Yuma, are you leaving? Turning around, he saw the girl standing gracefully, cradling a pink piglet in her arms, a gentle smile gracing her face. In an instant, Yuma forgot all about the old man Danzo. Approaching Shizun, he took the piglet from her arms, weighing it in his hand. Yes, this will suffice for a meal, he affirmed. The piglet froze immediately, tears welling in its eyes. Yuma, you're scaring the piglet again, Shizun exclaimed, reclaiming the piglet with a playful frown. Yuma laughed heartily, conversing with Shizun for a while before waving her goodbye. However, just a few steps away, chaos erupted. The door to Tsunade's house burst open with a loud bang, and several figures were hurled out, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Yuma squinted to see that it was the 6 root ninjas who had entered with Danzo. Now looking disheveled and covered in dust, their masks askew. What is happening? He wondered, about to step inside to investigate when another figure was flung out. Yuma quickly dodged to the side, watching as Danzo flew past him, landing gracefully after a backflip. Bravo! Yuma clapped enthusiastically, praising Danzo's agility. Danzo's face was a thundercloud. He felt utterly humiliated. Unable to subdue the young ninja, he had also failed to maintain his authority over Tsunade. At that moment, Tsunade emerged, her face frosted with displeasure. Danzo, return to your underground lair and mind your own business. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. Danzo's expression was a remarkable display of emotion, shifting from green to white, then to black and back again, leaving Yuma astounded. Could he be a master of expression? Yuma mused. Let us go. Danzo retreated, his pride wounded. What choice did he have? Facing Tsunade, with her status and strength, he was merely a high-ranking official with no sway. Your strength is formidable, teacher. Yuma praised, eager to flatter her. Tsunade shot him a sideways glance, unimpressed. Spare me the flattery. Daring to use shadow clones to deceive me will cost you an additional 10,000 Ryo intuition. Yuma's eye twitched in irritation. Are you trying to gouge me? He thought, before curiously asking. Teacher, how did you manage to subdue Danzo? Tsunade gazed in the direction Danzo had departed, snorting in disdain. That old fool thought he could use the village to coerce me into staying. Does he truly believe I am oblivious to his petty schemes? Yuma grasped the implications. Though Tsunade had not explicitly stated Danzo's intentions, he understood. If Danzo could persuade someone of Tsunade's exceptional skill and unique status to remain, followed by his own promotion, one is bound to reap a wave of prestige. Alas, however, Danzo played his cards incorrectly. Tsunade has long since lost her affection for this village. Only those adept in verbal manipulation can hope to deceive her. Ultimately, she will inevitably depart from the village. Chapter 43. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Young man, your illusion technique was quite impressive just now, Tsunade suddenly praised. Huh. Yuma Natsum was momentarily taken aback. You saw that? Of course. How could I possibly miss a battle unfolding right at my doorstep? Tsunade replied. Remarkable. You truly are exceptional, Yuma Natsum responded without hesitation. Tsunade chuckled softly, increasingly finding the student intriguing. His prodigious talent was astonishing, and his audacity was equally striking. You have offended Danzo today, henceforth. You must proceed with utmost caution to avoid giving him leverage. He is exceedingly cunning and treacherous, Tsunade cautioned. Rest assured, in the realm of deceit, he cannot possibly outmaneuver me. Yuma Natsum boasted confidently, completely disregarding Danzo's threat. As an overachiever, he had every reason to be self-assured. Enough boasting in my presence. Dismiss your shadow clones and be gone, Tsunade commanded as she turned to leave. Understood. Yuma Natsum replied cheerfully, departing promptly. Upon returning home, he could no longer contain the joy radiating from his face. His Sharingan had finally reached the mastery level. The contributions of his 2 shadow clones were invaluable. Without their relentless training, he would not have attained such proficiency so swiftly. The skill level of his shadow clones had also risen significantly and would soon reach mastery as well. With a thought, he activated the system. The information regarding his Sharingan had undergone a transformation. Technique, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, level, Mastery 0-1000, description, your proficiency in Sharingan has reached mastery level. Successfully evolving into Kaleidoscope Sharingan, granting the following abilities, Susanoo, Mirror Flower Water Moon, left eye, and Universal Replication, right eye. Wow, incredible! Yuma Natsum exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. He was immensely satisfied with the powers of his Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo was, of course, a hallmark of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, an ultimate eye technique that integrated offense and defense. The left eye, mirror flower water moon, was related to illusions and possessed the ability to manipulate the opponent's five senses. Meanwhile, the right eye, universal replication, was a duplication ability that could replicate all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, including bloodline limits. This was a perfect complement to his external abilities, with replication conditions being exceedingly simple, merely witnessing the opponent's technique. This made the learning of ninjutsu significantly easier. Yuma Natsum approached the mirror, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into a vivid blue. The three tomo intertwined, morphing into a snowflake pattern, reminiscent of 6 tridents encircling the pupil. Gazing into his splendid blue Sharingan, Yuma Natsum was convinced he had attained the power of a Kage. Yet, this was insufficient. Kage-level strength alone would not conquer the ninja world. He needed to continue his efforts. Closing his Sharingan, Yuma Natsum resolved to train the Een sealing technique. Chakra remained his only shortcoming, and he aimed to rectify this swiftly. The Een sealing technique could not be trained using shadow clones. It required the physical presence of the original body, as shadow clones could not charge the Een sealing. Without charging, unsealing was impossible, leading to a deadlock. Thus, only the original body could undertake this training. I might be able to use the 8 gates to charge the Een sealing, Yuma Natsum muttered to himself. The 8 gates could unlock the channels of chakra within the body, releasing the chakra hidden inside. Upon reaching the 3rd gate, the green energy enveloping his body would be the chakra overflowing from within. At this point, he could indeed use the Een sealing to collect this chakra. With determination, he activated the first 3 gates of the 8 gates. Given the current capacity of the Een sealing at 2 cards, the first 3 gates would suffice. As he anticipated, the green energy vanished, completely absorbed by the Een sealing. I am truly a genius. Yuma Natsum felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his ingenuity. Thus, he continued his intensive training. Once the Een sealing was filled, he exited the 8 gates, summoning 6 shadow clones, his current limit. These clones focused on mastering sage arts and the chakra surgical knife. After exhausting his internal chakra, he would then utilize the Een sealing to release the chakra contained within it, subsequently reactivating the 8 gates for further charging. This cycle continued. By nightfall, he successfully elevated the Een sealing to mastery level. The proficiency of the 8 gates also increased significantly, bringing him closer to perfection. Upon reaching mastery level, the chakra capacity of the Een sealing rose to 4 cards. His current chakra level stood at 3 cards, culminating in a total of 7 cards of chakra. Yet, he remained unsatisfied and continued his training. The following morning, after a night spent honing the Een sealing, Yuma Natsum felt somewhat fatigued. He took a moment to catch his breath while preparing breakfast. Opening the system, he checked his proficiency and estimated that with another 10 days of effort, he could reach mastery level. After all, the Een sealing was an S-rank ninjutsu, and proficiency increased particularly slowly. Furthermore, he could not utilize shadow clones for this technique. Yuma Natsum had now grasped the system's intricacies. The higher the difficulty level of the ninjutsu, the slower the proficiency increase. Bloodline limits, in particular, were the slowest to advance, even lagging behind S-rank ninjutsu. After finishing breakfast, Yuma Natsum decided not to continue training. Instead, he opted to visit the training grounds of the Akimichi clan. Since his last encounter with Akimichi Choji, where they had reached a stalemate, he had acquired the privilege of opting out of group training. However, he still wished to see his friends, primarily out of concern that they might miss him. As he stepped outside, Yuma Natsum encountered Lin Noera. The little girl remained as innocent and adorable as ever, clutching 5 or 6 apples, eager to share them with Yuma Natsum. Without hesitation, he accepted one and took a large bite, savoring its sweetness and crispness. No wonder she wanted him to try it. After placing the remaining apples back home, he and Lin Noera set off towards the training grounds. Lin, how has training been lately? Do you feel prepared for the Chunin exams? In the original storyline, Lin Noera participated in the Chunin exams at the age of 11 alongside Uchiha Obito. Now, she had advanced by a year, indicating a subtle shift in the course of fate. Yuma Natsum wondered if this change was somehow related to him. Lin Noera nodded initially, then shook her head. I feel confident about the written test, but I'm not so sure about the combat portion, she admitted quietly. Like Yuma Natsum, she hailed from a civilian background, with neither of her parents being ninjas. Hence, even after graduating, she was still relying on the skills taught in the Ninja Academy. Knowing Lin Noera excelled in medical ninjutsu, Yuma Natsum pondered for a moment before suggesting, I recently learned a medical ninjutsu that can be employed in battle. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Lin Nohara's face brightened with surprise. Really? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Noera joyfully leapt up, her excitement palpable. After all, she was merely a 10-year-old girl. Yuma Natsum smiled in response. Lin Noera suddenly gazed at him intently. Yes, you're the best. With that, Lin Noera rose onto her tiptoes and gently pecked Yuma Natsum on the cheek, her face flushed with warmth, her gaze tender as water. Wow. Yuma Natsum's eyes widened in disbelief as he covered his face. Lin, did you just kiss me? Noera Rin suddenly became flustered. Her cheeks flushed with an even deeper hue. She stammered, attempting to articulate her thoughts. Just then, Natsum Yuma declared, "I must kiss you back." With that, he puckered his lips, aiming to plant a kiss on Noira Rin's face. Startled, she let out a gasp and swiftly turned to flee. Natsum Yuma pursued her relentlessly from behind. The sounds of their laughter echoed through the air above the leaves. Chapter 44. Sunset Red is ambushed again today. Yuma Natsum suffered a considerable loss. Upon reaching the training ground, he found that Rin Noira had dashed away like a startled rabbit. Naturally, Natsum only pretended to pursue her. Had he truly chased after her, he could have caught up in the blink of an eye. However, that would have deprived the moment of its amusement. "Rin, just you wait. One day, I shall steal a kiss," he declared from outside the training area, his voice echoing inside. Rin turned to glance at him, her eyes shimmering with shyness, yet blooming with a radiant smile. The blush on her cheeks had yet to fade, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Natsum's bold proclamation ignited a flicker of anticipation within her, intensifying the blush that had lingered. Natsum's voice was loud enough for the entire Class 7 to hear. Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, half opened his eyes and cast a calm glance in Natsum's direction, thinking to himself how shameless the boy had become. Obito, on his knees, cried out in despair, "No?" Minato Namikaze, smiling as he reminisced about his youthful days, asked, "What madness are you spouting now?" Kurenai Yuhi appeared beside Natsum, her gaze filled with disdain. "Can't you see I'm engaged in a romantic pursuit?" Natsum retorted with irritation. Kurenai rolled her eyes. Ever since being placed in the same class as Natsum, her eye-rolling had become quite adept, rivaling even that of the Hyuga clan. She teased, "All I see is a big fool." "Well, I can only say, Fahai, you know nothing of love," Natsum replied, leaving her perplexed. "What is Fahai?" she mumbled, turning back only to find him already distanced. "Hey Yuma," she called out as she caught up. "Let us have another duel in Jinjutsu. This time, I will definitely win." Kurenai brimmed with confidence. Ever since being ambushed by Natsum's Jinjutsu last time, she had been diligently practicing. She even learned a new technique from her father, convinced she could finally overcome him and redeem herself. "You are destined to lose," Natsum sighed, bemused. This girl possessed an inexplicable confidence in her Jinjutsu abilities. "How can you be so sure I will lose without even competing?" Kurenai retorted stubbornly as they arrived at the training ground of the Akimichi class, where CHG Akimichi and Kiba Inuzuka were already present. One was meditating on a log, while the other was drawing circles in the dirt with a stick. Upon hearing Kurenai's voice, Kiba tossed aside his stick and approached, eager to witness the spectacle. CHG opened his eyes for a moment, shook his head, and closed them again, thinking, why must this girl challenge Yuma Natsum, of all people? Isn't that just asking for humiliation? He felt that Natsum had reached a level where he could hold his own against him. At such a young age, possessing such strength, there was no longer any need for intensive training. Once Natsum passed the CH-NIN exam, he would graduate from CHG's tutelage. "Very well. If you are so eager to lose, I shall oblige," Natsum conceded, seeing Kurenai's unyielding determination. Before they began, he added, "But let us make one thing clear. No crying or biting if you lose." Kurenai, flustered with indignation, shot back, "Enough with the nonsense. Prepare yourself." Without giving Natsum a moment to react, she swiftly formed hand seals. In Natsum's line of sight, a lotus blossom blossomed at his feet, blooming to its fullest before gradually closing again. His vision began to distort as the lotus threatened to envelop him. Yet, he remained unfazed, intrigued by the Jinjutsu. With a flicker of azure light in his eyes, he turned the technique to his advantage. Glancing at the information displayed on his system panel, Natsum recognized the name of the Jinjutsu, Absolute Lotus. Surprisingly, it had explosive properties, but that mattered little. It was time to conclude this. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Kurenai, who had assumed victory, was assured as she watched Natsum remain still, suddenly paled. The world within her eyes shattered like a mirror at the sound of his snap, only to quickly reorganize itself. A red lotus bloomed beneath her feet. Feeling bored, Natsum yawned and looked at Kurenai, who stood motionless, entranced in the illusion. He chose to disable the explosive mechanism of Absolute Lotus, merely using it to trap her consciousness without causing her harm. Kiba observed the scene, feeling a sense of déjà vu. The process and outcome were identical to the last time. Kurenai initiated the Jinjutsu, only to fall victim to it herself while Natsum remained unharmed. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Kurenai. What a pitiful girl. Why provoke a weirdo like Yuma Natsum? "Hey, Kiba, how has your training been these past few days? Have you missed me?" After subduing Kurenai, Natsum turned to Kiba with a bright smile. "Not great. I have no confidence in passing the CH-NIN exam," Kiba replied dejectedly, ignoring Natsum's latter comment. "Don't lose heart. Though your strength may be lacking, don't let your fighting spirit wane," CHG encouraged, patting Kiba on the shoulder. After comforting Kiba, CHG turned to Natsum. "Yuma, release the Jinjutsu. Kurenai and Kiba need to start their training. As for you, go do whatever you like." "Sure thing." Natsum readily agreed, then dispelled the Jinjutsu. Unlike last time, Kurenai did not cry or chase after him. She merely stood there, Dejected, having lost again. Unable to even muster a defense, she began to question her talent in genjutsu. CHG shot a glance at Natsum, signaling that the trouble he had stirred up was his to resolve. With a resigned sigh, Natsum approached cautiously, wary of Kurenai's potential tricks. However, this time, she seemed genuinely defeated, her ruby-like eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. This is truly unfortunate, Natsum mused, then spoke. Rin, do not be disheartened or discouraged. Losing to a genius like me is entirely normal. You will grow accustomed to it in time. Both CHG and Kiba stared at him in disbelief. Is this truly your method of consolation? Kurenai, stung by Natsum's seemingly comforting yet boastful words, felt her dim eyes suddenly ignite with a fierce glimmer. Sensing trouble, Natsum bolted. Natsum, just because I cannot defeat you does not mean I cannot bite you. Kurenai shrieked as she pursued him, her claws extended. Kiba could only stare in astonishment at Kurenai's sudden resurgence. Is this really happening? She is too easy to comfort. Akito quietly noted. Very well. His ability to console himself has improved once more. Chapter 45. The Art of Illusion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zaihong caught up with Natsum Yudo. It was not that her speed had increased, but rather that Natsum had chosen to hold back. Although Zaihong appeared fierce and aggressive, Natsum, even without activating his Sharingan, could keenly perceive the flicker of melancholy lurking in her eyes. This girl had been significantly affected by his earlier actions. Go ahead, bite me, Natsum said, presenting his arm before her with a mock gesture of noble sacrifice. His tough skin rendered him impervious to a couple of bites. He thought to himself that if this girl fell into despair, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Who would bite you? Zaihong retorted, swatting his arm away. If you aren't going to bite me, why have you chased me this far? Natsum looked at her in confusion. Is it wrong for me to chase you just for fun? Zaihong replied with a huff. Fine then, Natsum said, finding a clean spot to sit down. He quipped. With teeth as sharp as yours, who would dare say otherwise? They had long since ventured beyond the bounds of the training grounds. If they continued, they would soon enter the perilous death forest. Zaihong settled down beside him, and after a moment of silence, she asked, Yudo, why is your illusion technique so formidable? If her initial failure could be attributed to carelessness, then her second defeat was a complete humiliation in the realm of illusions. She had to concede that Natsum's skill surpassed her own. Because, Natsum began, but Zaihong interrupted. Because you're a genius, right? If you don't want to share, then don't. My ears are about to develop calluses. Incorrect. Natsum raised a finger. It's not solely because I'm a genius. What else could it be? Because illusions aren't meant to be used in this manner, he spoke cryptically. Intrigued, Zaihong shifted closer to Natsum. Then how should they be used? In a single phrase, unity of mind and spirit. Zaihong was bewildered, yet profoundly impacted. After pondering for a while, she found herself unable to decipher the meaning behind those 4 words. With no choice left, she turned to Natsum. What exactly does unity of mind and spirit entail? Well, Natsum gathered his thoughts. I'll tell you once I've formulated a proper explanation. Zaihong's frustration peaked, and she began to pummel him playfully. You scoundrel. You're making a fool of me. Natsum did not evade her blows. Instead, he chuckled, allowing her to vent her frustrations. Eventually, she ceased her assault, perhaps from exhaustion. Her cheeks flushed. Why don't you dodge? She asked softly, her gaze fixed on the ground. She sensed that Natsum was letting her have her way. Otherwise, with his speed, she could never hope to catch up. Now, he put on an air of non-resistance. For reasons unknown, her heart felt tumultuous. Yet, with a single comment from Natsum, her heart found clarity. It doesn't even hurt. Honestly, though you are a girl, you should work on your strength. Otherwise, how can you expect to inflict any pain? Zaihong's breathing quickened. Her chest felt as if it might burst, despite her still modest figure. In a sudden outburst, she stood up and strode away, muttering, You annoying jerk. Always so insufferable. Hey, little girl up ahead. Natsum called after her. Would you like to learn about illusions? I can teach you. Zaihong pretended not to hear, convinced that Natsum was merely mocking her. Yet as she walked, she found herself inexplicably drawn back to his side. Clearly, she had fallen under the influence of his illusion. Was it an illusion cast through sound? Zaihong approached Natsum, determined to uncover his intentions. Don't be angry. I was just joking earlier to lighten the mood. Now, let me teach you about illusions, Natsum said with a smile. Skeptical, Zaihong scrutinized him. This irritating fellow had a notorious reputation, making it hard for her to believe him. However, to her surprise, Natsum was earnest this time. My illusion techniques are beyond your grasp. Even if I taught you, you wouldn't be able to learn. However, I can identify the flaws in your illusions. If you rectify these, the potency of your techniques could increase by at least 30%. Natsum elaborated extensively, dissecting the tree-binding death and the absolute lotus illusion with clarity. Zaihong's demeanor shifted from casual indifference to intense focus. She was astonished to realize that Natsum understood these 2 illusions even better than she did. No wonder he could effortlessly counter her attacks. As she marveled at Natsum's extraordinary talent in illusions, she listened intently, not wanting to miss a single word. Once Natsum finished explaining, Zaihong felt as though a veil had been lifted from her understanding. She gained profound insights into the two illusions, becoming engrossed in her epiphany. Natsum chose not to disturb her, reclining with his hands behind his head, gazing at the clouds above. With his Sharingan, every non-bloodline illusion was riddled with flaws in his eyes. By merely pointing out these flaws, he could provide immense assistance to Xiahong. Even if she remained unable to contend with someone of his ocular prowess, she would still enhance her effectiveness against ordinary ninjas. After approximately 10 minutes, Xiahong's face reappeared in his line of sight. The girl bent over, hands resting on her knees, a few naturally curled strands of hair cascading beside her cheeks. Her ruby-like eyes fixed on him, wide and unblinking, causing Natsum to feel a hint of embarrassment. "What are you staring at me for? Have you developed feelings for me?" he teased. Instantly, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, stammering, "Who would ever like someone as detestable as you?" Natsum found her flustered reaction amusing. Sitting up, he continued to jest. "Since this annoying fellow has imparted so much knowledge to you today, shouldn't you express some gratitude? What do you want?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Well," Natsum pondered for a moment. "How about a kiss?" "What?" Xiahong was taken aback, her face as red as a boiled shrimp, her eyes wide with disbelief. This guy must be out of his mind. Natsum chuckled with delight. It was often said that a girl's blush could convey more than lengthy dialogues. Causing a girl to blush was one of his favorite pastimes. He stood, approached Xiahong, and leaned in with his left cheek, only to switch to his right, reasoning that his left cheek had just been kissed by Noira Rin, leaving the right untouched by any girl. "Come on, don't be shy, just a quick peck." Xiahong clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly, unsure whether it was out of anger or shyness. Just one?" Her mind felt blank, completely unaware of what she was saying, as though entranced by an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion, she reassured herself. Then, the girl rose on her toes, pursing her lips, inching closer. The world around them faded into silence, the sound of their heartbeats echoing loudly. Chapter 46. The duality of black and white. At the very moment when Xiahong's lips were about to brush against Natsum Yuma's cheek, he suddenly let out a cold snort. "Who?" he questioned, and in an instant, his figure vanished. He sensed a gaze filled with malice. Someone was spying on him, harboring ill intentions. Xiahong stood there momentarily stunned before collapsing to the ground, feeling as though all her strength had been drained. "I must be losing my mind," she muttered softly. As she recalled her previous intentions, her body flushed with heat, her breath quickened, and she felt slightly disoriented. "Red." Natsum Yuma's voice echoed from a distance, jolting her from her stupor. "I'll leave this kiss with you for now. I'll come back to collect it later. Who wants to keep it for you, you annoying brat?" Xiahong retorted angrily, then struggled to her feet and fled the scene. At the edge of the death forest, Natsum Yuma appeared like a bolt of lightning, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surroundings. That malevolent gaze had originated from this very area. Ever since acquiring the Sharingan, his perceptive abilities had grown increasingly acute. With the evolution of his Sharingan to the Manjiki Sharingan, his sensitivity to threats and hostility had escalated exponentially. Thus, the moment that gaze fell upon him, he instinctively pinpointed its general location. He scanned the area inch by inch, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Just moments ago, he had activated the 8 gates, arriving here in the blink of an eye, yet he failed to detect any sign of his observer. It was as if they had vanished like a ghost. Is their speed truly so remarkable? Natsum Yuma pondered briefly before turning to leave. Not long after his departure, a plant resembling a carnivorous flower emerged from a sturdy tree trunk. The plant's leaves slowly unfurled, revealing a figure that was half black and half white. "Oh dear. I nearly got caught," the white half remarked cheerfully. "We should leave this place at once." The black half, with a husky voice and cautious yellow eyes, surveyed the surroundings. "That kid is rather peculiar. He detected us from such a distance. Don't be so tense. I believe he merely stumbled upon us by chance," the white half said dismissively. However, before the sentence could be completed, they were interrupted by a voice. "Look what I've discovered, a talking aloe vera, with a person growing inside it." The black and white figure's pupils constricted as they abruptly looked up. The kid they had been discussing leaped down from the tree branch above, landing behind them with an intrigued gaze. Without hesitation, the black and white figures sprang from the tree trunk, distancing themselves from this mysterious boy. "Your black and white appearance is quite unique. Are you human or a monster? Perhaps a hermaphrodite?" The voice came again from behind them, turning once more. They found it was indeed the same boy, arms crossed, leaning against a large tree, smiling at them. "Shadow clones," the black figure mused gravely. Then, 5 more figures appeared, encircling them. It was Natsum Yuma along with his 6 shadow clones. Initially, only one of Natsum Yuma's shadow clones had appeared to draw attention, while his true self stealthily transformed into a tree branch behind them. He had merely intended to set a trap, never anticipating he would ensnare such significant prey. "Speak. Why were you monitoring me?" Natsum Yuma's true self demanded. "Monitoring you?" The white figure laughed heartily, as if he had heard something amusing. "We wouldn't waste our time on someone insignificant like you. We—" Silence. The black figure interrupted, glaring coldly at Natsum Yuma. "You think a few shadow clones can contain us?" Before the words left his lips, both he and the white figure pressed their hands onto the ground. Instantly, countless wooden vines erupted from the earth, attacking Natsum Yuma and his shadow clones like the tentacles of an octopus. The mere shadow clones would not suffice. Natsum Yuma dodged while responding with a smile. He quickly formed a hand seal. Lightning crackled to life, enveloping his entire right arm. Chidori, he unleashed in an instant. Having mastered Chidori to an expert level, he simplified the hand sign to just one motion, allowing him to activate it with ease. Simultaneously, the right arms of his 6 shadow clones were also encased in lightning, creating a cacophony of piercing bird cries that reverberated throughout the forest. They took the offensive. Swift as cheetahs, charging towards the center figure of black and white. The wooden vines writhed like a rampaging serpent, yet they were effortlessly severed by their Chidori. The blinding lightning entirely obscured the vision of the black and white figures. The white figure remarked, "This kid is indeed remarkable." The black figure responded coldly, "He is certainly formidable. His chakra levels are astonishing for someone his age." The white figure maintained a light-hearted tone, although he forced Uchiha Obito to awaken his eyes prematurely. "Disrupting our plans, capturing him might still allow our scheme to proceed." "So you were monitoring Obito all along?" Natsum Yuma's voice suddenly resonated from behind them. "If I were to say that I too was surprised by his awakening, would you believe me?" The black and white figures were taken aback. Quickly realizing that Natsum Yuma had unleashed Chidori alongside his clones not to attack them, but to confound them, using the dazzling lightning to obscure their vision while his true self maneuvered behind them. Such a cunning little brat. He has truly mastered the art of diversion, they thought. Just as the black and white figures turned to react, it was already too late. Natsum Yuma delivered a powerful punch to them. In that moment, he had activated the 4th gate of the 8 gates, the healing gate. The immense force surged through his fist, crashing into them, making their bodies explode like balloons. However, Natsum Yuma knew they had not perished. The remnants scattered across the ground were solely the white portion. The black part had vanished entirely. As the favored child of Kagaya Otsutsuki and the mastermind behind the 4th Great Ninja War, Kurizetsu could not have fallen so easily. The white figure was likely just a clone. The true body had long since fled. Nevertheless, Natsum Yuma had no intention of killing them. He was merely toying with them. Initially, he had not expected the ones lurking in the shadows to be these two. Once he realized, he was equally astonished. However, he soon understood. These two had been dispatched by Uchiha Madara to monitor Obito. His interference in Obito's awakening had disrupted their plans, and in their resentment towards him, they sought to capture him, intending to craft another scheme to corrupt Obito. After all, it was his genuine friendship that had led Obito to awaken his eyes. If, for some reason, he were to be killed before Obito, it was possible that Obito might indeed fall into darkness, once again ensnared in their trap. Chapter 47. Grateful for the wood release gift from my friends, however, Hei and Bai were utterly unprepared for the true strength of Natsum Yujin. Upon realizing they could not subdue him, they swiftly retreated. "What a fine trial stone. I have a clearer understanding of my current abilities," Natsum Yujin murmured softly. He then dispelled the 8 gates and shadow clone jutsu. The moment the 8 gates were released, a searing pain shot through his muscles and bones, a consequence of opening the 4th gate. As a formidable opponent, he could endure this agony, bolstered by the remarkable recovery rate of his body that allowed him to recuperate in a short span. Nevertheless, he opted to release the Ein seal and employed the creation rebirth technique. In an instant, the pain vanished, and the chakra he had expended was replenished. Indeed, the Ein seal and 8 gates are a perfect match, Natsum Yujin reflected, a smile gracing his lips. This time, Hei and Bai have truly gifted me something extraordinary. I shall refer to them as my esteemed friends. With a playful tone, he crouched down, placing his hands on the ground. Chakra surged forth, and in the next moment, several small saplings burst forth from the earth, vibrant and delicate, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze, quite charming indeed. Yet, Natsum Yujin's expression soured. "What the hell? Are you kidding me? This is what they call wood release?" In stark contrast, Hei and Bai could conjure thick, serpent-like vines from the ground in an instant, while he, with all his chakra expended, could only manage a few saplings no taller than his arm. "What on earth can I do with this? Is this some kind of joke?" Natsum Yujin pondered, rubbing his chin in contemplation. Despite having copied the technique with his right eye, he wondered why he could not utilize it like Zetsu. Did it require some effort to master? He opened the system and scoured it thoroughly, yet found no mention of wood release. "How on earth am I supposed to cultivate this?" he grumbled, feeling frustrated. However, he quickly regained his composure. Cursing would not solve his dilemma. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Perhaps what I copied is not a jutsu, but rather a bloodline limit, wood release. His eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, Hei and Bai are not employing a jutsu, but are instead channeling vast amounts of wood release chakra to generate those vines and branches. My chakra pool is a mere 3 cards. Even if I converted it all to wood release chakra, achieving the same effect as Hei and Bai would be an unattainable dream. Thus, to utilize wood release, he must acquire jutsu specifically related to it. With this understanding, Natsum Yujin's spirits lifted. He knew where to find wood release techniques. It seemed he would need to pay a visit to Danzo. He still owed him an explanation. Having made up his mind, Natsum Yujin decided not to linger any longer. The earlier commotion might have drawn attention from the village. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was prudent to depart. As for whether to inform the village about the incident, after some consideration, he resolved to keep it to himself. It was not about concealing his strength. Rather, he found it a hassle. With little time to spare for honing jutsu or pursuing romantic interests, he had no desire to engage in inquiries from the village. Natsum Yujin activated the 8 gates once more, leaving behind a blur of afterimages before vanishing from sight. He made his way to the training grounds of the Akimichi clan, where Yuhi Kurenai should have returned by now. It was time to collect that kiss he had entrusted to her. Upon arriving at the training grounds, he indeed found Yuhi Kurenai practicing taijutsu with Yuzuru Shikase. As he raised his hand to greet her, Kurenai spotted him and, with an expression of sheer panic, exclaimed before fleeing as if she had seen a ghost. This left Yuzuru utterly bewildered. What just happened? I wasn't even being harsh, he wondered aloud, turning to Akimichi Choza, considering asking him about Kurenai's peculiar behavior. Yet, he was met with Natsum Yujin, prompting Yuzuru to quickly deduce the cause. Yujin, did you upset Kurenai again? Before he could respond, Choza interjected. What did you do to make her angry? I didn't upset her. If anything, she's the one who vexed me, Natsum Yujin replied, feigning innocence. Both Choza and Yuzuru regarded him skeptically, clearly unconvinced. After a moment, Choza pressed, then tell me how she made you angry. Natsum Yujin, looking displeased, retorted. She owes me a kiss and ran away when she saw me. How can I not be upset? Choza was momentarily taken aback. I've heard of debts, but a kiss? Is that a new phenomenon among the youth? He mused, feeling a twinge of age creeping upon him. Yuzuru approached, ears perked, with an eager expression that belied his feigned hesitation. So, what does she owe you? A kiss, Natsum Yujin emphasized, raising a finger. On my right cheek. Oh, Yuzuru nodded, clearly shocked yet understanding. At that moment, Kurenai's frustrated voice echoed from a distance. Natsum Yujin, if you keep spouting nonsense, I swear I'll kill you. It turned out she had run far but had merely hidden away, only to overhear Natsum's antics. Although it was the truth. As long as she didn't acknowledge it, he was merely fabricating stories. A playful smile crept onto Natsum Yujin's face. He had sensed Kurenai's proximity and had intentionally spoken for her ears. It was only natural for someone shy to deny such things in front of others. Regardless, he had noted down that kiss and would reclaim it in due time. Yujin, stop disturbing Shikase and Kurenai's training and focus on your own matters, Choza admonished. Unable to tolerate the disruption, the Chunin exams are approaching, and they need to concentrate on their training without being sidetracked by romantic entanglements. Natsum Yujin protested, but teacher, you've got it wrong. I wasn't interrupting Kurenai at all. In fact, I was just giving her specialized training. And Shikase? He began, pausing thoughtfully before adding. I also have methods to enhance his strength in a short time. Oh, is that true? Choza asked eagerly. More genuine than gold, Natsum Yujin assured him gravely. He then shifted the conversation. However, I believe there is a flaw in your teaching methods. Hearing this critique, Choza did not take offense, recognizing Natsum Yujin's exceptional talent to question him. After all, the 10-year-old could already hold his own against a jonin. What harm could come from a little constructive criticism? What seems to be the issue? I believe you have not identified their strengths, Natsum Yujin said earnestly. Kurenai excels in Jinjutsu, while Shikase is adept with the sword. Yet, you've focused solely on taijutsu. How can they possibly advance in such a short time under those circumstances? Choza sighed at this revelation, his tone tinged with resignation. You're right, but I'm at a loss. Aside from my family's secret techniques, I specialize solely in taijutsu. If I don't teach them that, what else can I offer? Teacher, you need not feel disheartened. Natsum Yuma consoled. With a genius disciple like me by your side, all you need to do is smile. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 48. Accidentally reaping the benefits of the Gale. Natsum Yuzan spoke with great confidence, yet Akidu Taizai inexplicably trusted him. This student, though despicable, shameless, and lewd, often exhibiting a lack of propriety, possessed certain merits. For instance, he was remarkably reliable in critical moments. The gourmet city was a prime example, now thriving beyond measure. Its fame had spread not only through Konoha but throughout the entire Land of Fire, earning a modest renown. A saying circulated among the populace, to never visit the gourmet city is to waste a lifetime of culinary experiences. Numerous affluent merchants and dignitaries, intrigued by this culinary haven, flocked there, consequently invigorating the economy of Konoha village. The other enterprises of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans also reaped substantial benefits, leading to a remarkable profit surge. Thus, when Natsum Yuzan declared he would take on the responsibility of guiding Shikase and Kurenai, Taizai responded earnestly, Then I shall entrust this matter to you, Yuzan. His heart was a blend of pride and shame. He felt gratified to have such a gifted disciple willing to share his burdens, yet ashamed that he had contributed little to Yuzan's growth. The child had honed his skills through his own efforts, and now he must stand in for his inept teacher to instruct his peers. The emotions stirred within him, nearly bringing him to tears. Not a problem. You just stay here in this cool spot while I prepare to, well, perform, Yuzan said, guiding Taizai to a shaded area beneath a tree. After clearing his throat, he called out, Kurenai, did you hear that? The teacher has assigned me to guide you, and Shikaz, so come out quickly and stop hiding. Who is hiding? Kurenai emerged shyly, her cheeks flushed as she muttered, I just wanted some peace and quiet. She was quite flustered, fearing that Yuzan might lean in for a kiss. Observing Kurenai's bashful demeanor, Yuzan found it amusing and couldn't help but chuckle, pointing at her while laughing heartily. Ha ha. Kurenai, you look utterly foolish right now. You. Kurenai's embarrassment dissipated instantly, replaced by indignation as she seized Yuzan's hand and bit down on the finger that had pointed at her. Yuzan yelped in pain, ouch. The bite was fierce, and her small face scrunched up in determination, wanting to demonstrate her strength. Under the shade, Taizai slapped his forehead, exhaling deeply, beginning to doubt the wisdom of his decision. The scene unfolded before him was less about guidance and more about the consequences of teasing. Shikaz, eager to help, dashed to Kurenai and tugged at her clothing, pulling her back as though trying to restrain an unruly puppy. Kurenai was furious, Yuzan was in agony, and Taizai merely felt he was witnessing a splendid performance. After much effort, Yuzan finally extricated his finger from Kurenai's mouth, being cautious not to apply too much force for fear of shattering her delicate teeth. He thought to himself, if she were to lose a tooth, it would be quite unsightly, and Kurenai would not simply let it go. She would retaliate fiercely. Fortunately, Yuzan had been diligently training, his body well-conditioned and resilient. Though the bite was painful, it left only a clear imprint of her teeth. How does it feel now? Does it hurt? Kurenai threatened, showing her little teeth. Please, I'm terrified of you, Yuzan retorted, shaking his head. You barely broke the skin and yet act so fierce. Kurenai's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? I bit down hard. She opened her mouth, ready to try again, but Yuzan was quick to prevent her from succeeding. Still want a bite? Are you a dog? Yuzan quipped, rolling his eyes. All right, you too, stop the antics. It's getting late. What methods can you suggest to enhance my strength? Shikaz, having watched the exchange, grew impatient. Oh, right. Yuzan seemed to recall something and promptly adopted a serious demeanor. Kurenai, you may step back for now. We can address our grievances later. I need to instruct Shikaz in his training. Kurenai huffed, muttering, who has any grievances with you? Only animosity remains. Feigning ignorance, Yuzan turned to Shikaz. Shikaz, demonstrate your most proficient ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and any bloodline techniques in front of me so that I may analyze them. All right, Shikaz responded, trusting him, and began his demonstration. His use of the body flicker technique was masterful, vanishing without a trace, even his presence slipping from Yuzan's perception. Yuzan had every reason to suspect that Shikaz had employed this technique for less than noble purposes, as even a person of Yuzan's integrity found it difficult to resist such temptations. After accidentally copying the body flicker technique using his own skill, he found himself contemplating a rather unsavory idea. Thankfully, his upright nature extinguished that thought before it could develop further. Shikaz, your use of the body flicker technique is impressive. We should exchange insights on it sometime, Yuzan said, placing a hand on Shikaz's shoulder, his gaze fervent. Sure, Shikaz replied, somewhat confused but nodding nonetheless. Shikaz then demonstrated the shadow clone technique and a set of Konoha-style sword techniques. After observing in silence, Yuzan appeared contemplative, though in truth, he was reviewing the system interface. Remarkably, he had inadvertently reaped the benefits of Shikaz's training. In his mind, he resolved to diligently practice the body flicker technique until he mastered it. This bloodline ability proved invaluable, and the Sharingan, the Eye of Insight, was indeed a fitting title. Previously, he had lamented his lack of ninjutsu despite possessing enhancements. Now, however, the mimicry ability felt tailor-made for him. A mere glance was enough to comprehend and replicate. Besides the body flicker technique, Yuzan had also copied the Konoha-style sword techniques. This swift and agile swordsmanship, known for its formidable power, was particularly suited for combat. Although the Moonlight clan had declined, it was not surprising they possessed such techniques. Being a bloodline family, Yuzan recalled a specific technique from the original work, where Shikaz had combined Konoha-style swordsmanship with the shadow clone technique. Perhaps he could provide Shikaz with some insight based on that technique, which might be beneficial to him. With this thought, Yuzan closed the system interface just as he caught Shikaz's hopeful gaze. He smiled gently. Listen closely, Shikaz. I have conceived a technique that is absolutely perfect for you. Chapter 49. The exclusive skill of the 6th Natsum Yuma imparted the principles of the Konoha flow sword technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon to Tsukikage Kaze, while simultaneously adding a touch of his own creativity. By summoning shadow clones to engage in combat, the original body could utilize the technique of invisibility to conceal itself, thereby allowing it to approach the opponent. At the moment the adversary was preoccupied with the shadow clones, a sudden and fierce ambush could ensue. Tsukikage Kaze's eyes lit up with excitement, and then he clapped his hands in mild frustration, exclaiming, why didn't I think of that? Yuma, you truly are a genius. Natsum Yuma humbly waved his hand, responding, just basic skills, nothing remarkable. Tsukikage Kaze began to practice earnestly, quickly mastering the sword technique. Akimichi Dza observed the scene in astonishment, nearly dropping his eyes to the ground. He could hardly believe that in such a short span of time, Natsum Yuma had assisted Tsukikage Kaze in developing a new ninjutsu. This technique appeared simple, yet was anything but ordinary, showcasing tactical brilliance to its fullest extent. Particularly with the addition of invisibility, it allowed for both stealthy assaults and strategic retreats, truly embodying the essence of the sixth exclusive skill. The term the sixth was something he had learned from Natsum Yuma. Initially, he had not grasped its meaning, but now it had become clear, as this technique had brought the term to life. At that moment, Waihai Kurenai's eyes sparkled brightly, reminiscent of rubies glistening under the light. This individual excelled in everything he undertook, as if there was nothing beyond his capabilities. Cooking, ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu. He was proficient in every aspect, with extraordinary talent to boot. It was rumored that he had recently become a disciple of Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. To be favored by her certainly indicated his remarkable aptitude in medical ninjutsu. Yet, how could such an exceptional person be so detestable? Waihai Kurenai furrowed her brow, unable to fathom it. Natsum Yuma too was perplexed as to why she always seemed to fixate on him. If it were due to his handsome appearance, then why did her expressions fluctuate so wildly? One moment she would smile, the next frown, and then grit her teeth as if she wished to devour him whole. It left him feeling uneasy, leading him to suspect that perhaps she was afflicted by some malady. It was best to make an early exit. After exchanging farewells with the trio, Natsum Yuma departed. Before leaving, Tsukikage Kaze insisted on treating him to a meal at the food city. "I'll pay," he declared. Natsum Yuma brushed his hand away, retorting, "You're mistaken. I am the owner of the food city. There is no need for you to treat me." Kaze responded generously. "Wherever you decide to go is fine with me." Natsum Yuma understood that Tsukikage Kaze was expressing gratitude, wishing to repay a debt of kindness through a meal. However, having already taken ample advantage of Kaze, he felt it inappropriate to accept a treat. "Let us skip the meal. Just make sure to gift me a grand celebration when we turn 18. "What is a grand celebration?" Tsukikage Kaze asked, puzzled. Natsum Yuma exchanged a knowing glance with him, conveying an understanding that would eventually dawn on him. Tsukikage Kaze remained bewildered, as he had yet to reach that stage of maturity. After bidding farewell to his teacher and two companions, Natsum Yuma strolled to the training grounds of Team 7, only to find it deserted. Presumably, they had gone to a different location for training. He felt a twinge of regret for not encountering the person he wished to see. However, the thought that she lived next door to him alleviated his disappointment. He resolved to return the favor for the kiss he had received that morning. Regrettably, Waihai Kurenai had not fallen for his ploy. Otherwise, he would not have been seeking a kiss, but rather initiating a bold advance. The mere thought thrilled him. As he continued on, he heard a commotion ahead. "Does the Uchiha clan meddle too much? This dispute between us has nothing to do with you. Your public brawling has severely disrupted the village's peace. As members of the police force, we have the right to apprehend you. Is the police force so formidable? You think you have the authority to arrest us? We refuse to comply, Uchiha." Natsum Yuma's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to approach. Yet, he saw nothing due to the throng of people gathered. Although he had grown to a height of 172 centimeters, the crowd was too dense, and he had to stretch on tiptoe and crane his neck to catch a glimpse. Truly, people of any world relish a spectacle. At that moment, someone noticed him and greeted him enthusiastically. "Aren't you the owner of the food city, Natsum? Oh, the dishes at your restaurant are exquisite, especially the new offerings. They are simply divine." His voice drew the attention of others, increasing the number of people greeting him. Natsum Yuma was unfazed and responded graciously to everyone. After all, he had attained a certain stature and should embody the requisite demeanor and poise. He boldly made his way through the crowd, while maintaining his composure. He also wished to see the unfolding drama. After much effort, he finally squeezed through to witness two bruised individuals confronting a group of uniformed police force officers. The onlookers whispered among themselves, and through their murmurs, Natsum Yuma quickly grasped the situation. The two battered individuals were villagers of Konoha who had gotten into a scuffle over a trivial argument, inflicting injuries upon each other. This had attracted the attention of the police force, who sought to detain them. The two, however, were unwilling to comply and began to behave foolishly, conflating the actions of the police force with the oppression of the ordinary populace by the Uchiha clan, attempting to incite sympathy and evade punishment. Alas, Natsum Yuma shook his head. These two possessed a modicum of intelligence, but not enough. Regardless of the Uchiha clan's reputation, they were still a prominent family with absolute authority in Konoha. With so many witnesses to the public brawl, their attempts to obfuscate the truth and drag others into their predicament were foolhardy. The standoff did not last long. Ultimately, the two self-proclaimed clever individuals were taken away by the police force, and it was likely that their time inside would be unpleasant. Just as he contemplated turning away, an intriguing figure caught his eye. It was a boy of 7 or 8 years old, identifiable as a member of the Uchiha clan by the fan emblem on the back of his clothing. Could it be Uchiha Shursui? Natsum Yuma mused, gazing at the boy. At that moment, the child seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look back at him. His dark, tranquil eyes bore an unusual maturity. Natsum Yuma smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The young boy courteously bowed in return before quickly rejoining the officers of the police force. It was confirmed. He was indeed Uchiha Shisui. Natsum Yuma pondered whether his omnipotent mimicry could replicate Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami. His eyes narrowed as he considered the potential of Kodo Amatsukami. Since acquiring omnipotent mimicry, he had desired to replicate every ninjutsu, regardless of whether it was feasible. His philosophy was simple. It may not always be necessary, but it should never be absent. Chapter 50. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. Transformation. 10 days later, Natsum Yuma pushed open the door to his home and stepped outside. He stretched vigorously, inhaling the fresh air deeply. Then he activated his system and gazed at the information displayed on the panel, a broad smile spreading across his face. After 10 days of relentless effort, he had finally mastered the Yin Seal to an advanced level. His chakra capacity had doubled, increasing from 4 cards to 8 cards. Furthermore, his own chakra amount had also reached 4 cards. In total, he now possessed 12 cards of chakra, a truly formidable amount among genin. In addition to the Yin Seal, he was even more delighted to discover that the 8 Gates of Duinjia had finally reached the stage of transformation. Taijutsu. 8 Gates of Duinjia. Level, Transformation, Description. Your 8 Gates of Duinjia has reached the stage of transformation, allowing for instantaneous activation, nullifying the fatal consequences. Although the only additional feature was the elimination of certain death, its implications were profound. This meant that after fully opening the 8 gates, the perilous price of certain death no longer applied to him. Natsum Yuma no longer needed to fear that a single blow would not incapacitate his enemy, while he himself faced dire consequences. As long as he wasn't facing certain death, he could activate the ninjutsu, Creation Rebirth, 100 Heal technique to salvage himself, even if he had only a breath left. Currently, both Creation Rebirth and the 100 Heal technique were merely at the proficient level, indicating that he would need to focus on these medical ninjutsu in the future. As he contemplated this, the door next door swung open, and Noira Rin stepped out. Upon seeing Natsum Yuma, a hint of blush crept onto her cheeks as she smiled and greeted him. "Good morning, Yuma." "Good morning, Rin," Natsum Yuma replied with a smile. He then inquired, "How has your practice with the chakra surgical knife been going?" To enhance Noira Rin's combat capabilities, 10 days prior, he had taught her the chakra surgical knife technique. Seizing the opportunity to give her a gentle kiss on the cheek. "It's going well. I can use it proficiently now," she responded softly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "That's great," Natsum Yuma said as he took her small hand in his, playfully squeezing it. "Let us head to the Chunin exam." Indeed, the Chunin exam was set to commence that very day. "All right," Rin nodded, allowing Natsum Yuma to lead her towards the examination venue, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Natsum Yuma wore a radiant smile, as if he were a blooming chrysanthemum. Upon arriving outside the examination hall, he reluctantly released Rin's hand, as they were not in the same examination room and would have to part ways temporarily. After waving goodbye to her, he entered the hall and found his 2 companions. The 3 had not seen each other for 10 days, inevitably exchanging pleasantries. "You owe me a kiss for 10 days now. Don't forget to repay it," Natsum Yuma teased Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai glared at him, her teeth grinding in irritation. If not for the crowd in the hall, she would have surely bid him to test the thickness of his skin. "Shippu, you haven't forgotten the promise you made me that day, right? Remember to fulfill it when we turn 18, Natsum Yuma turned to Mizuki Shippu. Though Shippu still did not fully grasp the nature of that promise, he nodded earnestly. "Yuma, I will definitely uphold that promise." Natsum Yuma patted him on the shoulder, remarking, "Good brother, unlike certain women who owe kisses but don't repay." Kurenai's fists clenched tightly, the sound of her grinding teeth becoming increasingly audible. Just then, the examiner arrived. "Silence," he commanded, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The previously noisy examination hall fell into utter silence. "Now, we will commence the first segment of the Chunin exam, the written test." As soon as the words left the examiner's lips, several Chunin assistants entered, distributing the test papers to everyone. Natsum Yuma examined the paper before him and found it filled with common knowledge questions. For instance, the first question asked, "Through which systems does chakra circulate within the human body?" Naturally, it was the meridian system. Natsum Yuma answered without a second thought. The subsequent questions were even simpler. In less than 10 minutes, he completed the entire test. Natsum Yuma could hardly believe how easy the written portion of the Chunin exam was. He had been prepared to cheat using his Sharingan, but it turned out unnecessary. Had the third Hokage's council decided to lower the difficulty of the Chunin exam? With the impending tension of the Third Great Ninja War, it was indeed plausible that lowering the exam's difficulty to allow more Genin to become Chunin was a method to expand their fighting forces. Though this approach was harsh, the shinobi world had always been merciless. Natsum Yuma had grown accustomed to it. All he could do was hasten his strength and eventually overturn it. Natsum Yuma stood up, and in the astonished gazes of the other examinees, he submitted his test paper early and exited the examination hall. In the corridor, he encountered Kakashi. "Hey, Kakashi. How does it feel to participate in the Chunin exam for the second time?" he teased. Kakashi leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze cast downwards, lost in thought. Upon hearing Natsum Yuma's voice, he glanced up briefly and muttered, "Boring." Natsum Yuma shrugged. "Boring is right. I feel the same." He walked over to Kakashi and leaned against the wall beside him. The corridor was quiet, just the two of them. Neither spoke. And they sat in silence until Kakashi could no longer contain himself. "Why aren't you talking?" he asked. "What should I say? The usual things you say?" "What usual things?" "Useless chatter." "Apologies. I just want to be a quiet, handsome man right now." Kakashi squinted suspiciously. "Something's off. This guy seems different. Has he experienced a heartbreak? How is your relationship with Rin lately?" "Very good. If Rin were to dump you." Before Kakashi could finish, Natsum Yuma interrupted him. "Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Rin and I are doing great. We're at the stage of kissing each other on the cheeks. So don't jinx it here." Kakashi looked at him calmly. "Aren't you trying to be a quiet, handsome man?" Natsum Yuma exclaimed. "What the?" He was thoroughly impressed. Kakashi's sharp tongue was formidable. Just then, Natsum Yuma sensed a strong wave of resentment, sending chills down his spine. Is there really a ghost during the day? He muttered to himself, scanning the area. Turning around, he discovered Uchiha Obito had appeared behind him, staring intently. "Yuma," Obito's lips trembled as he spoke. "Is what you said true?" Natsum Yuma was bewildered. "What did I say? Is it true that you and Rin have really?" Obito opened his mouth, but the words failed to emerge. "Oh, that matter." Natsum Yuma affectionately draped an arm over Obito's shoulder. "I'm about to share this delightful news with you. Rin and I have reached the stage of tenderly kissing each other's cheeks, and this morning we even held hands." Uchiha Obito appeared as if struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place. He then lowered himself, kneeling on the ground, and cried out to the heavens in anguish. No. This scene felt eerily familiar. Natsum Yuma gazed out the window, and indeed, it was snowing. Heavy snow. Chapter 51. Obito's three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Obito was utterly heartbroken, feeling as though a piece of his very soul had been ripped away. The anguish was unbearable. His goddess, his radiant moonlight, had been taken away by the wretched scoundrel before him. No, he refused to accept this as reality. It had to be a lie, a cruel jest. The overwhelming sorrow surged within him, and before he realized it, his Sharingan activated, revealing the second tomo. The first to notice this transformation was Kakashi, who called out, "Hey, Obito, your eyes." Uchiha Obito remained oblivious, lost in his despair, unable to extricate himself from the depths of his grief. Nearby, Natsum Yuma, humming a tune, felt a pang of concern. Surely, it couldn't be true. He approached Uchiha Obito, gazing intently. To his astonishment, Obito had indeed advanced. Was this a mere joke? All he wanted was for Obito to face the truth and abandon his futile dreams of seeking solace in his feelings for Rin. Unexpectedly, Obito's single-tomo Sharingan had evolved into a two-tomo Sharingan at the mere sight of Natsum Yuma and Rin sharing an innocent gesture. What if one day, while he witnessed them share a kiss, would Obito's Sharingan not evolve into the Meijiki? With Uchiha's characteristic fervor, one could never tell. The thought alone made Natsum Yuma feel a twinge of discomfort. "Stop lamenting," he urged, firmly gripping Obito's shoulders and shaking him. "You must confront reality. Rin is mine, all mine." Uchiha Obito was unwilling to face this painful truth, for it was too agonizing to bear. The hurt was suffocating, and soon, the third tomo manifested. Natsum Yuma was utterly flabbergasted. Surely, this boy was not on the verge of succumbing to darkness. "Obito," he said, "I must be honest with you. I know you care for Rin, but what you share is merely friendship, not love. Stop deceiving yourself." Obito blinked, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan wide with disbelief. "You mean, Rin and I are just friends?" he asked, bewildered. "Of course," Natsum Yuma replied, rolling his eyes. "Rin likes me. Just wait and see." At that moment, Rin emerged from the examination room. "Obito, I was hoping to help you cheat, but I see you've already finished the exam," she said with a smile as she approached. Obito scratched his head, explaining, "I possess the Sharingan, so I can observe and replicate others' handwriting to cheat." He stood tall, pride evident in his demeanor, no longer the defeated figure from moments before. He detected Rin's concern in her words, and a glimmer returned to his eyes. Natsum Yuma shook his head, thinking, the youth simply cannot discern the line between friendship and love. "Rin, come here," he called out suddenly. Rin approached, puzzled. Natsum leaned in, presenting his left cheek. "Kiss me." Rin's face flushed a deep red. "Huh?" Their companions looked on, and Rin hesitated momentarily before pecking him quickly on the cheek. "Oh no," Obito exclaimed. Hands clasped atop his head. The realization struck him, Rin truly favored Yuma. The light in his eyes dimmed. "Do not rush to tears. Soon, you shall find joy." Natsum Yuma consoled, placing a hand on Obito's shoulder. "Though you have lost love, you have gained a magnificent three-tomo Sharingan. Behold." He produced a small mirror from his pocket and held it before Obito. Do not question why Natsum carried a mirror. He believed it a shame that such handsomeness should go unnoticed, hence he always kept one at hand. As Obito peered into the mirror, his sorrow dissipated, replaced by disbelief. Yuma, could it be? Noticing the expression on Obito's face, Natsum realized he had been misunderstood once more. He prepared to weave a lie. nodding with feigned modesty. Indeed, I intentionally provoked you to hasten the evolution of your Sharingan, allowing you to realize your dream of becoming a powerful Hokage. And now, you see, I have succeeded. Obito's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. He embraced Natsum tightly. Yuma, thank you. I will forever remember this kindness. Natsum turned to Kakashi, winking subtly, signaling success. Kakashi, unimpressed, felt a twinge of sorrow for Obito having a friend like Natsum. The irony deepened as he recalled Natsum was also his friend. Observing the bond between Obito and Natsum, he felt a sense of melancholy. As Natsum pushed Obito away, he turned, embracing Rin instead. There was a comfort in holding her soft and fragrant. Rin squirmed slightly but did not resist, her face blossoming with embarrassment. She pondered if their relationship was progressing too rapidly. The corridor grew lively as more students completed their exams. Soon, the first round concluded, and the examiners posted the results. A throng of students gathered around the list. Yuma, let me go. I wish to see the results, Rin murmured from within Natsum's embrace. Understanding her shyness, he released her. Go on. Aren't you coming? He asked. I'll pass. Natsum replied, confident that everyone had succeeded. Sure enough, moments later, Obito approached, brimming with excitement. Everyone is amazing. We all passed. No one was eliminated. Natsum scoffed, and a hint of derision flickered in Kakashi's eyes. The exam questions were far simpler than those he faced during his own CH9 exam. Should anyone have failed, they ought to abandon the path of a ninja entirely and return to the academy. Just then, the young Marino Ibiki emerged. All those who passed, please gather. We will now announce the time for the next round of examinations. Everyone returned to the exam room, and Yuhi Kurenai and Yaihei Kaze wore expressions of joy, equally thrilled to have advanced to the next stage, believing they were closer to becoming CH9. All in the exam room shared this elation, blissfully unaware of the grim fate that awaited them as cannon fodder on the battlefield. They remained oblivious to how many among them would survive the aftermath of war. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the second round, a team-based combat exam. Prepare yourselves, Marino Ibiki announced from the podium. Well then, you two can rest easy. Natsum Yuma said to his companions. Just wait for me to lead you to greatness. Chapter 52. The astonishment of Sarutobi Asuma the following day, at the training ground. The second match of the Chunin exams was underway, featuring a confrontation between the Akimichi team and the team led by Sarutobi Asuma. Upon their arrival, Yuma and Natsum exchanged greetings with Asuma. Hey Asuma, long time no see. However, at that moment, Asuma exuded the demeanor of a rebellious youth, brash and unyielding. He ignored Natsum entirely, his gaze fixated on Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai, being in the same team as this trash will do you no favors. On the battlefield, he would merely be a burden. If you wish, I could speak to my father about transferring you to my team. Natsum's expression faltered. Could he possibly be referring to me as trash? Kurenai's eyes were filled with disdain as she retorted coldly, Asuma, watch your words. Even if Natsum were trash, he is not someone you can insult. Natsum silently glanced at Kurenai, bewildered. Was she scolding me or defending me? Asuma's frown deepened, his anger ignited by Kurenai's attitude. He shot a frosty gaze at Natsum. Kid, I remember you. You're the perennial underachiever. If you don't want to get hurt, I suggest you concede now. It was evident that he intended to unleash his fury upon Natsum, feigning an urge for Natsum to surrender while genuinely seeking to provoke him. Kurenai bristled with rage, ready to confront Asuma, but Natsum intervened with a hand gesture. Calm down, Kurenai. The match hasn't even begun yet. Trust me, he'll be the one crying soon. A smile graced Natsum's face, though his eyes gleamed with a cold intensity. It was said that a young tree must be pruned to grow straight. It seemed necessary for him to assist the Hokage in educating his son. At the very least, he should learn proper dental hygiene to avoid foul breath. Natsum's words acted as a catalyst, igniting the fury within Asuma. Educate me? Very well. Asuma seethed, his eyes seemingly ablaze. You too, hold Kurenai and that other guy back. I intend to teach this trash a lesson. He commanded his companions with an authoritative tone, and they nodded in agreement, resembling obedient subordinates. A sinister smile crept across Asuma's lips. As the son of the Hokage, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. A mere commoner believed he could educate him? He was delusional, thinking that becoming the owner of a food establishment made him significant, merely a puppet of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Asuma had recently been at odds with his father and hadn't spoken to him in over a month, thus was unaware that Natsum had become Tsunade's disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been so arrogant. Begin the team battle. With the examiner's command, Asuma's two companions charged forward, heading straight for Kurenai and the swift moonlight. You two stand back and watch me dominate, Natsum declared, and in an instant, he transformed into a blur, disappearing from sight. Moments later, two muffled thuds resonated as Asuma's companions were sent hurtling back to their previous position, collapsing to the ground, motionless, clearly unconscious. Asuma, who had been preparing to personally teach Natsum a lesson, stood frozen in shock. At that moment, the arrogance that once adorned his face was replaced by sheer astonishment. He could hardly believe that the perennial underachiever had grown so formidable. His two companions possessed special Jonin-level strength, serving as bodyguards assigned by his father. Yet, these two powerful individuals fell before Natsum like mere sandbags, obliterated in an instant. Damn it, how could this happen? Panic surged through Asuma as he realized the situation was spiraling out of his control. Suddenly, Natsum appeared before Asuma like a phantom. Although fear coursed through him, Asuma could not accept defeat so easily. As the son of the Hokage, he refused to be so easily vanquished. Whirlwind Fist. He swung his fist with all his might, capable of shattering gold and stone. However, his fist merely passed through Natsum's form as if it were air. Not good, a shadow clone. His heart raced as he turned to flee, only to feel a hand gripping his hair. In an instant, he was thrust to the ground, his face meeting the unforgiving earth. Pain seared through him, and blood trickled from his nostrils, carrying the metallic scent of iron. Is this blood? Asuma's consciousness began to fade, and he murmured in disbelief, I can't believe I lost to a commoner? Natsum's voice echoed in his ear. If you can't even defeat trash, what does that make you? A waste of space? Indeed, you are a waste. I didn't even exert myself, and you fell. No, you're even less than that. You are the scum of the earth. Natsum's words pierced Asuma's heart like a dagger. When had he ever endured such humiliation? His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Observing Asuma's unconscious form, Natsum's gaze was filled with scorn. He mused, did you really think I wouldn't dare to strike you just because your father is the Hokage? If you push me, I might just take him down with you. Disregarding Asuma, he stood tall and raised his hands in triumph. The Akimichi team wins the Chunin exam team battle. The examiner announced loudly. He then addressed the trio. Please report to the indoor duel arena for individual matches tomorrow at 8. The three nodded in agreement and departed the training ground. At a fork in the road, Natsum waved goodbye to his companions as they walked home. He couldn't help but reflect on the disparity between reality and anime. The son of the Hokage, raised in a feudal society, was hardly likely to embody the humility and amiability portrayed in the shows, especially since Asuma was only 10 years old. With shallow depths of character, having lived amidst others' flattery, it was inevitable that he would become arrogant and overbearing. I hope he can temper his demeanor in my presence in the future, Natsum murmured softly. Otherwise, I might have to teach him another lesson. And that would be quite troublesome. With his hands behind his head, he strolled leisurely. The blue sky, white clouds, and lush green mountains brought him inexplicable joy. He found himself humming a tune from his past life, taking devilish strides across the somewhat uneven ground. Suddenly, he felt a presence, 3 distinct chakra signatures within a 50-meter radius, which had been following him for 6 or 7 minutes. Clearly, they were approaching him with intent. Natsum sighed, his good mood dissipating. Annoyed, he called out, are you coming out on your own? Or should I find you and give you a good kick in the backside? Chapter 53. A subtle shock to the Hokage. Silence reigned. No one responded, nor did anyone appear. Natsum Yuma shook his head in resignation. Well, it seems you have made your choice. Do not blame me. As the words left his lips, his figure vanished. A shadow lurking in the dark had its pupils constrict sharply. Just as it was about to react, a searing pain struck its rear, followed by a yelp of agony. The figure was sent flying, tracing a perfect arc through the air before collapsing to the ground, rolling its eyes back, arching its back, and twitching in pain, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. 2 more cries of distress soon echoed in succession. A moment later, 3 individuals lay sprawled on the ground. Natsum Yuma looked at the trio, now unconscious from their own pain, and sighed. I am a good person. Why do you force my hand? From the animal masks adorning their faces, he surmised their identities. Umbu? What is Sarutobi-sensei plotting? Are they trying to incite a rebellion? After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to seek out the 3rd Hokage for clarification. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was his mentor, truly a family affair. It would be better to clear up any misunderstandings face-to-face to prevent future bloodshed. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, his brow furrowed and his expression unusually grim. He was not alone. Asuma Sarutobi, who had been thoroughly beaten by Natsum Yuma, was present as well. He stubbornly held his head high, nostrils stuffed with cotton, defiantly facing his father. Who gave you the authority to mobilize the Umbu to monitor Natsum Yuma? Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly inquired. I make my own decisions without needing anyone's permission, Asuma retorted icily. With a loud thud, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his palm on the desk, rising to his feet in anger. You think you're capable? Tomorrow, in the individual combat tournament, defeat Natsum Yuma using the Umbu's resources to deal with a mere genin? How absurd. A genin? Asuma scoffed. You dare call someone who can swiftly defeat 2 special jonin a genin? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, puzzled. How had Natsum Yuma, who had barely passed the graduation exam of the Ninja Academy, grown so rapidly? Could it be that his second persona was indeed a genius? As the father and son remained ensnared in silence, a somewhat languid voice suddenly broke the stillness of the office. Is the Hokage instructing his child? The unexpected voice startled both men. They turned to see Natsum Yuma leaning casually against the doorframe, arms crossed, a smile gracing his face. What are you doing here? Asuma demanded. Isn't it the Hokage who summoned me? Natsum replied, feigning confusion, placing particular emphasis on the word Umbu. And where are they? Asuma pressed further. They're probably sunbathing at this hour. Who knows? Natsum shrugged nonchalantly. Sunbathing? Asuma was taken aback. Perhaps they're dealing with hemorrhoids. Natsum continued his jest. You're mocking me. Asuma realized, his anger flaring. Ah, you've become quite astute after receiving a beating, Natsum teased. You. Enough, Asuma. You may leave now, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. Asuma's behavior disappointed him. He was impulsive and simplistic, bordering on useless. As Asuma was about to object, he felt a chill run down his spine. Turning, he met his father's icy gaze. He shivered and departed obediently. Although he was rebellious, he understood the hierarchy of their relationship. To truly provoke his father would mean a severe beating, one that would leave him bedridden for days. Before leaving, he pointed an accusing finger at Natsum. Glaring with silent fury, Natsum, unable to decipher the lip movements, could only guess that Asuma was offering him some form of ill will. A reciprocation is only polite. He smiled and added, after I finish speaking with the Hokage, I shall come find you to express my gratitude. Asuma exited in a huff. Yuma, you are a good child. Can you tell me how you entered? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression had turned serious. The warmth and kindness he usually exuded were absent. The Hokage tower was heavily guarded. Without his permission, not even a fly could enter. Yet, Natsum Yuma had appeared in his office without a sound. In fact, he hadn't even noticed Yuma's presence until he spoke. It was a chilling thought. I simply walked in, Natsum replied candidly. He had indeed entered, albeit using the technique of intangibility. Although his skill was merely at a proficient level, it was effective for normal use, as he had just demonstrated. Even the Hokage himself had failed to detect him. Of course, had he harbored malicious intent, Sarutobi Hiruzen would certainly have noticed. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment before sighing. The Umbu monitoring you did not act on my orders. I heard that, Asuma, right? Natsum smiled. But it would be best to avoid such incidents in the future. After all, given that we come from Tsunade-sensei, we are all on the same side. Any misunderstandings would be regrettable. Indeed, we are on the same side, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused. Nodding after a moment, I will ensure Asuma behaves. Natsum's smile grew radiant at those words. With your assurance, I am at ease. I will take my leave now. Farewell. He waved and exited the office. Once Natsum had departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the Umbu on duty, inquiring in a solemn tone, who has entered or exited the Hokage tower today? The Umbu member, donning a white cat mask, glanced with confusion. He pondered, who would dare enter without your command? Despite his reservations, he reported honestly, only Asuma Sarutobi has come and gone. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze remained serene. Very well, I understand. You may leave. The Umbu member exited. And Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeper. Tsunade, your disciple is just as troublesome as you are. I hope he truly is on our side, as he claims. The situation was complex. With the Third Shinobi World War looming, the village's stability was paramount. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. Thus, Hiruzen chose not to pursue the matter of Natsum Yuma infiltrating the Hokage tower. However, given his evident strength, it would be a pity if he remained merely a chunin. Chapter 54. Is Danzo up to something? In a state of invisibility, Natsum Yuma emerged from the Hokage building, unnoticed by the sentinels stationed at the entrance. Thus, a misunderstanding was resolved, and his spirits were lifted once more. After dispelling his camouflage in a secluded corner, he resumed humming the tune he had left unfinished. Making his way home. My father is a mason. With a devil-may-care stride, Natsum Yuma returned home as dusk settled in. The afterglow of the setting sun painted half of the sky in hues of crimson, accompanied by a gentle, refreshing breeze. Suddenly, a craving for barbecue surged within him. He brought out the barbecue grill he had specially ordered a few days prior to the yard and retrieved an assortment of ingredients from the refrigerator, setting up for an outdoor feast. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of grilling meat wafted through the air, enticing the children passing by, tears of longing trickling down their cheeks. Wow! Yuma, what delicious food are you making? It smells heavenly, exclaimed Mike Guy, who was performing handstands, running circles around the village. As he passed by Natsum Yuma's home, the enticing scent of barbecue compelled him to enter uncontrollably, still maintaining his inverted posture, drooling beside the grill. With a hint of exasperation, Natsum Yuma remarked, if you wish to indulge, why not set your legs down? You can continue your workout afterward. Mike Guy shook his head. I cannot lower my legs yet. I must complete 10 laps around the village first. It is a pact I made with my youth. Very well, I respect your determination. Natsum Yuma began infusing the skewers with flavor, sprinkling a specially crafted marinade over them, with a sizzle and a burst of sparks. The aroma intensified under the heat of the charcoal. The sound of Mike Guy swallowing was distinctly audible, his gaze fixated solely on the skewers in Yuma's hands. After a brief interlude, Mike Guy indulged heartily in the skewers, washing them down with a specially crafted soda. At this point, he had finally set his legs down. And notions of training and youthful pacts had long been forgotten. Yuma, this is unbelievably delicious. It ignites the very essence of my youth, Mike Guy declared, giving a thumbs up. He had never tasted such unique and delectable barbecue, surpassing even the finest grilled meats from the culinary district. The perfectly charred, golden brown pieces of meat, skewered on metal sticks, were tender and crispy, bursting with flavor upon each bite. As he savored a sip of the chilled soda, he felt an exhilarating rush. "So, how did your class fare in the trials today?" Natsuyuma inquired while grilling chicken wings. Upon hearing the question, Might Guy swallowed a mouthful and replied, "We lost. Our opponents were Team 7, Kakashi and Appo's squad. They are formidable." Kakashi speaks for himself, but even Obito is shockingly strong, having awakened his Sharingan. "We were no match for them." Natsuyuma wiped the sweat from his brow, not from heat, but from a hint of embarrassment. If Might Guy were to discover that Obito's awakening was largely due to his influence, he wondered how his friend would react. Pondering this, Yuma considered his own likely response. He would undoubtedly make a quip. However, he surmised that Might Guy would merely double his training efforts, intent on reclaiming victory. Unbeknownst to them, night had fully descended. The full moon illuminated the sky, and the charcoal in the grill had long extinguished. Lights flickered on in the yard, where Natsuyuma and Might Guy sat on the steps, surrounded by scattered metal skewers and empty soda bottles. Both were thoroughly satisfied, their bellies round as if bearing 3 months of gestation. "How was my exclusive barbecue?" Natsuyuma asked, picking at his teeth. He intended to incorporate his signature barbecue into the culinary district's menu the following week. "Absolutely divine. This is undoubtedly the best barbecue I've ever tasted," Might Guy praised exuberantly. After extolling its virtues, he stood, patted his belly, and then bent down to resume his handstands. "And you still wish to train at this hour?" Natsuyuma remarked, feeling a twinge of discomfort. "Indeed, I cannot succumb to the temptation of such exquisite barbecue and squander my youth once more. As punishment, I shall add 10 more laps. 20 laps around the village. Commence. Let youth boil over. Let youth blaze." Might Guy shouted, sprinting off in his inverted position, surprisingly swift. Even faster than a normal runner. Watching Might Guy's retreating figure, Natsuyuma couldn't help but exclaim, "What a freak." "Yuma, are you still awake?" Came a gentle voice from the adjacent room as Noara Rin stepped out in charming pajamas. "Rin, you're just in time. I saved some barbecue for you to try." Natsuyuma offered a prepared food box to her. With a sweet smile, Rin accepted the box. "Thank you, Yuma." Natsuyuma winked. "Is that all? Shouldn't you give me a kiss?" As he leaned in, her warm, soft lips brushed against his cheek, lingering for but a moment. "Good night, Yuma," she whispered softly, retreating into her room, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Natsuyuma inhaled deeply, his heart fluttering. At that moment, he yearned to grow up. Why does time pass so slowly? He muttered as he returned to his bedroom, conjuring 2 shadow clones to assist him in medical ninjutsu. The clones were assigned distinct tasks, one focused on chakra manipulation while the other engaged in healing techniques. However, the critical techniques of creation rebirth and the 100 healings could only be performed by his original self, as these S-rank medical jutsu required the release of a substantial amount of chakra from the Yin seal, a feat beyond what the shadow clones could sustain. Even in a fully charged state, his original body could only execute these techniques 5 or 6 times, and that was without sustaining any injuries. Fortunately, his recovery speed was rapid. Otherwise, mastering these 2 techniques would take an interminable amount of time. A premonition stirred within him. He sensed he might soon depart from the village. Given the current state of the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon understanding his capabilities, would undoubtedly no longer regard him as a mere Chunin or Chunin. He would be assigned to undertake tasks deemed perilous by others. With his current strength, he felt unperturbed, and it aligned perfectly with his intentions. He was eager to leave the village and stir up some intrigue. It was the ideal opportunity to do so without raising suspicion, alleviating a great deal of hassle. However, it struck him as peculiar. He had previously showcased his prowess in Jinjutsu before Danzo, yet it seemed Sarutobi remained oblivious. Could it be that Danzo, the old schemer, was plotting something? Contemplating for a moment, Natsuyuma found this possibility quite plausible. He resolved to pay Danzo a visit the following day for an earnest conversation, hoping to encourage a more forthright demeanor in their future dealings. "Do not constantly scheme and calculate this and that. If by chance your schemes inadvertently fall upon me, and I, in turn, accidentally take your life, would that not destroy our unity?" Natsuyuma muttered to himself, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 55, A Brother for a Day, A Brother for Life. At 8 in the morning, in the indoor training arena, Natsuyuma gazed at Sarutobi Asuma standing before him, a smile gracing his face. To be frank, he had not anticipated that his opponent in today's individual competition would be Asuma, especially after the severe beating he had administered the previous day. As the son of the Hokage, surely he should leverage his privileges to avoid facing him again? Or perhaps it was Sarutobi Hizashi orchestrating this match behind the scenes? Natsuyuma considered this possibility. That old man would sacrifice anything for the stability of the village. If he could assuage Natsume's lingering resentment with a good thrashing of his son, he would undoubtedly do so without hesitation, even going so far as to present Asuma before Natsume for the occasion. Truly, he is the Hokage who has held the position the longest, with a heart as ruthless as they come. With a chuckle, Natsuyuma greeted Sarutobi Asuma. "Well, Asuma, what a coincidence to see you again. How is your injury?" Saratobi Asuma gritted his teeth in frustration. Natsume's feigned congeniality irked him greatly, and he yearned to press Natsume's face into the ground. Yet, the thought of Natsume's formidable strength left him apprehensive. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the examiner's voice resounded, raising a hand dramatically. The individual combat of the Chunin exams begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than Natsume Yuma appeared before Saratobi Asuma in a flash, grinning as he inquired. What were you about to say? Asuma began, but before he could finish, a powerful punch landed squarely on his nose. Pain. Excruciating pain. Tears mingled with blood as they streamed down his face. You bastard, Asuma roared, clutching his nose, only to be met with another heavy blow that silenced him once more, leaving him with a pair of blackened eyes. You Asuma stammered, dazed. Trembling as he pointed at Natsume, unable to articulate his fury. Natsume shook his head with a sigh. No need to say anything. I understand your intention. You wish to acknowledge me as your elder brother. Alas, this is the Chunin exam, and recognizing me as your brother won't be of any assistance to you. Asuma's face turned pale, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, acknowledge you as my brother? How shameless can you be? I'm here to concede. Determined to prove his point, he opened his mouth to declare his surrender. But in the next instant, another punch transformed his other eye into a panda eye. Now it looks much better, Natsume mused, surveying Asuma's flattened nose and dual shiners with satisfaction. Seething with rage, Asuma resolved to confront Natsume head-on. Convinced that Natsume could not possibly defeat him again, he boldly exclaimed, I acknowledge, slap. Natsume's hand interrupted him. I acknowledge, slap. Another interruption. He tried again. I acknowledge, slap, slap, slap. This time, Natsume delivered 3 swift slaps, leaving Asuma bewildered as he murmured, Why did you hit me 3 times this time? Oh, by 1. Get 2 free, Natsume explained earnestly. Asuma knelt, his face a veritable mess, tears streaming down as he pleaded, I concede. Big brother, I concede. Feigning surprise, Natsume replied, Why didn't you say so sooner? Look at you, beaten to the point that even your father wouldn't recognize you. Did you expect me to say it after being attacked? Asuma retorted silently, but aloud he admitted, It's my fault. I deserve this. Please spare me, big brother. Now that you've acknowledged me as your elder brother, I shall certainly spare you. Rise, Natsume said with a smile, helping Asuma to his feet. At this moment, Natsume felt a sense of triumph. Letting Asuma off this time was of no consequence. He had no intention of actually killing him. Upon realizing that Asuma had surrendered, the examiner announced loudly, Natsume Yuma wins. Big brother, I apologize if my tone was harsh yesterday, Asuma said sincerely as they walked out, one behind the other. No worries. I am quite magnanimous and have long forgotten that minor incident from yesterday, Natsume responded with a grin. Had Asuma not been beaten to a pulp, he might have believed it. Truly, you are my big brother, magnanimous and admirable, Asuma flattered, his praise flowing effortlessly. Natsume felt a twinge of embarrassment from the compliments. Maintaining an air of modesty. You are correct. I have always been magnanimous, capable of embracing matters that others cannot. Asuma, adorned with a swollen visage, nodded in agreement. Natsume Yuma, Lord Hokage wishes to see you. An ANBU ninja suddenly appeared, addressing Natsume. Natsume nodded. Understood, I shall go shortly. With his response, the ANBU ninja vanished in a flash. Natsume turned to Asuma. I'm off to meet your father. You should see a doctor. I will visit you when I have the time. Asuma felt a surge of emotion, tears welling in his eyes. He grasped Natsume's hand and said earnestly, A brother for a day, a brother for life. If you ever need assistance, please do not hesitate to inform your little brother. I will not shirk my duty. Natsume, upon hearing this, grasped Asuma's hand in return and shook it. It's a promise. With such fortuitous circumstances, he would certainly not decline. After exchanging a few more words, Natsume departed to meet Saratobi Hizashi. Asuma watched Natsume's retreating figure, gingerly touching his face, wincing at the pain. He is truly ruthless. However, the old man's mission has been accomplished. I never expected this guy to become Lady Tsunade's disciple. If he is one of us. Why didn't he say so earlier? I endured 2 unnecessary beatings, Asuma muttered to himself as he made his way to the Konoha hospital. Meanwhile, Natsume Yuma arrived at the Hokage's office, grinning as he addressed Saratobi Hizashi. Grandfather, what brings you to summon me? Since yesterday's declaration that they were all on the same side, Natsume had taken to calling him grandfather. A term that cost him nothing and perhaps might yield some benefits. Saratobi Hizashi sighed in exasperation, unable to comprehend why this once decent child had grown increasingly brazen. You should be mindful of how you address me in public. Privately, you may call me whatever you wish. Thus, he tacitly accepted Natsume's new form of address. Through the past 2 days' interactions, Saratobi Hizashi had gained a general understanding of Natsume's strength, which was undeniably above that of AJ Nin. Furthermore, Natsume's ability to stealthily enter his office yesterday indicated he possessed a means of concealing his presence even from elite shinobi. Such talent and prowess were far too exceptional to be confined to the rank of a Chunin. Thus, he resolved to promote Natsume Yuma to the rank of J Nin.